Around the early 18th century, the movement of goods across the vast oceans was governed entirely by the unseen and unyielding forces of the wind. Before the advent of steam or engines, the maritime world was a place of silence and patience, where the transit of a vessel from one continent to another was dictated by the prevailing atmospheric currents. This era, known often as the Golden Age of Sail, established a rigid geography upon the open water. Although the ocean appeared boundless to the untrained eye, a vast blue plain extending in all directions, it was in reality a landscape crisscrossed by invisible highways. These highways were the trade winds and the westerlies, consistent bands of air moving across the globe that forced heavy merchant ships to follow predictable, narrow corridors. For those who sought to intercept these ships, the first task was not violence, but understanding the geometry of the wind. A pirate vessel, much like the merchant ships it hunted, was bound by these same physical laws. To choose a target, one first had to choose a location where the target had no choice but to be. The Atlantic Ocean, a primary theater for these interactions, was divided into great circular routes. Ships leaving Europe for the Americas or the Caribbean would drop south to catch the northeasterly trade winds, riding them across the middle latitudes. Ships returning to Europe would push north to catch the westerlies. This created specific bands of longitude and latitude where traffic was dense, and vast expanses of empty ocean where a ship might sail for months without seeing another sail. The process of selection began with the chart. In the dim light of a captain's cabin, where the smell of damp wood and old parchment lingered, navigators would study the known routes. These charts were not merely maps of land, but diagrams of opportunity. They marked the currents, the shallows, and the prevailing winds. The decision of where to hunt was a calculation of probability. A single ship on the open ocean was a needle in a haystack, but a ship nearing a landfall or navigating a narrow strait was a certainty. Therefore, the hunters positioned themselves at the choke points. These were the natural funnels created by geography: the windward passage between Cuba and Hispaniola, the Florida Straits, the Capes of Virginia, or the waters off the coast of West Africa where vessels converged to provision before the long Middle Passage. Once the hunting ground was chosen, the days settled into a rhythm of waiting. This was the predominant reality of the pirate's life: long periods of stillness. The image of constant action is a fabrication. The truth was a slow, deliberate drift. The ship would often lower its sails to bare poles or keep just enough canvas raised to maintain steerage, hovering in a specific sector of the sea. This was known as cruising. The vessel would tack back and forth across the shipping lane, tracing invisible zigzag patterns on the water, effectively casting a net with its visual range. The visual range was the most critical tool in this slow process. From the deck of a ship, the horizon lies roughly 3 to 4 miles away, depending on the height of the observer. However, from the mainmast, roughly 100 feet above the water, that horizon expands significantly, allowing a lookout to spot the top of a mast or the peak of a sail nearly 20 miles distant. This vertical advantage transformed the hunting ship into a floating observation tower. The routine of the lookout was strict and monotonous. Men were sent aloft in shifts, tasked with scanning the rim of the world for the slightest irregularity in the line where the sky met the sea. The hours spent at the masthead were silent and solitary. The observer would brace himself against the swaying of the spar, the wood creaking rhythmically with the ocean swell. The optical instruments of the time, the spyglasses, were heavy tubes of brass and glass. They were prized possessions, often taken from previous captures, kept polished and wrapped in leather or velvet to protect the lenses from the corrosive salt spray. Looking through such a glass required steady hands and patience, as the field of view was narrow and the motion of the ship constant. The observer learned to let his body roll with the ship, keeping the horizon steady in the circular frame of the lens. Identifying a potential target was a science of silhouettes. Long before a ship's flag could be seen, its hull shape and sail plan announced its purpose. The hunters were looking for specific profiles. They sought the deep, rounded bellies of merchant vessels, flutes, flyboats, and pinks, ships designed for maximum cargo capacity rather than speed or maneuverability. These vessels sat low in the water, burdened by the weight of sugar, tobacco, rum, or manufactured goods. Their masts were often shorter and thicker, their rigging simpler, designed to be operated by smaller crews to maximize profit margins. In contrast, the hunters avoided the sharp, angular lines of naval frigates. A warship was built for speed and aggression. It sat higher in the water, had a narrower beam, and carried a complex cloud of canvas designed for rapid maneuvering. The distinction between a predator and prey was often visible as a mere speck on the horizon. A merchant ship, heavy with goods, would plow through the waves, creating a distinct wake and moving with a sluggish, rolling cadence. A warship would cut through the water, its motion stiffer and more purposeful. The lookout had to discern these subtle differences in the behavior of a distant gray smudge against the gray sky. When a sail was spotted, the cry from the masthead would not result in immediate chaos, but in a slow awakening of the ship's routine. The officer on duty would ascend the rigging with his own glass to verify the sighting. They would observe the stranger's course. Was it running with the wind? Was it beating against it? These factors determined the geometry of the pursuit. If the target was upwind, the pirate vessel, usually smaller and cleaner bottomed, had the advantage of being able to sail closer to the wind. If the target was downwind, the chase became a contest of raw speed and sail area. The waiting phase also involved the careful management of the ship's own appearance. To remain undetected for as long as possible, the hunters often utilized the curvature of the earth. By keeping their own hull below the horizon relative to the target, they could track the upper sails of the merchantman while remaining invisible themselves. This required a constant adjustment of distance, a slow dance of position. They might stalk a vessel for an entire day, waiting for the cover of evening or a change in the wind before making their presence known. The texture of daily life during this phase was defined by maintenance. To catch a large ship, the pirate vessel had to be in pristine sailing condition. The carpenter and his mates were perpetually busy. They checked the spars for rot, replaced worn cordage, and caulked the seams of the deck with oakum and pitch. The smell of boiling tar was a constant perfume on the air. The sails, the engine of the ship, required endless attention. The sailmaker sat cross-legged on the deck, needle and palm in hand, repairing tiers and reinforcing the boltropes. A single torn sail during a chase could mean the difference between a capture and a failure, so the canvas was inspected with obsessive detail. Even the hull itself was a subject of constant concern. In the warm waters of the Caribbean and the West African coast, marine growth, barnacles, weeds, and shipworms accumulated rapidly on the underwater timber. This growth created drag, slowing the vessel down. A merchant ship, often at sea for months without maintenance, would be fouled and slow. The hunters, however, frequently careened their ships. This process involved beaching the vessel in a secluded cove, heaving it over onto its side using block and tackle, and scraping the hull clean by hand. They would then scorch the wood with fire to kill the worms and apply a mixture of tallow, sulfur, and pitch to create a smooth, slippery surface. This labor ensured that in any straight-line contest of speed, the hunter would possess the mechanical advantage. Logistics played a heavy role in the selection of a target. A pirate crew was often large, sometimes numbering in the hundreds, crowded into a small sloop or brigantine. This density of manpower was their primary weapon, but it was also a logistical burden. They consumed vast quantities of food and water. Therefore, the choice of a target was often dictated by the ship's stores. If the water barrels were running low, the captain might prioritize a vessel likely to be carrying provisions over one carrying gold. They would study the shipping lists and news gathered from other vessels, trying to determine which ships were outbound from Europe, laden with salted beef, flour, and beer, and which were inbound, carrying inedible commodities like cotton or logwood. The atmosphere on the deck during the stalking phase was quiet. Unnecessary noise was discouraged, not for fear of being heard across miles of ocean, but to maintain the focus of the watch. The men moved barefoot on the wooden planks, the slap of calloused skin against timber a familiar rhythm. They passed the time in low conversation, mending clothes, carving whalebone or wood, and playing games of chance with dice or cards. The hierarchy was informal but functional. The quartermaster, representing the crew's interests, ensured that the preparations for the eventual engagement were carried out equitably. He oversaw the distribution of food and the assignment of duties, ensuring that the ship remained a cohesive machine during the long hours of idleness. As the target drew nearer, or as the pirate ship maneuvered into the optimal intercept course, the observation became more granular. They looked for the telltale signs of the merchant ship's defenses. Did the target have gun ports? If so, were they open or closed? Were they real guns or Quakers? Wooden logs painted black to intimidate attackers. Many merchant vessels, seeking to save weight and crew costs, sailed with minimal armament, relying on convoy protection or luck. A ship riding deep in the water with closed ports and no visible marines on deck was the ideal candidate. It suggested a heavy cargo and a reluctance to fight. The wind itself was analyzed for its local variations. The helmsman, standing at the whipstaff or the wheel, felt the pressure of the rudder and the tension in the sails. He watched the luff of the mainsail, keeping it just on the edge of filling, maximizing the vessel's efficiency. The officers watched the cloud formations, predicting squalls or lulls that might aid or hinder their approach. A sudden drop in wind could leave both ships becalmed, turning the pursuit into a drifting stalemate where the vessels might sit within sight of each other for days, unable to close the gap. Conversely, a rising gale might force the merchant ship to shorten sail, allowing the more aggressive pirate vessel, willing to risk its rigging, to close the distance rapidly. The selection of the ship was also influenced by national flags, though these were often deceptive. It was common practice for ships of all nations to fly false colors. A British pirate hunter might fly a French flag to lure a French merchantman closer, just as a merchantman might fly a Spanish flag to avoid trouble in Spanish waters. The pirates themselves carried bundles of flags, Union Jacks, Dutch tricolors, Spanish ensigns, ready to be hoisted to confuse or pacify a potential victim. The true identity of a ship was rarely confirmed until the vessels were within hailing distance, by which time the trap was often already sprung. Thus, the visual analysis relied more on the architecture of the ship than the cloth flying from the peak. The large merchant ships of the East India Companies were a distinct category. These were the leviathans of the age, built like castles, heavily armed and disciplined. Capturing such a vessel was a massive undertaking, rarely attempted by a single pirate sloop. These ships traveled in convoys or were capable of defending themselves with the ferocity of a naval frigate. The pirates would watch these great ships pass, admiring their size but often calculating that the risk outweighed the reward. They preferred the stragglers, the independents, the vessels that had fallen behind the convoy due to storm damage or poor sailing qualities. These isolated ships, cut off from the herd, were the primary focus of the selection process. As the sun tracked across the sky, casting long shadows across the deck, the pirate ship would continue its silent observation. The crew would eat their evening meal, perhaps dried peas or hardtack softened in water, while the officers conferred at the rail. They discussed the target's likely destination. Was it heading for the Carolinas, or turning towards the Windward Islands? Predicting the destination allowed the hunters to sail ahead during the night, positioning themselves on the projected path, waiting for the sun to rise and reveal the target closer than before. This strategic positioning was a game of patience and geometry, played out on a board of shifting water. The ocean currents were another invisible factor. The Gulf Stream, a powerful river of warm water flowing north along the American coast, could add several knots to a ship's speed. Navigators who understood these currents could use them to their advantage, slipping into the fast-moving water to overtake a vessel that was fighting against the flow or sailing in slacker water. Knowledge of the sea's surface was as valuable as gunpowder. The color of the water could indicate depth. A change from deep indigo to a lighter turquoise warned of shoals or reefs. The pirates, often operating in ships with a shallow draft, could venture into waters where the heavy merchantmen dared not go, using the seabed itself as a tool for trapping or hurting their prey. In the quiet of the pre-dawn hours, the world was reduced to the sound of the wind in the rigging and the rush of water against the hull. The ship was a dark shape moving through a darker void. Lanterns were doused or shielded to prevent giving away their position. This stealth was a crucial component of the selection phase. To see without being seen was the ultimate objective. The darkness hid the pirate vessel's numbers, its armament, and its intent. It allowed them to close the distance that had been maintained during the daylight hours. The choice of a target was rarely impulsive. It was the result of a cumulative gathering of data, the rumors heard in port taverns, the news from captured fishing boats, the careful study of charts, and the relentless scanning of the horizon. It was a systematic filtering of the ocean's traffic, discarding the too fast, the too strong, and the too empty, until only the ideal vessel remained. This vessel, heavy, slow, and isolated, would continue its voyage unaware that it had been selected, measured, and that the geometry of its course was being intersected by another, more deliberate line drawn across the surface of the sea. In these early stages, there was no shouting, no grappling hooks, no boarding axes. There was only the creak of timber, the rustle of canvas, and the silent, mathematical calculation of the intercept. The ocean was a vast, indifferent wilderness, and the drama of the capture began not with a bang, but with the quiet, persistent patience of a hunter waiting for the wind to bring the prey within reach. In the maritime world of the early 1700s, once a potential target had been identified on the horizon, the dynamic of the vessel shifted from passive observation to active, calculated pursuit. This phase, often lasting many hours or even spanning multiple days, was governed by the strict laws of aerodynamics and hydrodynamics. The initial sighting was merely the beginning of a complex geometrical problem involving wind speed, current direction, and the relative velocities of two distinct vessels moving across a fluid surface. The transition was subtle. There was no immediate surge of activity that might alert the distant quarry, but rather a slow tightening of discipline and a reordering of the ship's internal routine. The primary objective during this stage was to secure the weather gauge. This nautical term referred to the position of being upwind relative to the other vessel. Possessing the weather gauge was the single most determining factor in the era of sail. A ship situated upwind held the initiative. It could choose when to close the distance, when to engage, or, if circumstances proved unfavorable, when to break off the pursuit. The wind blew from the pursuer to the pursued, carrying the pirate vessel down toward its target with the full force of the breeze filling its sails. Conversely, the target, if it attempted to turn and fight or flee upwind, would be forced to tack against the wind, a slow and laborious process that exposed the vessel to stress and reduced its speed. Achieving this advantageous position required a deep understanding of the local atmospheric conditions. The master and the sailing master would consult the sky, looking for the telltale signs of shifting wind patterns, the streaking of clouds, the color of the water, the behavior of seabirds. If the pirate vessel was currently downwind, known as the lee gauge, it began a series of tacking maneuvers, zigzagging back and forth across the wind to slowly work its way upwind of the merchant ship. This was done with great care to avoid raising suspicion. A merchant ship seeing another vessel struggling to make headway against the wind might dismiss it as a harmless coaster or a fellow trader on a difficult course, unaware that the vessel was methodically climbing the wind to gain the tactical upper hand. As the distance slowly closed, the art of deception became the prominent operational doctrine. The pirate vessel, often heavily manned and armed, had to mask its true nature. The silhouette of a ship was its primary identifier, and successful crews were masters of altering this profile. They would employ carpenters to construct temporary cosmetic changes to the ship's structure. Canvas screens might be rigged along the rails to hide the distinct waist of the ship, making it appear more like a flush-decked merchantman. If the pirate ship was a sloop with a single mast, they might rig a temporary mizzen mast to make it appear as a ketch or a snow, confusing the target's identification of the vessel based on previous intelligence reports. The most significant visual indicator of a pirate vessel was the size of its crew. A legitimate merchant vessel of 300 tons might be operated by a crew of perhaps 15 to 20 men, just enough to handle the sails and the cargo. A pirate vessel of the same size might carry a complement of 80 to 100 men. This disparity was a clear signal of hostile intent. To conceal this, the order was given to house the men. The majority of the crew would be sent below decks, into the sweltering heat of the hold, leaving only a skeleton crew visible on the upper deck. These few men would deliberately move with the lethargy and casual demeanor of merchant sailors, slouching at the rail or leaning against the capstan, while beneath the planking dozens of armed men sat in silence, waiting for the command to emerge. The management of speed during the chase involved intricate adjustments to the ship's trim. A vessel's speed was not solely determined by the amount of canvas it carried, but by how it sat in the water. If a ship was down by the head, meaning the bow sat lower than the stern, it might sail better into the wind. If it was down by the stern, it might run faster with the wind. The crew would be ordered to shift heavy weights, casks of water, coils of anchor cable, and iron shot, forward or aft to adjust the vessel's center of gravity. This process, known as trimming the ship, could squeeze an extra half knot of speed out of the hull, a marginal gain that often determined the outcome of a day-long chase. To further increase speed, especially in light airs, the crew would wet the sails. Buckets of seawater were hauled up the rigging and splashed onto the canvas. The water caused the hemp fibers to swell and the weave of the cloth to tighten, making the sail less porous. This allowed the canvas to trap more of the wind's force rather than letting it filter through the weave. This practice was labor-intensive and increased the weight of the rigging, risking damage to the spars. But in the slow-motion race of the chase, it was a standard procedure. The heavy, dark patches on the sails were a sign of a ship pressing its limits, though at a distance, this detail often went unnoticed by the prey. Below decks, the environment transitioned from the boredom of the crews to the organized clutter of preparation. The gun deck, if the ship possessed one, or the open deck of a sloop, had to be cleared for action. This meant removing all temporary structures. On many ships, the crew slept in hammocks slung between the guns or in rough wooden partitions built to create living spaces. These partitions, or bulkheads, were knocked down or removed. The wooden planks were stowed in the hold or thrown overboard if time was short. The goal was to create a clear, unobstructed platform where men could move rapidly and where the recoil of the cannon would not be hindered. The preparation of the artillery was a slow, ritualistic process. The gunner and his mates would unlock the magazine, a reinforced room deep in the ship's hull where the gunpowder was stored. Strict safety protocols were enforced immediately. All open flames, such as candles or lanterns, were extinguished or placed in sealed glass lanthorns, kept in a separate tub of water. The men working in the magazine wore slippers made of wool or felt, or they worked barefoot, to prevent the iron nails of their boots from striking a spark against a stray grain of powder. The powder was brought up in cartridges, cylindrical bags of flannel or paper, carried in leather cases to protect them from sparks and moisture. On deck, the guns were cast loose from their travel lashings. A cannon at sea was a dangerous beast. Weighing several thousand pounds, it had to be secured tightly with heavy ropes to the ship's side to prevent it from rolling loose with the motion of the waves. The crew would untie the tackle, check the breeching ropes that arrested the gun's recoil, and inspect the trucks, the wooden wheels, for rot or cracks. The tools of the gunner were laid out in precise order. The sponge, sheepskin tacked to a wooden staff, used to extinguish any burning embers in the barrel. The worm, a double corkscrew of iron used to extract the old wad, and the rammer, used to seat the new charge. While the physical preparations continued, the psychological game played out across the water. The pirate captain often utilized the false flag tactic with nuanced complexity. It was not simply a matter of raising a different piece of cloth. It was about acting the part. If the target was suspected to be British, the pirates might hoist a French ensign. This would compel the British merchantmen to prepare for a defense against a national enemy, perhaps causing them to alter course or slow down to clear their own guns. Alternatively, the pirates might fly the flag of a neutral nation, or even the same nationality as the target, signaling a desire to speak or trade news. This exploited the maritime tradition of gamming, where ships meeting in the open ocean would pause to exchange information, mail, and navigational data. By exploiting this social norm, The pirates could bring their vessel within pistol shot before revealing their true nature. The silence on the pirate ship grew deeper as the range decreased. Sound travels remarkably well over water, and the clatter of weapons or the shouting of orders could drift across the waves to the merchant ship, betraying the trap. Commands were relayed in whispers or through hand signals. The helmsman watched the luff of the sail and the hand of the sailing master, making minute corrections to the wheel to keep the ship on the optimal intercept line. This line was not a direct path to where the ship was, but to where it would be. The navigator constantly updated this mental calculation, adjusting for the leeway, the sideways drift of the ship caused by the wind pushing against the hull. In some instances, if the wind was extremely light or dead calm, the chase abandoned sails entirely and relied on muscle. This was known as sweeping. The ship was equipped with long, heavy oars called sweeps, which were run out through ports in the bulwarks. 2 or 3 men would man each sweep, walking the deck to leverage the heavy blades through the water. It was exhausting, back-breaking labor under the tropical sun, but it gave the pirate vessel a crucial advantage: independent propulsion. A merchant ship, heavy with cargo and lacking the large crew required to man sweeps effectively, would sit helpless in the calm while the predator slowly, rhythmically rowed toward it. The sound of the sweeps dipping and splashing, the rhythmic thud of the oars against the thole pins, was the only noise in the stillness. As the vessels drew within a few miles of each other, the pirate officers scrutinized the target for any reaction. Was the merchant ship making sail, shaking out reefs and setting studding sails to increase speed? This indicated they were spooked and attempting to run. Or were they shortening sail, reducing canvas to slow down? This might indicate a willingness to parley, or it could be a ruse to lure the attacker into the range of their own guns. The interpretation of these signs determined the readiness of the boarding party. The boarding party was selected from the most experienced men. They did not yet assemble on deck, but they began their personal preparations in the shadows of the bulwarks or below. They checked the priming of their pistols, ensuring the powder in the pan was dry and fine. They sharpened the edges of cutlasses and boarding axes with whetstones. The axe was a tool of utility as much as a weapon. Its primary purpose during the initial phase of a boarding was to cut the rigging and anti-boarding netting of the enemy ship, not necessarily to fight men. Grappling hooks, multi-pronged iron anchors attached to lengths of chain and rope, were brought to the rail and coiled carefully to ensure they would fly true when thrown. The distinction between a pirate vessel and a privateer, a state-sanctioned raider, was often blurred during the approach. Privateers operated under a letter of marque, a government license to attack enemy shipping during wartime. Pirates often carried old or forged letters of marque to present a veneer of legality if stopped by a warship, or to confuse a merchant captain. They might hail the merchant ship, claiming to be a privateer inspecting cargo for contraband. This legalistic theater was a stalling tactic, designed to freeze the merchant captain in a moment of indecision. In that moment of hesitation, the distance would be closed, and the wind advantage cemented. The medical preparations, though grim, were also part of the routine. The ship's surgeon, or the man designated as such, often a carpenter or a cook with a steady hand, would clear the wardroom or a specific area of the cockpit. The table would be wiped down. A tub of vinegar or rum was prepared for cleaning instruments. Old canvas was torn into strips for bandages. This was done quietly, away from the eyes of the younger crew members. The reality of the coming conflict was acknowledged but not dwelled upon. It was simply another logistical requirement, like the checking of the ropes or the trimming of the sails. By late afternoon, if the chase had begun in the morning, the geometry of the intercept would be nearing its conclusion. The sun's position became a tactical tool. The pirates would attempt to approach from the direction of the setting sun, blinding the lookouts on the merchant ship with the glare. Hidden within the dazzle of the light on the water, the pirate ship's hull became a silhouette, its details obscured, its distance hard to judge. The merchant captain, squinting into the west, would struggle to count the gun ports or gauge the size of the approaching vessel. As the gap narrowed to less than a mile, the tension on the pirate ship transformed into a focused stillness. The jokes and games of the waiting days were gone. Every man knew his station. The topmen were ready to race aloft to trim the sails for sudden maneuvers. The gun crews stood by their pieces, the slow matches, lengths of cord boiled in lye and saltpeter, smoldering in their tubs, ready to ignite the powder. The quartermaster moved among the men, ensuring discipline, checking that no one was drunk and that the silence was absolute. The two ships were now locked in a slow-motion dance, a convergence of wood and canvas driven by the indifferent wind. The merchant ship, still hoping to avoid conflict, might fire a warning shot, a single gun discharged to signal keep away. The pirate ship would often ignore this, or respond by dipping its flag, a mock salute intended to confuse. They were not yet close enough for the final act, but the long phase of the hunt was ending. The ocean, which had been a vast map of possibilities, had narrowed down to the strip of water separating the two hulls. The systems of the ship, navigation, propulsion, deception, and logistics, had all functioned to bring them to this specific point in time and space, where the choice of the target would finally be tested against the reality of its resistance. In the early decades of the 18th century, as the gap between the two vessels shrank from a mile to a few hundred yards, the nature of the engagement underwent a fundamental transition. The long, silent pursuit, governed by the geometry of wind and horizon, dissolved into a phase of intimate, high-stakes communication. This was not a conversation held in parlors, but a dialogue of symbols and signals broadcast across the heaving gap of the ocean. The objective of the pirate crew at this specific juncture was rarely to destroy the prize. Sinking a ship meant losing the cargo and the vessel itself, both of which represented the entire economic motivation of the enterprise. Instead, the goal was to engineer a psychological state of capitulation within the merchant crew before a single timber was splintered by round shot. The atmosphere on the pirate deck, previously hushed, now shifted into a calculated display of controlled menace. The order was given to up helm, allowing the pirate vessel to sheer closer to the merchantman, bringing the two hulls onto parallel or converging courses. It was at this moment, often within the range of a musket shot, that the visual deception of the previous hours was discarded. The housed crew, those dozens of men who had been sweltering in the darkness of the hold to hide their numbers, were ordered topside. They poured up through the hatchways, flooding the deck. This sudden, overwhelming appearance of manpower was a weapon in itself. To a merchant captain, seeing a deck transform from an empty space to a crowded mass of 50 or 80 armed men created an immediate calculation of impossibility. Resistance against such numerical superiority was mathematically futile. Simultaneously, the false colors, the friendly British, French, or Dutch ensigns that had been flying from the peak were hauled down. In their place, the true signal of the ship's intent was raised. This was the era of the black flag, though the designs were far less standardized than later mythology would suggest. The flag, often sewn from heavy wool bunting by the sailmakers on board, was kept rolled in a tight bundle, secured by a slip knot or a toggle. It was hoisted rapidly to the gaff or the main truck. When it reached the top, a sharp tug on the halyard broke the stop, unfurling the cloth in an instant. This sudden snapping of the black flag against the sky was a visceral declaration. The imagery upon it, skulls, hourglasses, swords, or skeletons, served as a distinct maritime code. It signaled that quarter would be given if the target surrendered immediately. In some darker instances, a red flag known as the bloody flag was hoisted, signaling that no quarter would be given and no prisoners taken. This binary system of vexillology, black for surrender, red for slaughter, was universally understood by mariners of all nations. The auditory landscape also changed. The silence of the stalk was replaced by a barrage of noise, but this too was orchestrated. The pirate crew would clash their weapons, cutlasses against the rail, axes against the gunwales, and shout in unison. This vaporizing, as it was sometimes called, was designed to terrify the merchant crew, who were often civilians, poorly paid, and with little loyalty to the cargo owners. The sound of 100 men chanting or screaming over the wash of the waves was intended to break the cohesion of the defense. Amidst this cacophony, the quartermaster or the captain would take up the speaking trumpet. This instrument, a long, conical tube made of tin or brass, was the primary means of voice projection at sea. It amplified the human voice, directing it in a concentrated beam across the water. The master would stand on the quarterdeck or cling to the shrouds, aiming the trumpet at the merchant captain. The standard hail was a ritualistic interrogation. "Whence came you, and where are you bound?" were the opening lines. The answers provided by the merchant captain were often irrelevant. The true message was the demand that followed: "Strike your colors," or "Heave to," or "We sink you." If the merchant ship hesitated, or if they continued to carry sail in a desperate attempt to outrun the inevitable, the escalation of force was precise and gradual. The pirate gunners, standing ready with their linstocks, would be ordered to fire a warning shot. This was typically a single gun, often a bow chaser, loaded with round shot. The aim was deliberate. The ball was intended to whistle over the rigging of the merchant ship, or to splash violently into the water just ahead of its bow. The sonic crack of the cannon, followed by the whistle of the passing iron, served as a tangible proof of capability. It demonstrated that the pirates were within effective range and that their guns were serviceable. The reaction on the deck of the merchant vessel during these frantic minutes was one of confusion and rapid decision-making. The captain of the merchantman bore a heavy responsibility. He was accountable to the ship's owners and the insurers. In the maritime law of the period, if a ship was captured by pirates, the loss was often covered by insurance, provided the captain had not been negligent. However, if he fought and lost, he risked the lives of his crew and the destruction of the ship, which might void his policies or result in his own death. Consequently, the calculation was cold and economic. Was the cargo worth dying for? For most sailors earning a meager wage, the answer was a definitive no. However, if the merchant captain decided to flee, the focus turned to lightening the ship. In a bid to gain speed, the merchant crew would begin jettisoning anything of weight that was not essential to sailing. Heavy anchors might be cut loose. Deck guns, if they had them, were heaved overboard. Then came the cargo. Barrels of water, bales of cotton, or crates of manufactured goods were rolled to the rail and pushed into the sea. This created a trail of flotsam in the ship's wake, a debris field that the pursuing pirate vessel had to navigate through. More importantly, it raised the merchant ship's hull in the water, reducing drag and potentially allowing it to gain a fraction of a knot in speed. Another critical activity on the merchant deck involved the protection of information. Every ship carried a bag of mail and a box of papers, bills of lading, letters of credit, and instructions from the owners. These documents were dangerous in the hands of pirates, as they revealed the value of the cargo and the routes of other company ships. It was standard procedure for the captain to weight these bags with lead or iron shot. At the moment of imminent capture, these weighted bags were thrown out of the cabin window or over the stern rail, sinking immediately to the ocean floor to prevent intelligence from falling into enemy hands. On the pirate vessel, the gunners watched the merchant ship's hull with practiced eyes. If the warning shot was ignored, the next command was to fire at the rigging. The objective remained to disable, not sink. Chain shot or bar shot, two cannonballs connected by a chain or a solid iron bar, were loaded. When fired, these projectiles tumbled through the air, creating a wide, scything path of destruction. They were designed to shred sails, sever cordage, and shatter spars. A well-placed chain shot could cut a mast in two, bringing the entire propulsion system of the merchant ship crashing down onto the deck in a tangle of heavy wood and canvas. A ship without masts was a dead ship, drifting helplessly in the trough of the waves. The use of small arms also intensified. Pirate marksmen, often former hunters or militiamen, would climb into the fighting tops, the platforms located at the junction of the lower mast and the topmast. From this elevated vantage point, they looked down upon the deck of the merchant ship. Their targets were specific, the helmsman steering the wheel and the officers shouting orders. By using muskets to suppress the command and control of the enemy vessel, they made organized resistance impossible. The psychological impact of bullets striking the deck or whizzing past the ear of the man at the wheel was profound. It forced the merchant crew to take cover, leaving the sails untrimmed and the ship unmanaged. Eventually, the pressure would become unsustainable. The merchant captain, seeing the pirate ship looming alongside, its rail lined with armed men and its guns run out, would accept the inevitability of the situation. He would give the order to strike. A crewman would run to the stern and haul down the ensign, the national flag that symbolized the ship's allegiance. This act of striking the colors was the formal sign of surrender. It was a legally recognized gesture in the rules of war and the customs of the sea. Once the flag touched the deck, the ship was technically a prize. Following the strike, the merchant ship had to be brought to a halt. This maneuver, known as heaving to, was a complex coordination of opposing forces. The merchant crew would brace the yards of the mainmast around, turning the mainsail so that the wind hit it from the front or the aback side. This acted as a massive air brake, pushing the ship backward. Simultaneously, the four sails were kept full, pushing the ship forward. These counteracting forces neutralized the vessel's momentum, bringing it to a near standstill relative to the water, drifting slowly to leeward. The pirate vessel would execute a similar maneuver, bringing its own way off, positioning itself just to windward of the prize. The water between the two stopped ships, which had been a blur of motion during the chase, now settled into a rhythmic swell. The relative silence returned, though it was now a tense, heavy silence. The two hulls rose and fell in the ocean swell, often only a few dozen yards apart. The pirate captain would again use the speaking trumpet, issuing specific instructions. Send your boat aboard, or stand by to receive boarders. The merchant crew, now gathered in the waist of their ship, would stand with heads bowed or looking nervously across the gap, waiting for the transfer of authority to begin. This phase of the operation, the standoff, was critical for the pirates. They had to ensure the surrender was genuine and not a ruse to lure them into a point-blank broadside. The pirate gunners kept their linstocks hovering over the touch holes of the cannon, training their guns on the waterline of the merchant ship. They watched for any sudden movement, any opening of gun ports, or any shift in the merchant ship's rudder. The trust was non-existent. The pirates remained at battle stations, the boarding party checking their pistols and cutlasses one last time, waiting for the longboats to be lowered. The physical environment of the ship during these moments of surrender was stark. The smell of burning slow match, a pungent, sulfurous odor, hung thick in the air, mixing with the salt spray. The decks of the pirate ship were sanded to prevent slipping in case of blood, giving the planks a gritty texture. Buckets of water were placed at intervals to fight fires. The entire machine of the ship was wound tight, held in check only by the sight of the merchant flag lying crumpled on the deck of the opposing vessel. The transition from hunter to captor was nearly complete. The ocean, which had provided the stage for the chase, now became the barrier that had to be crossed to claim the prize. The wind, which had driven them together, still whistled through the rigging, but its work was largely done. The process now shifted from the macro-mechanics of sailing to the micro-logistics of occupation and transfer. The floating worlds of the two ships, previously separate entities with their own hierarchies and destinations, were about to merge into a single, chaotic reality. Sometime during the early 18th century, in the immediate aftermath of the merchant vessel heaving to, the focus of the operation shifted from the macro maneuvers of the ships to the micro-logistics of the transfer. The stretch of water separating the two hulls, often no more than a pistol shot in width, became the primary obstacle. This gap was not a static surface. Even in calm weather, the ocean breathed with a long, slow swell. The ships, now deprived of the stabilizing force of the wind in their sails, rolled sluggishly in the trough of the waves. This discordant motion, with each vessel rolling to its own rhythm based on its hull shape and weight distribution, made the physical connection between them a hazardous engineering challenge. The launch of the ship's boats was the first procedural step in bridging this divide. On the deck of the pirate vessel, the activity centered around the waist, where the heavy longboat or the lighter yawl was stowed. These boats were nested on chocks, lashed down securely to prevent movement during the voyage. The crew now worked to strip away the canvas covers and cast off the gripes, the heavy lashings that held the boat to the deck ringbolts. The boatswain oversaw the rigging of the yard tackle. Blocks and pulleys were attached to the main yard and the foreyard, creating a crane-like system to hoist the heavy wooden boat clear of the rail. The sound of the operation was defined by the friction of hemp against wood. The tackle creaked under the load as the boat was lifted from its cradle, suspended for a moment in the air above the deck, and then swung outboard over the water. The descent had to be timed perfectly with the roll of the ship. If the boat was lowered while the ship rolled toward it, it risked being smashed against the tumble-home, the inward curve of the ship's upper hull. The men manning the falls, the ropes controlling the descent, lowered the boat rapidly as the ship rolled away, allowing it to splash into the water during the momentary widening of the gap. Once the boat was waterborne, the boarding party descended. This was not a chaotic rush, but a regulated filing of men. They moved down the ship's side using the man ropes, or a Jacob's ladder, a flexible ladder made of rope with wooden rungs. The boarding party was typically composed of 20 to 30 men, depending on the size of the prize. They were heavily armed, but their weapons were secured to their bodies to leave their hands free for climbing. Cutlasses were sheathed in leather scabbards or thrust through sashes. Pistols were hooked onto belts or hung around necks on lanyards. The dress of these men was functional, a mixture of tarred canvas trousers, heavy woolen jackets, and linen shirts, often stained with the grime of the voyage. The transit across the gap was a brief but tense voyage. The oarsmen, usually 4 or 6 to a boat, pulled with short, sharp strokes to navigate the chop. The officer in charge, often the quartermaster or a lieutenant, sat in the stern sheets, steering with a tiller or a sweep. From the waterline, the two ships appeared as towering wooden cliffs. The merchant ship, riding high with its yards backed, loomed over the small boat. The pirate vessel, often lower and sleeker, sat menacingly to windward. The water between them was dark and shadowed, churned by the drift of the heavy hulls. Approaching the merchant ship required specific seamanship. The boat could not simply come alongside anywhere. The officer aimed for the chains, the projecting platforms on the side of the ship where the shrouds, the rigging supporting the masts, were attached. These platforms, along with the heavy iron chain plates bolted to the hull, provided a natural ladder for ascent. Alternatively, if the merchant crew was compliant, they might have lowered an accommodation ladder or thrown over a rope ladder at the entry port. The boat was brought alongside on the lee side, the sides sheltered from the wind, to make boarding easier and to protect the boat from being dashed against the hull by the wind-driven waves. The ascent was the most vulnerable moment for the boarding party. A man climbing a rope is defenseless, unable to use a weapon and reliant on his grip. However, the psychological dominance established in the previous phases usually ensured that no resistance was offered at the gunwales. The first pirate to crest the rail and step onto the merchant deck was a significant threshold. He did not charge, he established a perimeter. He would move quickly to a defensible position, usually near the mainmast or the quarterdeck stairs, pistol drawn, scanning the gathered merchant crew for any sign of hidden weapons or defiance. As the rest of the party spilled over the rail, the deck of the merchant ship became a scene of enforced order. The pirate crew moved with the familiarity of men who had performed this routine dozens of times. They did not need to shout. One group moved immediately to the forecastle to secure the forward hatchways, preventing any merchant sailors below from coming up with arms. Another group moved aft to the poop deck to secure the helm and the binnacle. The physical occupation of the ship was systematic, a rapid expansion of control from the entry point to the extremities of the vessel. The merchant crew, having already struck their colors, were typically gathered in the waist of the ship, the low, open area of the deck between the fore and main masts. They stood in clusters, watching the boarders with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. There was often a stark contrast in appearance. The merchant sailors, subject to the strict discipline and low wages of the trading companies, often appeared gaunt and ragged. The pirates, though rough in appearance, often displayed the trappings of their previous successes: silver buckles, silk scarves, or fine waistcoats worn over rough sea clothes. This visual disparity served to reinforce the power dynamic. The predators were prosperous, the prey were not. The quartermaster, upon boarding, assumed immediate authority. In the pirate hierarchy, the quartermaster was the representative of the crew's interests and, by extension, the trustee of the prize. He did not go to the captain's cabin immediately. His first duty was to the main deck. He walked among the merchant sailors, asking for the boatswain or the mate. The interaction was businesslike. He demanded the keys to the hold and the lazarette, the storeroom for food and supplies. The surrender of the keys was the administrative equivalent of striking the flag. It was the transfer of ownership of the cargo. Simultaneously, a specialized team of boarders, often including the ship's carpenter and gunner, began a technical inspection of the prize. The carpenter sounded the pumps to check if the vessel was taking on water. He inspected the masts and spars for damage sustained during the chase. The value of the prize depended on its seaworthiness. If the ship was too damaged to sail, the cargo would have to be transshipped, a laborious process, or the ship would be burned. The gunner checked the merchant ship's magazine, ensuring that the powder was secure and that no train, a fuse set to blow up the ship, had been laid by a desperate captain. The atmosphere on the deck was heavy with the smell of unwashed bodies, tar, and the lingering sulfur of the warning shots. The only sounds were the thud of heavy boots on the planking, the creak of the rigging, and the low commands of the pirate officers. The merchant sailors were often ordered to sit or to move to the port side of the vessel, separating them from the starboard side, where the boarding party established their operations. This segregation was crucial for crowd control. It turned the merchant crew into a manageable unit, easily watched by a few guards with muskets. While the deck was being secured, the pirate captain or his lieutenant would make their way to the merchant captain's cabin. This space, located at the stern of the ship, was the nerve center of the vessel. Entering this cabin was an intrusion into the private domain of the merchant commander. The pirate officer would enter, often without knocking, but without unnecessary violence. The merchant captain would usually be found waiting, standing by his desk or seated, surrounded by the instruments of his profession, charts, logbooks, and quadrants. The demand here was for information. The pirate officer required the ship's manifest, the detailed list of all cargo on board. This document was the inventory of the theft. It told the pirates exactly what was in the hold: how many barrels of sugar, how many bales of silk, how many chests of indigo. It prevented the merchant crew from hiding valuable items or lying about the contents of the lower decks. The manifest was seized immediately. Along with it, the ship's articles, the crew list, were taken. This allowed the pirates to know exactly how many men were on board and their specialized skills: coopers, carpenters, surgeons, or musicians, who might be forcibly recruited or pressed into pirate service. The search of the cabin was thorough. The pirates looked for the ship's papers, which proved the vessel's nationality and ownership. They also looked for the secret instructions from the owners, which might reveal the location of other ships or hidden specie gold and silver coin stored on board for trade. Panels in the bulkheads were tapped for hollow sounds. The captain's sea chest was opened and rifled through. Personal items were often ignored in this initial sweep, unless they were obviously valuable, such as silver plate or navigational instruments. The focus was on the institutional wealth of the ship. Back on deck, the logistical connection between the two ships was strengthened. If the sea stayed allowed, the pirate vessel might drift closer, and grappling hooks would be thrown to lash the two ships together, gunwale to gunwale. This created a solid bridge, allowing men to step directly from one deck to the other without the need for boats. Fenders, large bundles of old rope or cork, were lowered between the hulls to prevent the wood from grinding together and splintering. The sound of the hulls bumping and rubbing against these fenders was a low, groaning bass note that underpinned the activity on deck. The pirates also began to secure the personal weaponry of the merchant crew. A search was conducted of the forecastle and the crew's sea chests. Knives, marlinspikes, and any personal pistols were confiscated and thrown into a pile near the mainmast. This disarmament was absolute. A merchant sailor without a knife was functionally useless for his work, but safety was the priority. The tools would be returned only if the sailors were forced to work the ship under pirate supervision. As the initial hour of occupation passed, the tension began to settle into a routine of processing. The pirate crew, now fully in control of the physical space, began to relax slightly, though vigilance remained high. The prize crew, the men designated to sail the captured vessel, were identified and began to take their stations. The merchant helmsman was relieved from the wheel and replaced by a pirate quartermaster. The lookouts in the tops were replaced by pirate sentries. The entire nervous system of the ship, steering, navigation, and observation, was surgically removed and replaced by the pirate organization. The lighting conditions often played a role in the atmosphere of this phase. If the capture took place in the late afternoon, the onset of twilight added a layer of urgency. Lanterns were brought up from below and lit, casting long, swaying shadows across the deck. The yellow glow of the oil lamps illuminated the faces of the men, highlighting the stark reality of the situation. The transition from day to night required the setting of the watch. The pirates had to ensure that they maintained control through the darkness, when a counterattack or a desperate act of sabotage was most likely. The silence of the ocean surrounding the two ships remained vast and indifferent. The localized sphere of human activity, the shouts, the footsteps, the clinking of iron, was a tiny speck in the immense quiet of the Atlantic or the Caribbean. The wind continued to blow and the currents continued to flow, carrying both ships, now locked together in a forced embrace, slowly drifting across the chart. The capture was no longer a chase. It was a done fact. The ship was a container that had been pried open, and the next phase of the operation, the extraction of value, was poised to begin. The machinery of the pirate logistics, a system built on the redistribution of property, was now fully engaged with the structure of the prize. Sometime during the first decades of the 18th century, following the physical securing of the vessel, the focus of the pirate operation turned inward to the human inventory of the prize. While the cargo in the hold represented potential wealth, the men standing on the deck represented immediate utility. The pirate ship, a floating community constantly eroding through disease, desertion, and casualty, required a steady influx of specialized labor to function. The capture of a merchant vessel was therefore not merely a raid for goods, but a recruitment drive conducted at the point of a cutlass. This process was bureaucratic, methodical, and governed by a distinct set of social codes that operated outside the laws of the nations they defied. The organization of the prisoners began with a strict segregation based on rank. The officers of the merchant ship, the mates, the boatswain, and the supercargo, were separated from the common seamen. This division was practical as well as ideological. The pirate crews, often composed of men who had rebelled against the harsh discipline of naval and merchant hierarchies, viewed the common sailors as potential brethren, or at least as fellow sufferers of the maritime condition. The officers, conversely, were viewed with suspicion, representing the authority of the shipowners and the enforcement of the lash. By separating the two groups, the pirates broke the chain of command that held the merchant crew together, isolating the leadership and leaving the workforce open to influence. The quartermaster, having secured the keys to the hold, now assumed the role of a personnel manager. He would walk the line of the assembled merchant crew, holding the captured ship's articles, the contract the sailors had signed at the start of their voyage. This document provided him with the name, rank, and wage of every man on board. He used it as a checklist. He was not looking for general deckhands, of which the pirate crew usually had plenty, but for artificers. These were the skilled tradesmen, whose knowledge was essential for keeping a wooden ship afloat in the tropics. The first among these targets was the cooper. In the 18th century, the cooper was the keeper of the ship's life. Everything on board, water, salted beef, beer, flour, and gunpowder, was stored in barrels. These casks were not static containers. They shrank in the heat, swelled in the damp, and rotted in the bilge. A ship with a competent cooper could keep its water fresh and its powder dry for months. A ship without one risked losing its provisions to spoilage or leakage, a death sentence on the open ocean. The pirate quartermaster would call for the cooper by name. The man would be brought forward, and his tools, his adze, drivers, and flagging irons would be inspected. If the tools were well maintained, the man was valuable. He would often be forced, a term that implied involuntary recruitment, though in practice, many skilled men found the pirate life, with its shares of plunder, preferable to the low fixed wages of merchant service. The ship's carpenter was the next priority. The carpenter was the engineer of the hull. He understood the complex architecture of the frames, the knees, and the planking. He knew how to fish a sprung mast, repairing a crack with wooden splints and rope woolding, and how to patch a shot hole below the waterline. The pirates, constantly stressing their ships with heavy loads and aggressive sailing, had a desperate need for woodworking expertise. The carpenter's chest, a heavy wooden box filled with saws, augers, planes, and caulking irons, was considered a prize of war equal to a chest of silver. The man himself was often given no choice. He was simply told he was now the carpenter of the pirate vessel, and his chest was carried across to the other ship. Perhaps the most critical and rarest of all professionals was the surgeon. Medical care at sea was primitive, but a man who knew how to set a bone, amputate a shattered limb, or mix a mercury salve for venereal disease was worth his weight in gold. Most pirate ships had no qualified doctor. They relied on cooks or butchers to perform amputations. When a merchant ship was found to carry a surgeon, his capture was a cause for celebration. The surgeon would be ordered to pack his plaster box and his instruments, saws, lancets, and tourniquets. His medicines, often stored in glass jars and ceramic pots, were transferred with extreme care. The surgeon was often the only prisoner who was treated with a degree of deference, given a cabin, and exempted from the rougher duties of the ship, though his freedom was entirely forfeit. Music, too, was a commodity. The psychological toll of the pirate life, long periods of boredom punctuated by extreme violence, required release. Musicians, particularly fiddlers, trumpeters, or hautboy players, were eagerly sought. If a merchant sailor was listed as a musician or found with an instrument, he was immediately commandeered. These men were expected to play during the evening meals, during the heavy labor of heaving the anchor, and, perversely, during engagements to create a martial atmosphere. They were the keepers of morale, and like the carpenter and surgeon, they were considered ship's property rather than free agents. For the common sailors, the interaction was different. The pirates would often issue an invitation rather than a command. They would describe the articles of their own ship, the democratic constitution that governed their crew. They spoke of the right to vote on the destination, the equal share of provisions, and the insurance payments for lost limbs, a primitive form of workers' compensation. This pitch was designed to appeal to men who were underfed, overworked, and physically abused by merchant captains. The pirates would bring out a bowl of punch, a mixture of rum, sugar, water, and citrus, and offer it to the captives. Drinking with the captors was the first step toward joining them. Those who chose to join, the volunteers, were asked to sign the pirate articles. This ritual usually took place on the capstan or the binnacle head of the pirate ship. If the man could not write, he would make his mark, an X or a simple shape next to his name. By signing, he legally committed treason, a crime punishable by hanging if captured by naval authorities. To mitigate this risk, some men asked to be forced theatrically. They would stage a scene where the pirates threatened them with pistols or swords, and they would pretend to beg for mercy before reluctantly agreeing to join. This performance was witnessed by the merchant captain and the remaining loyal crew, providing the defector with a legal defense. Duress, should he ever stand trial in an admiralty court. The interrogation of the crew also served a judicial function, according to the twisted morality of the pirates. The crew was asked about the conduct of their captain. Was he a good man? Did he feed them well? Or was he a tyrant who withheld wages and flogged men for minor infractions? If the crew reported that the captain was abusive, the pirates often acted as executioners of a maritime vigilance. The captain might be subjected to the sweat, a punishment where he was made to run around the mizzenmast while the crew prodded him with sharp tools, or he might be flogged. This distribution of justice served a dual purpose. It punished a class enemy and cemented the loyalty of the newly recruited sailors, who saw their former oppressor humbled by their new masters. While the personnel were being processed, the physical transfer of personal property took place. The pirates respected the property of the common sailor to a degree. A sailor's sea chest, containing his few changes of clothes, his sewing kit, and perhaps a few carved trinkets, was usually left alone or only lightly searched for weapons. However, the property of the officers was fair game. The mates' cabins were stripped of clothing, wigs, and bedding. Good woolen coats, silk waistcoats, and silver shoe buckles were highly prized. The pirates, often wearing rags or mismatched garments, would immediately don the stolen finery, creating a motley, discordant visual aesthetic on the deck. A pirate might wear a velvet coat with tarred trousers, or a powdered wig with bare feet, a visual subversion of the social order they were attacking. The sorting process also involved a careful screening for potential spies or naval officers disguised as merchantmen. The hands of the prisoners were inspected. A working sailor had hands that were calloused, stained with tar and broadened by hauling on ropes. A man with soft hands or hands stained only with ink was suspicious. He might be a supercargo, the owner's financial agent, or a passenger of status. These individuals were set aside for ransom. They were valuable not for what they could do, but for who they were. They were confined to the cabin or the steerage, kept under guard, while the pirates calculated their potential worth in a negotiation with colonial governors or wealthy families. There was also a racial dimension to this sorting. Many merchant ships, particularly in the Atlantic trade, carried mixed crews. Free black sailors, mulattoes, and indigenous men worked alongside Europeans. For the pirates, race was often secondary to skill, but the legal status of these men was precarious. If the ship was a slaver, the dynamic was entirely different and far more brutal. But on a standard merchantman, a free black cook or topman might be recruited just like his white counterpart. However, the pirates were also pragmatic opportunists. In some cases, these men might be seized and sold as property in the next port, a grim reflection of the commodification of human life that permeated the era. The muster by the head was the final accounting. The quartermaster would tally the new recruits and the remaining prisoners. The pirate ship had a limited capacity for food and water. They could not take everyone. Those merchant sailors who refused to join and who were not essential specialists were left on the prize vessel or, if the prize was to be burned, put into the ship's boats and given a compass and a limited supply of water. The decision of what to do with the useless mouths was a cold logistical calculation. The pirates could not afford to feed prisoners who offered no labor or ransom potential. As the sorting concluded, the deck of the merchant ship resembled a marketplace of humanity. The recruits were moving their chests to the pirate vessel, crossing the gap between the ships with the nervous energy of men who had just irrevocably changed their destiny. The forced men, the carpenter and surgeon, were escorted under guard, their tools carried by others. The remaining loyalists were huddled in a corner, watching their shipmates depart. The social cohesion of the merchant crew was effectively dissolved. What had been a unified body of men working, a ship was now fragmented into pirates, prisoners, and castaways. This human resource extraction was as vital to the pirate ecosystem as the theft of gold or sugar. The pirate ship was a machine that consumed men. The high mortality rate from scurvy, tropical fevers, and combat meant that a crew had to be constantly replenished. The capture of a large merchant ship was the primary means of this replenishment. It was a harvest. The volunteers brought fresh energy and local knowledge of the waters. The specialists brought the technical skills to keep the ship sailing, and the officers provided the intelligence and the ransom. By the time the sun set, the demographic of the two ships had shifted. The pirate vessel was now crowded with new faces, men who were being integrated into the watch system, given a mess group, and told the rules of the ship. The merchant ship, stripped of its best hands and its leadership, felt empty and hollow. The noise of the recruitment, the speeches, the threats, the signing of articles faded, replaced by the sounds of the next phase of the operation, the heavy labor of moving the cargo. The human sorting was finished. The material stripping was about to begin. Sometime in the early decades of the 18th century, the operational focus of the pirate vessel shifted from the acquisition of personnel to the extraction of material wealth. This phase, known as breaking bulk, was a process of industrial labor performed on the unstable platform of the open ocean. Unlike a port stevedore who worked with the stability of a stone quay and the aid of dockside cranes, the pirate crew had to transfer tons of deadweight between two heaving wooden hulls connected only by temporary lashings and the tension of hemp ropes. The silence of the negotiation was replaced by the groan of timber under load and the rhythmic chanting of men hauling on tackle. The first step in this logistical transfer was the unsealing of the main hatch. On a large merchant vessel, the hatchway was a square opening in the center of the deck, covered by heavy wooden gratings and solid planks called hatch covers. These were further protected by layers of tarred canvas, tarpaulins, secured to the deck combing with iron battens and wooden wedges. The removal of these barriers was a symbolic and physical violation of the ship's integrity. The wedges were knocked out with mauls, the iron bars stripped away, and the heavy covers lifted aside. As the hold was opened, the atmosphere of the ship changed. The air trapped below, often for weeks or months in the tropical heat, vented onto the deck. It was a dense, humid exhalation carrying the distinct olfactory signature of the cargo. A sugar ship smelled of fermenting molasses and sweet rot. A tobacco ship carried the pungent, earthy scent of curring leaves. A vessel from the East Indies might release the sharp, spicy aroma of pepper, cloves, and camphor, mixed with the foul stench of the bilge water that sloshed in the bottom of the hull. This ship's breath was the first confirmation of the manifest's accuracy. The mechanics of the transfer required the rigging of specific hoisting gear. The ship's own yards, the horizontal spars that held the sails, were utilized as cranes. The pirate boatswain oversaw the setup of the yard tackle and the stay tackle. The yard tackle was attached to the tip of the main yard, which was braced over the side of the merchant ship, hanging directly above the gap between the vessels or over the pirate ship's deck. The stay tackle was rigged directly over the merchant ship's hatch. By coordinating these two systems, a heavy crate could be lifted vertically out of the hold by the stay tackle, then transferred in midair to the yard tackle, which would swing it horizontally across the gap to the pirate vessel. This operation, known as swaying, was a dangerous ballet of physics. A hogshead of sugar could weigh over 1,000 pounds. If the ships rolled apart while such a weight was suspended between them, the tension on the ropes could snap the spars or part the tackle, sending the cask plummeting into the sea or crashing through the deck. Therefore, the transfer was timed to the rhythm of the swell. The men on the halyards waited for the lull, the momentary pause at the top or bottom of a wave cycle, to heave the load across. The interior of the merchant hold was a dark, cavernous space, illuminated only by the square shaft of light from the hatchway and the dim glow of lanterns. The use of fire in the hold was a terrifying necessity. The air was often thick with combustible dust or flammable vapors from leaking spirits. The pirates used lanthorns made of horn or glass, enclosed in metal frames, to minimize the risk of a spark. In this gloom, the rummage began. The cargo was rarely stacked in convenient rows. It was packed tight, chock-a-block, to prevent shifting during the voyage. Barrels were keyed together with wooden quoins. Bales were compressed into every available geometric space. The pirates did not take everything. A sloop or brigantine had limited cargo capacity compared to a large merchant flyboat or frigate. The selection process was a filter of value versus density. Gold, silver, and jewelry were the obvious priority, but these were small and easily moved. The real labor involved the high-value trade goods. Bales of silk from China or Italy, rolls of dyed calico from India, and casks of indigo dye or cochineal, a red dye made from crushed beetles, were highly prized. These items packed immense economic value into relatively manageable volumes. They were hoisted out first, swinging in nets or slings, and lowered carefully into the pirate ship's hold or stored in the captain's cabin for later division. However, the pirates were also pragmatists living on the edge of survival. Often, the most valuable cargo was not luxury goods but provisions. A pirate crew of 100 men consumed vast quantities of food and water. The capture of a merchant ship was a grocery run. The search parties scoured the lazarette, the storeroom usually located in the stern, for barrels of salted beef and pork, sacks of ship's biscuit, hard tack, and firkins of butter or cheese. They tapped the barrels of beer and water, tasting them for freshness. If the pirate ship's water was foul, green with algae or crawling with worms, the merchant ship's water casks became the most precious booty on board. These heavy butts, holding over 100 gallons of water, required intricate parbuckling, using ropes looped around the barrel to roll it up an incline, to move them from the depths of the ship. The wet goods, alcohol, were treated with obsessive care. Rum, brandy, Madeira, and wine were the fuel of the pirate's social structure. The discovery of a shipment of spirits would often halt the work momentarily as the casks were broached and tested. This was a point of danger for the pirate officers. A drunk crew during a transshipment operation could lead to accidents or a loss of control. The quartermaster often supervised the movement of the spirit casks personally, ensuring they were struck down into the pirate hold immediately, rather than left on deck where they could be tapped by thirsty men. For the heavy bulk commodities like sugar, tobacco, or logwood used for dyes, the decision was calculated. If the pirate ship had room, and if they were near a port where they could fence the goods, they might take a portion. But often, the sheer labor of moving hundreds of heavy hogsheads was deemed inefficient. Instead, they might take only the highest quality samples. The tobacco hogsheads were sometimes broken open, the leaves inspected, and only the sweet-scented or premier grades taken, stuffed into canvas sacks for easier transport. The rest was left, or in acts of wanton destruction, spoiled by exposing it to seawater. The environment in the hold during this labor was stifling. The heat in the tropics, magnified by the lack of ventilation below decks, turned the hold into an oven. The men working the breakout, the stevedores of the moment, stripped to the waist, their bodies slick with sweat and grime. They worked in shifts, rotating up to the fresh air to avoid heat exhaustion. The air was thick with dust from moving sacks and the fibers of hemp rope. Rats, the eternal passengers of all wooden ships, scurried along the beams, disturbed by the intrusion of the light and the noise. One specific category of cargo required specialized handling: munitions. The pirate gunner would inspect the merchant ship's magazine. Barrels of high-quality gunpowder were always taken. Merchant powder was often inferior to naval grade, but it was better than nothing. The transfer of powder was done with extreme caution, usually under a red flag condition where all smoking and open flames on both decks were strictly extinguished. Lead shot, cannonballs, and small arms were also stripped. A pirate ship could never have enough ammunition. They would form human chains to pass the heavy iron shot from hand to hand, a bucket brigade of ordnance moving from one magazine to the other. Navigational instruments and medical supplies were also extracted with the care of jewels. A good quadrant, a brass telescope, or a set of updated charts were vital technologies that could not be easily manufactured or bought by outlaws. These were carried by hand, not hoisted, often by the officers themselves. The medicine chest of the merchant ship was brought up in its entirety. The jars of laudanum, mercury, and Peruvian bark for malaria were inventoried by the pirate surgeon or the captain. As the cargo was transferred, the trim of both vessels began to change. The merchant ship, lightened of its burden, began to rise in the water, exposing the boot topping. The waterline area often fouled with weed. The pirate ship, accepting the weight, began to settle deeper. This shift in buoyancy had to be managed carefully. A ship that was too light became crank, unstable and prone to capsizing in a squall. If the pirates took too much heavy cargo, they risked making their own vessel sluggish and slow, negating the speed that was their primary defense. The pirate carpenter and sailing master watched the draft marks on the hull, calculating the safe limits of the theft. Occasionally, the pirates would encounter hidden cargo. Smuggling was rampant in the 18th century, and merchant captains often carried illicit goods not listed on the manifest to avoid taxes. The pirates, knowing this, would sound the bulkheads and probe the ballast. They used iron rods to spear into the gravel or sand ballast in the bottom of the hold, searching for soft spots that might indicate buried chests of coin or plate. They ripped up floorboards in the cabin and tapped the masts to see if they were hollowed out. This rummaging was destructive. Paneling was smashed, and furniture was broken apart in the search for the captain's stash. The sound of the operation was a constant industrial drone. The squeal of dry sheaves in the blocks, the thud of heavy crates hitting the deck, the rolling thunder of barrels being maneuvered, and the shouted commands of heave and avast echoed across the water. The physical connection between the ships, the grappling lines and fenders, groaned and popped as the hulls rubbed together. Fenders made of old cable or bundles of cork were constantly adjusted to prevent the hard oak of the rails from splintering. In cases where the cargo was particularly valuable or voluminous, the pirates might decide to keep the merchant ship itself. This was known as consorting. Instead of transferring the goods, they would put a prize crew on board the merchant vessel and sail the two ships together to a friendly port or a secluded cove where the transfer could be done at leisure. However, this required splitting the pirate crew, weakening their fighting strength. It was a strategic gamble. More often, the transfer was done at sea, a race against the weather and the potential appearance of a naval hunter. The clothing and personal effects of the merchant crew were also part of the bulk. The pirates, often in desperate need of basic apparel, would distribute the slop chest, the ship's store of clothing for the sailors. Bundles of wool stockings, linen shirts, and canvas trousers were tossed onto the deck and divided. This was not merely looting, it was resupply. A pirate crew living at sea for months would be reduced to rags. A captured merchant ship was a floating haberdashery. As the hours passed and the holds were emptied of their choicest contents, the merchant ship began to look like a husk. The tidy order of a working vessel was replaced by the chaos of a ransacked warehouse. Hatch covers lay scattered, ropes trailed in the water, and the deck was littered with packing straw, broken barrel staves, and spilled commodities. Sugar crunching underfoot, the stain of spilled wine, the dusting of flour. The deck bore the residue of the transfer. The documentation of the theft was the final administrative step of this phase. The quartermaster, or the supercargo, if the pirates had one, would keep a rough tally of the goods transferred. This was not for the benefit of the victims, but for the pirate crew's own accounting. The shares system demanded that every man know the value of the take. A chalkboard or a ledger was used to mark down the number of bales and casks. This tally would later be the basis for the distribution of wealth, ensuring that the captain, the officers, and the common men received their agreed-upon percentages. By the time the transfer slowed, the sun might be setting, or the dawn approaching, depending on when the capture occurred. The physical exhaustion of the crew was absolute. Moving tons of cargo on a rolling deck used muscles that were already weary from the chase. The men moved slower, their hands raw from the ropes, their bodies covered in the grime of the hold. But the pirate ship now rode lower, heavy with the stolen calorie and currency of the empire. The transfer of matter was complete. The merchant ship had been hollowed out, its purpose as a carrier of goods negated, while the pirate vessel had been replenished, fueling its ability to continue the cycle of predation. The ships, still lashed together, bobbed in the ocean swell, one fat with plunder, the other floating high and empty, awaiting the final judgment of its captors. Sometime around the early 18th century, as the transfer of cargo and personnel concluded, the operation entered its final administrative phase, the disposition of the prize vessel. The merchant ship, now stripped of its valuable commodities, its provisions, and its skilled labor, sat high in the water, a hollowed-out wooden shell. The connection between the two vessels, maintained by grappling hooks and lashings for the duration of the transfer, became a liability rather than an asset. The two hulls, grinding against the fenders in the ocean swell, were subject to the stresses of friction and momentum. The decision regarding the fate of the empty ship was not an act of random destruction, but a calculated logistical choice governed by the strategic needs of the pirate crew and the condition of the captured vessel. The primary factor in this decision was the seaworthiness and speed of the prize. If the captured vessel was a fast sloop or a well-built brigantine, superior in design to the pirate's current ship, a shift of command might occur. The pirate crew would move their own guns and stores onto the prize, effectively upgrading their platform, and abandon their old vessel to the merchant captain or destroy it. However, if the prize was a slow, heavy merchant flyboat or a leaky vessel encrusted with barnacles, it possessed no tactical value. It was merely evidence of the crime, a floating liability that could alert naval patrols or slow down the pirate vessel if they attempted to tow it. In the majority of cases, the decision was to destroy the vessel. This served two purposes. It eliminated the physical evidence of the robbery, and it prevented the merchant owners from recovering their asset, thereby inflicting maximum economic damage on the trading companies. The method of destruction was chosen based on the time available and the desired visibility of the act. If the pirates were in a hurry, fearing the approach of a warship, or if they wished to avoid attracting attention from the horizon, scuttling was the preferred method. Scuttling was a methodical engineering task assigned to the carpenter and his mates. It involved breaching the watertight integrity of the hull from the inside. The carpenter would descend into the bilge, the deepest and darkest part of the ship, carrying augers, large, T-handled drilling tools. He would not simply bore random holes. He selected specific strakes of planking between the heavy ribs of the frame, usually near the keel where the water pressure was greatest. The auger would bite into the oak, shaving out curls of wet wood until the sea rushed in. A single hole of 2 inches in diameter could admit tons of water an hour, but for a rapid sinking, multiple holes were bored. Sometimes, to accelerate the process, the carpenter would cut the ceiling, the inner lining of the hull, and use a heavy maul to smash out the outer planking entirely. This required precise knowledge of the ship's structure to avoid weakening the keel to the point where the ship might break apart unpredictably while men were still below. Once the water began to rise above the floorboards of the hold, the carpenter would retreat, sealing the hatchways as he went to trap the air below, which would eventually blow out with explosive force as the ship succumbed to the pressure. However, if the pirates wished to send a signal, or if they simply did not care about visibility, fire was the tool of choice. Burning a ship at sea was a complex process because a ship, despite being made of wood, is difficult to ignite thoroughly due to the constant dampness of the marine environment. To ensure a clean burn that would consume the vessel to the waterline, the pirates prepared a combustible train. This involved piling flammable materials, tarred rope, old canvas, broken barrel staves, and oakum in the steerage or the main hold. The application of accelerants was liberal. Pitch, a sticky black resin used for waterproofing, was smeared over the bulkheads and the decks. Gunpowder was sometimes sprinkled in trails leading to the main pile, or a slow match was set to a barrel of powder to act as a delayed fuse. The airflow was critical. The pirates would open the gun ports and hatchways to create a chimney effect, drawing fresh oxygen into the fire to feed the flames. The fire was typically set in the stern, allowing the wind to blow the flames forward along the length of the ship, ensuring that the masts and rigging would catch. There was a third option, often exercised when the pirates had no desire to kill the remaining merchant crew, those who had not been recruited, or when they wished to burden a government with the care of refugees. This was the release. The merchant ship, though stripped of its cargo and navigational instruments, might be left afloat. The merchant captain and the rejected crew members would be left on board with a minimal amount of water and food, perhaps a single barrel of biscuits and a cask of foul water. They would be left without charts, compasses, or adequate sails. The pirates might cut the main halyards or slash the standing rigging, crippling the ship so that it could only drift or sail downwind at a walking pace. This left the survivors in a precarious state, technically alive but functionally shipwrecked on a floating island, dependent on chance for rescue. Before the final separation, a peculiar administrative ritual sometimes took place. The pirate captain might issue a certificate of protection to the merchant captain. This was a handwritten document, scrawled on parchment or the back of a torn chart, stating that the ship had already been plundered by this specific pirate crew. It served as a perverse form of receipt. If the merchant ship was stopped by another pirate vessel days later, the captain could show this paper, proving he had nothing left to steal. In the chaotic honor system of the Brotherhood, this certificate was sometimes respected, saving the merchant crew from further torture or interrogation. The physical separation of the two vessels was a moment of heightened danger. The sea state determined the difficulty. The heavy hawsers and grappling lines that bound the ships together were under immense tension. To release them, the crews had to coordinate perfectly. The pirate vessel would set its jib or staysails to catch the wind and create forward momentum, while the helm was put over to steer away. At the critical moment, the command "cast off" was given. The grapples were unhooked or, if jammed, the ropes were severed with axes. The sudden release of tension would cause the ships to lurch. The sound of the separation was distinct, the grinding of wood ceasing, replaced by the rush of water into the widening gap. The fenders were hauled inboard, dripping and crushed. The pirate ship, now heavy with plunder, would heel over as the wind filled its sails, carving a new wake. The prize ship, dead in the water or burning, would begin to recede astern. If the ship had been set afire, the visual spectacle unfolded slowly. At first, only a thin wisp of gray smoke would curl from the hatchways. Then, as the fire took hold of the tarred rigging, the flames would race up the shrouds and stays, turning the intricate geometry of the ropes into a web of fire. The sails, if left unfurled, would ignite with a whoosh, vanishing in seconds into drifting ash. The heat would eventually become intense enough to melt the pitch in the deck seams, feeding the fire further. The final stage, often hours later, would be the explosion of the magazine if it hadn't been emptied, sending a pillar of debris into the sky, or the structural collapse of the hull as the burned-out timbers gave way to the ocean. On the deck of the pirate vessel, the mood shifted from the frantic energy of the robbery to the routine of the voyage. The immediate task was to stow the hold. The transferred cargo, initially dumped on the decks in a disorganized pile, had to be carefully packed below. A ship with loose cargo was dangerous. A sudden roll could send barrels crashing through the bulwarks or crushing men's legs. The quartermaster oversaw the restowing. The heavy casks of water and salted meat were lowered into the hold and choked off with wood to prevent movement. The bales of silk and lighter goods were packed into the wings or the lazarette. The balance of the ship had to be re-established. The weight of the new cargo and the additional men, the new recruits, changed the vessel's center of gravity, requiring adjustments to the ballast and the trim of the sails. The deck itself required cleaning. The transfer of goods always left a residue, spilled sugar, leaking molasses, coal dust, or animal grease. This created a slippery, hazardous surface. The bosun would order the wash deck routine. Men with buckets drew seawater and scrubbed the planks with holy stones, blocks of sandstone, and stiff brooms. The scuppers, the drains along the rail, ran dark with the wash water. The ship had to be purged of the disorder of the prize taking. For the new recruits, the forced men and the volunteers, this was the beginning of their integration. They were not yet fully trusted. They were often assigned to the most labor-intensive tasks, such as working the pumps or scrubbing the deck, under the watchful eyes of the established crew. They were looking back at their former ship, now a diminishing speck on the horizon, watching their past life burn or drift away. The psychological break was absolute. They were no longer merchant sailors subject to the laws of commerce. They were now outlaws subject to the articles of the pirate ship. The navigation of the pirate vessel now changed. During the chase and the looting, the ship had been reacting to the target. Now, it returned to its own strategic course. The navigator would take a new fix, estimating their position relative to the nearest safe haven or the next hunting ground. The course was plotted away from the site of the robbery. A burning ship was a beacon that could be seen for 20 miles, attracting curiosity and retribution. The pirates needed to put distance between themselves and the evidence. The helm was manned, the lookouts were posted, and the ship settled into a point of sail that maximized speed. The distribution of the small plunder, the items taken from the cabins and the pockets of the merchant crew, often happened in the immediate aftermath. This was not the formal division of the main cargo, which would happen later in a secure location, but a more informal sharing of the immediate spoils. A pile of clothes, boots, knives, and trinkets might be dumped near the mainmast. This was sometimes sold at the mast, an auction where crew members bid against each other using their future shares of the treasure as credit. A good pair of boots or a warm coat was vital for the night watch. This process redistributed the wealth immediately, integrating the stolen goods into the economy of the ship. The sun, moving across the sky, marked the passage of time since the initial sighting. What had begun perhaps 24 hours earlier with a cry from the masthead had now concluded. The cycle of the hunt was finished. The horizon, once broken by the shape of the prey, was now empty again, save for the receding column of smoke. The ocean swallowed the event. The wake of the pirate ship churned white and then faded into the blue, leaving no track. The wind, indifferent to the change in ownership of the goods, continued to blow, pushing the vessel toward its next convergence. The internal rhythm of the ship slowed. The adrenaline of the action faded, replaced by the fatigue of heavy labor. The cooks in the galley, who had perhaps been assisting with the ammunition or the boarding, returned to their fires to prepare the evening meal. The food would likely be better tonight, supplemented by the fresh provisions from the prize, perhaps a piece of fresh pork or a measure of good brandy. The crew would eat on deck, sitting on the gun carriages or the coils of rope, discussing the take, the behavior of the prisoners, and the qualities of the new recruits. In the captain's cabin, the atmosphere was administrative. The new charts taken from the prize were rolled out and compared with the existing ones. The intelligence gathered from the merchant captain, news of other ships, the location of naval patrols, the political situation in the colonies, was analyzed. This information was as much a part of the loot as the sugar in the hold. It would determine the ship's movements for the coming weeks. The logbook was updated, recording the coordinates of the capture, the name of the prize, and a brief inventory of the goods. This record was kept not for posterity, but for the quartermaster's accounting. As night fell, the pirate ship became once again a solitary spark of life in the darkness. The lanterns were lit, the watch was set, and the vessel drove on. The prize, if it was still afloat, was now miles astern, a ghost ship drifting in the silence. If it had been scuttled, it was already gone, resting on the seabed, the pressure crushing the remaining air from its hull. If it was burning, it was a distant orange glow, a dying star on the rim of the world, slowly extinguishing as the waterline rose to meet the flames. The ocean had reset the board, and the waiting game would eventually begin again. In the days immediately following the separation from the prize vessel, the internal ecosystem of the pirate ship underwent a period of recalibration. The vessel, now riding significantly lower in the water due to the added weight of the stolen cargo and provisions, behaved differently in the swell. The responsiveness of the helm was altered. The additional mass created more momentum, requiring the helmsman to anticipate the turn of the wheel earlier than before. This change in the ship's hydrodynamics necessitated a phase of technical adjustment known as finding the trim. The sailing master and the carpenter would observe the vessel's pitch, the fore and aft balance with critical eyes. If the ship was plunging too heavily into the waves, it indicated too much weight in the bow. If it was squatting, the stern was overloaded. To correct this, the crew was engaged in the heavy labor of shifting ballast. The cargo, which had been stowed hastily during the transfer, now had to be arranged with mathematical precision. The spirit room, usually located aft near the officers' quarters, was packed with the acquired kegs of brandy and wine. These were secured using dunnage, pieces of waste wood and old matting jammed between the barrels to prevent them from chafing against each other. The friction of wood on wood, combined with the constant motion of the sea, could wear through a stave in a matter of days, leaking valuable liquid into the bilge. Therefore, the stowage was checked and rechecked, the wedges driven home with heavy mauls to ensure a solid, shifting-proof mass. Simultaneously, the administrative absorption of the plunder took place. This was a bureaucratic process centered around the mainmast, the traditional site of public business on a ship. The vendue, or auction at the mast, was the method used to distribute the loose personal effects taken from the merchant officers and passengers. While the major cargo, sugar, silk, gold, was kept in common trust for a later division, items like clothing, navigational instruments, small weapons, and personal trinkets were often sold immediately to the crew. The quartermaster acted as the auctioneer. He would hold up a captured item, a silver-hilted smallsword, a velvet waistcoat, or a pair of fine leather boots, and solicit bids. The currency for this auction was not coin, but credit against future shares. A pirate who wanted the coat would bid a certain amount, and the quartermaster would record the debt in the ship's ledger. This sum would be deducted from that man's final payout when the main cargo was eventually sold. This system served a dual purpose. It allowed for the immediate use of the stolen goods, distributing better clothing and tools to the men who needed them, and it reinforced the economic bond of the crew. A man with a heavy debt in the ledger had a vested interest in the ship continuing its voyage, until a major prize was taken that could cover his expenses. The integration of the new personnel, the forced men and the volunteers, required a restructuring of the ship's social architecture. The crew was divided into messes, groups of 4 to 6 men who ate and slept together. The quartermaster and the boatswain deliberately broke up the groups of recruits, scattering them among the established messes. This prevented the formation of a ship within a ship, where the new men might conspire or foment mutiny. A volunteer from the prize vessel would find himself eating his pea soup alongside veterans of the coast, absorbing the culture and the rules of the vessel through osmosis. For the specialized forced men, the transition was more abrupt. The cooper from the prize vessel was immediately put to work. The pirate ship's water casks, often old and prone to leaking, required constant maintenance. The new cooper was sent to the hold to shake the empty casks, breaking them down into staves and hoops for easier storage, and to repair the full ones. He worked under the supervision of the pirate officers, his tools guarded, his freedom of movement restricted to his workspace. His value lay entirely in his labor, and the quality of the ship's water supply depended on his diligence, a fact that ensured he was fed well but watched closely. The medical aftermath of the operation was the domain of the surgeon. If the pirate ship was fortunate enough to have acquired a medical chest from the prize, the surgeon spent these days inventorying the new supplies. The glass bottles of tinctures, laudanum, spirits of hartshorn, and balsam were secured in the cockpit, a small enclosed space on the orlop deck, below the waterline, which served as the ship's hospital. The surgeon would also examine the new recruits for communicable diseases. In the close confinement of a ship, a single case of typhus or dysentery could be catastrophic. Men showing signs of fever or pox were quarantined in a makeshift sick berth in the bow, separated from the main crew by a canvas screen. The culinary routine of the ship improved temporarily. The fresh provisions taken from the prize, casks of flour, firkins of butter, and perhaps livestock like pigs or chickens carried on the merchant deck, were consumed first. This was not due to gluttony but to preservation. Fresh food rotted quickly in the humid salt air. The ship's cook, laboring at the brick hearth in the galley, would prepare sea pies or fresh broth, a welcome break from the standard ration of salted beef and hardtack. This period of better diet served to boost morale and physical health, acting as a preventative measure against scurvy, the sailors' constant nemesis. Navigationally, the ship entered a phase of digestive cruising. The immediate area of the capture was considered hot. The smoke from a burning prize or the report of a released merchant captain would eventually reach the ears of the naval authorities. Therefore, the pirate captain and navigator plotted a course designed to vanish. They might head for the variables, the latitudes between the trade winds where the weather was unpredictable and shipping was sparse. Here they could lie low, conduct maintenance, and allow the rumor of their presence to fade. The intelligence gathered from the prize's logbooks and charts was analyzed in depth during this quiet time. The merchant captain's log provided a window into the movements of other vessels. It might list the dates of departure for convoys leaving Jamaica or the expected arrival times of the treasure fleet in Havana. This data was cross-referenced with the pirates' own knowledge of the seasons and currents. A notation in a captured log about a specific frigate patrolling a certain channel could alter the pirate ship's strategy for the next month, steering them away from danger or toward a new opportunity. Maintenance of the ship's hull and rigging was continuous. The stress of the chase, the overpressuring of sails, and the strain on the masts often left minor damages that needed repair. The bosun's mates would freshen the nip of the anchor cables and running rigging. This involved shifting the point where a rope rubbed against a block or a fair lead to prevent it from wearing through at a single spot. The sails were inspected for chafe, the wearing down of the canvas caused by rubbing against the rigging. Patches were sewn on and bolt-ropes were reinforced. The ship was a machine that consumed itself through use. The crew's labor was the only force countering this entropy. Below decks, the atmosphere was defined by the density of humanity. With the new recruits, the ship was often crowded. The hammocks were slung nearing touching, creating a solid ceiling of canvas in the berthing deck during the off-watch hours. The air was thick and warm. Silence was enforced during the sleep watches. The men learned to move in the dark, navigating the low beams and the swinging bodies with an instinctive proprioception. The soundscape was a rhythmic creaking of the timbers and the wash of water against the hull, a lullaby that masked the underlying tension of so many armed men living in such a confined space. The articles of the ship, the code of conduct signed by the crew, were read aloud to the new men. This usually occurred on a Sunday or during a calm. The quartermaster would read the rules. No fighting on board, quarrels were to be settled on shore with pistol and sword. No gambling for money to prevent debt-driven violence, and strict adherence to the distribution of shares. The new men were made to swear an oath on a Bible, or if none was available, on a boarding axe to uphold these articles. This ritual served to naturalize the recruits, transforming them from prisoners into accomplices, binding them legally and spiritually to the fate of the vessel. As the ship moved further from the site of the capture, the visual vigilance remained high but relaxed into a standard rhythm. The lookouts were still posted at the mastheads, but the intense, all-hands scanning of the horizon was replaced by the regular rotation of the watch. The officers paced the quarterdeck, observing the weather and the trim of the sails. The ocean, vast and empty, reclaimed its dominance over the daily view. The pirate ship, now a self-contained world of stolen wealth and forced labor, became a speck moving across the chart, driven by the wind and the calculated ambition of its commanders. The psychological state of the crew settled into a waiting mode. The excitement of the capture was a spike in a long line of flat, monotonous days. They had food, they had rum, and they had credit in the ledger. The immediate needs were met. The conversation on deck turned to the future, where they would careen the ship to clean the bottom, where they might spend their shares, or the rumors of the king's pardon. But for now, the reality was the routine. The turning of the hourglass, the striking of the bell, the changing of the watch, and the endless maintenance of the wooden world that kept them separated from the deep. The plunder stored in the hold began to settle. The sugar sacks compressed under their own weight. The timber of the barrels swelled to seal the joints. The smell of the cargo permeated the wood of the ship, adding a new note to the olfactory background of tar and bilge. The ship had digested its meal. It was heavier, slower, but richer. The process of selection, pursuit, and capture had concluded, and the cycle of the voyage reset, waiting for the stores to dwindle or the horizon to offer another silhouette that matched the profile of prey. Sometime during the mid-18th century, as the pirate vessel settled into the long, rhythmic expanse of the open voyage, the operational reality shifted from the acute violence of the hunt to the chronic management of a floating society. The ship, a wooden ecosystem isolated by thousands of miles of ocean, became a closed loop of resources and relationships. The adrenaline of the capture had dissipated, leaving behind the stark arithmetic of survival. With a crew that was often double or triple the size of a merchant complement, crowded into a vessel of similar dimensions, the governance of space and time became the primary challenge. The maintenance of order was not achieved through the rigid, top-down tyranny of the Royal Navy, but through a complex, negotiated system of communal discipline known as the custom of the coast. The division of time was the scaffolding upon which the ship's life was built. In a world without mechanical clocks, the passage of the day was measured by the trickling of sand through a half-hour glass. This glass, housed in a wooden frame and often protected by brass rails, stood near the binnacle on the quarterdeck or hung under the overhang of the cabin roof. It was the duty of the helmsman, or a designated ship's boy, to turn the glass the instant the last grain of sand fell. Each turn was marked by the striking of the ship's bell, one stroke for the first half hour, two for the second, culminating in 8 bells at the end of a 4-hour watch. This acoustic signal regulated every activity on board, from the changing of the sentries to the cooking of the meals. The sound of the bell was the only punctuation in the seamless gray continuum of the sea and sky. The crew was divided into 2 watches, the starboard watch led by the captain and the larboard watch led by the quartermaster or the boatswain. This binary division ensured that at any given moment, half the crew was on duty, tending to the sails, steering the vessel and maintaining the lookout, while the other half rested. The rotation of these watches followed a strict pattern, typically 4 hours on and 4 hours off, with the inclusion of 2 2-hour dog watches in the evening, from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The dog watches served a mathematical purpose. They created an uneven number of shifts in the 24-hour cycle, causing the schedule to process. This ensured that a man would not be stuck standing the graveyard watch, midnight to 4 a.m., every single night, rotating the burden of sleep deprivation fairly among the men. Sleep in such a crowded environment was a logistical puzzle. The berthing deck, usually the area immediately below the main deck, was a forest of hammocks. These canvas beds were slung from the overhead beams using clews and lanyards. In a merchant ship, there might be ample space, but on a pirate vessel carrying 100 men, the hammocks were hung 14 inches to a man, a standard naval measurement that allowed just enough width for a body to lie rigid. When the ship rolled, the entire mass of sleeping men would sway in unison, a suspended human cargo moving in countermotion to the hull. In some extremely crowded vessels, the hot bunking system was employed, where a man coming off watch would climb into the warm hammock just vacated by the man going on duty, maximizing the utility of the limited bedding. The atmosphere of the lower deck was heavy and permanent. Ventilation was poor, provided only by the hatchways and small scuttles. The air was a thick suspension of odors, the sulphurous reek of the bilge water sloshing in the hold, the smell of unwashed wool and linen, the smoke from the galley fire, and the lingering scent of tar and pitch. In rough weather, when the hatches were battened down to prevent water ingress, the heat and humidity rose to stifling levels. Condensation, known as ship's sweat, would drip from the oak beams onto the sleepers below. Despite these conditions, the men slept with the profound, instant depth of the physically exhausted, oblivious to the groaning of the timbers and the rush of water inches from their heads. The culinary life of the ship was centered around the mess. The crew was organized into small groups of 5 or 6 men who ate together. This unit was the fundamental atomic family of the ship. They shared a common wooden tub, known as a kid, from which they ate with spoons or their fingers. The equality of the pirate code was most visible here. The captain and the quartermaster received the exact same ration as the lowest foremast man. There was no officer's mess with silver plate and fine wines, unless such items had been recently captured and were being shared out. The standard fare, once the fresh provisions from the prize were exhausted, reverted to the maritime staples: salted beef or pork, dried peas, and ship's biscuit. The preparation of this food was the domain of the cook, a man often chosen for his injury, a lost leg or arm, that prevented him from climbing the rigging, but allowed him to stand at the brick hearth of the galley stove. The beef, cured in brine so strong it could float an egg, was rock hard and required 24 hours of soaking in a steep tub of seawater to remove the salt before it could be boiled. The peas were boiled into a thick mush, sometimes flavored with a piece of salt pork fat. The biscuit, baked rock hard to survive the voyage, was often infested with weevils. The men would tap the biscuit on the table to knock the insects out, or eat them in the dark to avoid seeing the extra protein. The distribution of drink was the most regulated activity on board. Alcohol was the primary currency of morale, but also the greatest threat to safety. The quartermaster controlled the keys to the spirit room. Twice a day, usually at noon and at sunset, the grog was issued. If the ship was low on pure spirits, the rum or brandy was mixed with water, sugar, and lime juice, if available in a large scuttlebutt, a cask with a lid and a lock. The men would line up with their pannikins or jacks, leather cups, to receive their measure. Drunkenness on duty was a severe offense, but in the off hours, it was the primary release. The management of the alcohol supply was a constant balancing act between keeping the crew pacified and keeping the ship functional. The maintenance of the ship required an endless cycle of labor that prevented the idleness which bred mutiny. The day work involved 1,000 small tasks of preservation. The junk, old, worn-out cable, was cut into lengths and unpicked by hand. The men would sit on the deck, teasing the tarred hemp fibers apart to create oakum. This fluffy, fibrous material was essential for caulking the seams of the deck and hull. It was mixed with hot pitch and driven into the gaps between the planks to keep the ship watertight. The monotony of picking oakum was a meditative, tactile constant of sea life. Another ceaseless task was the making of spun yarn. The unraveled fibers were twisted back together using a simple hand-cranked winch to create lighter, general-purpose cordage. This was used for serving the rigging, wrapping the heavy structural ropes in canvas and smaller line to protect them from the sun and the abrasive rubbing of the sails. The pirate ship, often operating far from naval dockyards, had to be a self-repairing entity. The sailmaker and his mate sat cross-legged on the poop deck, needles in their leather palms, stitching patches onto the canvas or sewing entirely new sails from bolts of duck cloth. The robing of the ship, the condition of its sails, was a matter of pride and survival. A blown-out sail in a chase meant capture or death. Hygiene was a collective concern, driven by the fear of disease. The wash deck routine occurred every morning. The watch would rig the head pump, a simple suction pump located near the bow to flood the decks with seawater. Men with stiff birch brooms and holystones, blocks of sandstone the size of a Bible, would scour the planking. The sand abraded the wood, keeping it pale and removing the slime of the previous day. This scrubbing extended to the heads, the primitive toilets located in the beakhead at the very front of the ship, directly over the water. These were exposed to the elements and washed naturally by the waves, but they required constant manual cleaning to prevent the buildup of filth that could breed dysentery. The armorer was another specialist whose work defined the daily rhythm. A pirate ship carried a vast arsenal of small arms, pistols, muskets, boarding axes, and cutlasses. In the salt air, rust was a relentless enemy. The armorer maintained a workbench, often near the main hatch or in a screened-off area of the berth deck. He and his assistants spent their days disassembling the lock mechanisms of the firearms, oiling the springs, and polishing the barrels with brick dust and oil. The edges of the cutlasses and axes were honed on grindstones. A dull blade or a jammed pistol was a liability the crew could not afford. This constant friction of metal on stone was one of the background sounds of the vessel, a reminder of the ship's violent purpose. Social control was managed through a unique judicial system. The captain's authority was absolute in battle, but in the daily routine, he was merely a first among equals. He could not order a man whipped without a vote or a trial by the ship's council. The quartermaster served as the magistrate for minor disputes. If two men quarreled, the quartermaster might order the tub of grog to be stopped for both, or if the grievance was deep, he would sanction a duel. This was strictly regulated. The men were put ashore at the next landfall with pistol and sword to settle the matter, ensuring the conflict did not fester on the confined deck. For theft, the cardinal sin among pirates who relied on the communal share system, the punishment was severe. The offender might be marooned, left on a desolate sandbar with a bottle of water and a pistol, or in some cases, slitted in the nose and ears and set adrift. To combat the crushing boredom of the long voyages between prizes, the men developed a culture of craftsmanship and narrative. Scrimshaw, the carving of whalebone, ivory, or dense tropical wood, was a common pastime. Men would spend hundreds of hours etching intricate designs into a sperm whale tooth or carving a handle for their knife. This focus on minute detail provided a psychological escape from the vast, empty horizon. Gambling with dice or cards was popular, but often banned below decks by the articles to prevent fights, forcing the men to play on deck in the open view of the watch. Storytelling or spinning a yarn was the primary form of entertainment. In the evening dog watches, the men would gather on the forecastle or around the windlass. The older hands, the veterans of the Red Sea trade or the logwood camps of Honduras, would recount their histories. These stories served a dual function. They were entertainment, but they were also an oral history and a training manual. They taught the younger men the geography of the reefs, the behavior of the trade winds, and the reputations of the naval hunters. The transmission of knowledge was entirely verbal. Few men could read the charts, so the rudder, the mental map of the ocean, was passed down through these evening sessions. Music played a functional and social role. If the ship had captured musicians, they were exempt from the heaviest labor. The fiddler or the piper was expected to play during the heaving tasks, raising the anchor or hoisting the yards. The rhythm of the music synchronized the muscle power of 100 men, allowing them to pull in unison. In the evenings, the music transformed the deck into a dance floor. The men would dance the hornpipe, or simple jigs, a physical release of the energy that could not be expended in fighting. This enforced conviviality was a safety valve for the aggression that naturally built up in the confinement of the ship. The medical reality of the ship was monitored by the surgeon, whose role expanded beyond trauma care to general practice. He would hold a sick call in the mornings at the mainmast. Men with ulcers, boils, or the flux would present themselves. The treatments were primitive: mercury for syphilis, vinegar washes for wounds, and bleeding for fevers. The surgeon also inspected the food stores, advising the quartermaster if the bread was becoming too moldy or the water too foul. He was the only man on board who could countermand the captain on matters of health, such as declaring a man unfit for punishment or quarantine. As the sun set, the ship underwent a transformation. The noise of the day, the carpentry, the shouting, the scrubbing ceased. The silence of the ship was enforced. Lights were doused or shielded. The binnacle lamp was lit, illuminating the compass card for the helmsman who stood alone at the wheel, his face illuminated by the weak glow. The lookouts were relieved and replaced by fresh eyes, their figures dark silhouettes against the stars. The ship became a whispering thing, the wind in the rigging and the hiss of the wake the only sounds. The men on watch spoke in low tones, leaning against the rail, while below them the off-watch sleepers lay in their swinging canvas cocoons. The ship in this phase of the voyage was a study in equilibrium. It was suspended between the crime of the past and the opportunity of the future. The logistical consumption of the ship continued relentlessly. Every day, the water level in the casks dropped. The wood of the hull absorbed more moisture, and the barnacles on the keel grew thicker, slowing their progress. The entire system, the discipline, the rationing, the maintenance, was a resistance against the natural entropy of the ocean. The pirates were not merely waiting for a prize. They were actively working to keep their artificial world from disintegrating before the next landfall could be made. The routine was the anchor that held them to sanity in the blue void. Sometime during the mid-18th century, the operational lifespan of the pirate vessel was dictated not by the durability of its crew, but by the biological vulnerability of its hull. The wooden ship, immersed constantly in the warm, nutrient-rich waters of the tropics, was under a relentless, microscopic siege. While the upper works of the ship were battered by wind and sun, the underwater timber faced a more insidious enemy, the Teredo navalis, commonly known as the shipworm. This mollusk, which resembled a worm more than a shell dweller, bored into the oak planks of the hull, eating the wood from the inside out. A hull left unattended for too long would become honeycombed, its structural integrity compromised to the point where a single heavy impact or a strong gale could shatter the planking. Simultaneously, the accumulation of marine growth, barnacles, seaweed, and slime created a rough, uneven surface on the hull. This fouling disrupted the laminar flow of water along the ship's bottom, creating significant drag. For a pirate vessel, whose survival depended entirely on the ability to overtake prey and outrun naval pursuers, this loss of speed was a fatal flaw. A fouled ship might lose up to a third of its potential velocity. Therefore, the cycle of predation was necessarily interrupted by the cycle of maintenance. This process, known as careening, was the most vulnerable and labor-intensive period in the pirates' logistical calendar. The selection of a careening site was a navigational challenge as complex as the hunt itself. The pirates could not utilize the dry docks and established shipyards of the colonial powers, as these were located in defended harbors like Port Royal or Havana. Instead, they had to identify natural dry docks within the wild geography of the region. They sought careening cays, isolated islands or secluded inlets that offered a specific set of geological features. The ideal location required a steep, sandy beach where the water remained deep close to the shore, allowing the ship to be brought in almost to the dry sand. It needed to be sheltered from the prevailing winds and the ocean swell, ensuring the water remained calm during the delicate operation. Furthermore, it required a source of fresh water and timber nearby, yet had to be far enough from the shipping lanes to remain undetected by passing patrols. Once the site was chosen and the ship anchored in the lagoon, the operation began with a total demilitarization of the vessel. To careen a ship, it had to be lightened until it floated high enough to be dragged shallow. This meant emptying the hull completely. The heavy iron cannons, weighing thousands of pounds each, were hoisted out using the yard tackle and rafted ashore on heavy platforms constructed across the ship's boats. The barrels of water, provisions, and gunpowder followed. Even the ballast, The tons of stones or iron pigs in the bottom of the hold had to be shoveled into buckets and removed. The establishment of a shore encampment was the immediate consequence of this unloading. The pirate crew, accustomed to the sway of the deck, transferred their lives to the stability of the land. They built a temporary settlement on the beach, using sails draped over spars to create tents. The landed cannon were not merely stored, they were positioned to form defensive batteries facing the harbor entrance. Earthworks of sand and log barricades were constructed around the camp. For the duration of the careening, the pirates were effectively a garrison of a small, unauthorized fort. The vigilance required was extreme, for if a naval hunter trapped them in the bay while the ship was unloaded and beached, there would be no escape. The mechanics of the careen involved the manipulation of gravity and leverage. Once the ship was empty, it was maneuvered at high tide onto the selected patch of sand. As the tide receded, the ship would settle on the bottom. To expose the keel and the lower planks, the ship had to be hove down. This was achieved by attaching heavy tackles to the mastheads, the very tops of the masts. These cables were run to trees on the shore or to anchors buried deep in the beach. The crew, working the capstans or hauling on the lines, would slowly pull the ship over onto its side. The sight of a large vessel lying on its beam ends was unnatural, a subversion of the maritime order. The mast stuck out horizontally over the water, parallel to the surface. The hull, exposed to the air for the first time in months, was a foul garden of marine life. The smell was overpowering, the stench of drying seaweed, dying shellfish, and the sulphurous mud of the harbor floor. The bottom of the ship, usually hidden, was revealed as a landscape of green weed and white crust. The cleaning process, known as breaming, relied on fire. The crew would build bundles of brushwood, palm fronds, or old staves dipped in tar. These faggots were ignited and held on long poles against the exposed hull. The heat caused the pitch and the accumulated marine growth to blister, crack, and fall away. The smoke from the breaming was thick and black, a visible column that could betray their location for miles, adding an element of haste to the labor. Behind the burners came the scrapers. Men with triangular iron tools and stiff brooms scoured the charred wood, scraping away the remnants of the barnacles and the charcoal, stripping the hull down to the bare oak. Once the wood was clean, the carpenter and his team began the surgical work. They inspected the planking for the pinhole entrances of the shipworms. Infected planks were cut out and replaced with new timber harvested from the island's interior. The seams between the planks were paved with fresh oakum, old rope picked into fibers and soaked in tar, driven into the gaps with caulking irons and mallets. The rhythmic clink-clink of the caulking mallets was the dominant sound of the encampment, a metallic percussion that continued from dawn until dusk. The final stage of the hull treatment was the application of a protective coating. The recipe for this stuff varied, but it was generally a mixture of tallow, animal fat, sulfur, and pitch. In some cases, glass shards or arsenic were mixed in to discourage the worms. This noxious, boiling concoction was mopped onto the hull while it was still hot. The tallow provided a slick, hydrophobic surface that increased the ship's speed, while the sulfur acted as a primitive biocide. The result was a smooth, creamy white or yellowish underbelly that would slide through the water with minimal resistance. This process was repeated for the other side of the ship. The vessel was righted, refloated on the high tide, turned around, and the entire procedure of heaving down, burning, scraping, and coating was performed on the opposite flank. The physical strain on the ship's frame during this process was immense. The masts, used as levers, were under tremendous tension. If a mast snapped or a chain plate pulled out of the timber, the ship could roll back violently, crushing the men working on the hull or shattering its own internal structure. The boatswain oversaw the tension of the lines with obsessive care, adjusting the strain to match the shifting tide. Life in the shore camp during the careen was a strange interlude in the pirate existence. It was a return to a terrestrial life, however temporary. The men could hunt for fresh meat, wild pigs, turtles, or seabirds, providing a break from the salted rations. They could wash their clothes in fresh water streams, removing the salt stiffness that plagued them at sea. However, the discipline of the camp was often harder to maintain than on the ship. The access to land sometimes tempted men to desert, slipping away into the jungle to take their chances with the indigenous population or to await a passing merchant ship. The pirate officers maintained a strict perimeter, and the roll was called frequently. The logistical consumption of the careening phase was significant. The ship consumed timber for repairs, firewood for the breaming, and vast quantities of pitch and tar. If these supplies ran low, the pirates were forced to improvise, boiling down seal fat or using local resins. The environment of the quay was altered by their presence. Trees were felled, fire pits dug, and the beach littered with the debris of the refit. Once the hull was coated and the carpentry completed, the process of re-rigging began. The ship was righted and floated into deeper water. Now the labor of the unloading was reversed. The guns were rafted back out, hoisted aboard, and secured to their carriages. The ballast was shoveled back into the hold, a task requiring careful distribution to ensure the ship sat correctly in the water. The water casks, now cleaned and refilled from the island springs, were stowed. The ship, which had looked like a wreck on the beach, was slowly reassembled into a war machine. The bend of the sails was the final step. The canvas, which had been taken ashore to be aired, dried, and patched by the sailmakers, was brought back on board. The men went aloft, reattaching the sails to the yards, reeving the running rigging through the blocks. The smell of the ship had changed. The reek of the bilge and the rot of the sea were replaced by the sharp, chemical scents of fresh tar, sulfur, and cut wood. The departure from the careening ground was often conducted with caution. The ship was now clean, fast, and responsive, but the crew was exhausted from weeks of heavy labor in the tropical heat. The campsite was dismantled, the earthworks leveled or abandoned, and the fires extinguished. As the anchor was weighed and the sails sheeted home, the vessel accelerated with a responsiveness that had been missing for months. The slippery feel of the helm returned. The careen had reset the clock on the ship's performance. This cycle of maintenance was the hidden engine of the pirate phenomenon. Without the ability to create these ad hoc shipyards in the wilderness, the pirate fleets would have rotted and slowed until they were easily swept up by the naval powers. The careening quay was the secret logistical hub, a place where the stolen technology of the ship was serviced by the stolen labor of the crew, allowing the system of predation to extend its reach back out into the shipping lanes. The ocean, which constantly attacked the vessel, had been temporarily held at bay, and the ship was once again a viable instrument of intercept. Around the middle of the 18th century, the operational logic of the pirate vessel shifted from the mechanics of acquisition to the economics of liquidation. Following the successful capture of a merchant vessel and the subsequent maintenance of the hull, the pirate ship effectively functioned as a floating warehouse. The hold was packed with commodities, sugar, tobacco, dyewoods, spices, and bales of textile that possessed immense theoretical value but zero functional utility on the open ocean. A pirate crew could not eat raw silk, nor could they pay their debts with hogsheads of molasses. To sustain the enterprise, the stolen matter had to be transmuted into liquid currency, gold, silver, and essential naval stores. This necessity forced the vessel to leave the isolation of the deep ocean and interact with the fringes of the colonial civilization it preyed upon. The geography of this phase was dictated by the black market map of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. The pirates could not simply sail into a major imperial port like London, Seville, or Boston to sell their wares. Such an act would invite immediate arrest and hanging. Instead, they navigated toward the gray zones, peripheral colonies, neglected outposts, and proprietary settlements where the reach of the central government was weak and the economic desperation was high. The strict trade laws of the era, particularly the British Navigation Acts, which forbade colonies from trading with foreign powers, created a vacuum of supply. The pirates filled this vacuum. They became, in effect, radical free traders, bringing high-quality goods to consumers who were otherwise forced to pay inflated prices for legal imports. The approach to a trading destination was conducted with a different posture than the hunt. The ship did not stalk, it loitered. The vessel might anchor in a secluded roadstead off the coast of North Carolina, the Bahamas, or Madagascar, flying a signal flag known to the local populace. In some instances, a letter of introduction might be sent ashore, a discreet message delivered by a small boat to a known contact, often a tavern keeper, a local merchant, or even a corrupt magistrate. This phase relied heavily on the bush telegraph of the maritime world, a network of rumors and reputation that alerted the coastal communities that a free trader had arrived. The transaction often began with the arrival of the interlopers. These were small local craft, sloops, shallops, and periaguas, that rowed or sailed out to the anchored pirate ship under the cover of darkness or the guise of fishing. They carried the local merchants and the fences, the middlemen who facilitated the laundering of the cargo. The deck of the pirate ship, recently a platform for war, was transformed into a bazaar. The bales of calico and silk were brought up from the hold and opened for inspection. The samples of sugar and tobacco were bored and tasted. The negotiation was a blunt assessment of risk versus reward. The pirates, needing to offload the heavy cargo to regain their sailing trim and mobility, were willing to sell at a fraction of the market value, often fire sale prices, selling a bolt of silk for the price of a canvas shirt. The currency of these exchanges was a chaotic mixture of international coinage. The piece of 8, the Spanish dollar, was the standard unit of account, but the pirate chest absorbed everything: Portuguese moidores, French louis d'or, Arabian dinars, and Dutch lion dollars. To verify the purity of the metal, the coins were often weighed on scales or clipped to check for base metal cores. The quartermaster, acting as the ship's bursar, oversaw the intake of this specie. The heavy bags of coin were not distributed immediately, but were secured in the common chest, in the great cabin, usually under multiple locks, the keys held by different officers to prevent embezzlement. Crucial to this economic interface was the relationship with the colonial authorities. In many neglectful jurisdictions, the governor or the local admiralty judge was a silent partner in the trade. The gift, or the sweetener, was a standard line item in the pirates' logistical budget. A pipe of fine Madeira wine, a selection of luxury fabrics for the governor's wife, or a direct bribe of gold dust was sent ashore to ensure the fort's guns remained silent and the port officials looked the other way. This corruption was systemic. The low salaries of colonial officials made them easy targets for the immense disposable wealth of a successful pirate crew. The pirate ship, while technically an enemy of the state, was often the most lucrative economic engine to visit a small colony in years. Once the bulk cargo was offloaded, transferred into the holds of the smaller local sloops to be smuggled ashore and sold as legitimate goods, the pirates turned their attention to victualling. The coin generated from the sale was immediately recycled into the purchase of provisions. The local farmers and millers, indifferent to the source of the silver, brought out fresh cattle, salted pork, flour, and vegetables. This trade was vital. A pirate ship might purchase 20 head of cattle, slaughtering and salting them on the beach or on deck, replenishing the protein stores that fueled the heavy labor of the ship. They purchased barrels of beer and rum, ensuring the crew's morale remained manageable. The fence also provided the specialized naval stores that could not be stolen. While a prize ship might provide cordage and canvas, items like high-quality gunpowder, refined pitch, and specific ironwork often had to be bought. The black market merchants, who had connections in the naval dockyards, supplied these military-grade materials at a premium. The pirate ship was thus refitted not through plunder alone, but through a complex commercial supply chain that operated in the shadows of the imperial economy. Following the liquidation of the cargo, the Great Division took place. This was the defining moment of the pirate social contract. The articles of the ship dictated the mathematical formula for the sharing of the wealth. The quartermaster and the captain would oversee the distribution on the quarterdeck. The total haul, the coin, the gold dust, and the jewels was tallied. Deductions were made first: the fees for the surgeon's medicine, the carpenter's lumber, and the special compensation for injuries. A man who had lost a limb in the capture was paid his smart money, typically 600 or 800 pieces of 8, before the general share was calculated. The remaining pile was divided into shares. The common seaman received 1 share. The captain and quartermaster might receive 2 shares, the other officers 1.5 or 1.25. This flattened hierarchy was radically different from the privateer or merchant model, where the owners and captain took the vast majority of the profit. The physical distribution of the coin was a tactile ceremony. The men stood in line, holding out their hats or canvas bags, as the quartermaster counted out the silver and gold. For a brief moment, a common sailor, usually born into poverty, might hold a sum of money equivalent to 20 years of honest wages. The influx of this wealth into the local economy of the friendly port was often destabilizing. If the pirates were granted shore leave, the quiet colonial town would be transformed. The pirates, carrying heavy purses and craving the release of land, spent with reckless abandon. Taverns were drank dry. Gambling houses were established in the streets. The price of goods in the town would skyrocket due to the sudden inflation caused by the pirates' willingness to pay any price for immediate gratification. This economic boom was often short-lived and destructive, leaving the town poorer in resources but flush with foreign silver once the ship departed. During this shore phase, the human composition of the crew was often adjusted again. The drift of the pirate life meant that some men, having made their fortune, would attempt to swallow the anchor, to retire and disappear into the colonial population. They might bribe their way off the ship or simply desert in the night, melting into the backwoods. Conversely, the pirate ship became a magnet for the disaffected of the colony. Indentured servants running from their masters, debtors fleeing prison, and bored farm boys attracted by the tales of wealth would flock to the beach, asking to sign the articles. The crew was replenished not just by force, but by the seduction of the liberty and plenty. that the pirate ship projected during its port call. The interaction with the land also served as an intelligence-gathering mission. The taverns and brothels of the port were clearinghouses for maritime information. The pirates listened to the gossip of the incoming merchant sailors. They learned which warships had recently arrived on the station, which convoys were delayed, and which governors had been replaced by stricter administrators. This human intelligence was vital for planning the next leg of the voyage. A casual comment about a shipment of specie leaving Veracruz, or a fleet of East Indiamen due at the Cape of Good Hope, could determine the ship's course for the next 6 months. The departure from the trading ground was often executed with strategic timing. The presence of a pirate ship was a political liability that grew with every passing day. Eventually, the governor would be forced to act to save his own reputation, or a naval squadron would be dispatched to investigate the rumors. The pirates, sensing the shift in the political wind, would recall the crew. The signal gun would be fired, the Blue Peter flag hoisted, and the stragglers rounded up from the shore. The ship, now riding lighter without the bulk cargo but heavier with provisions and men, would weigh anchor, slipping away before the official reaction could materialize. This cycle of hunting, capturing, and fencing revealed the parasitic but symbiotic nature of piracy. The pirates were not entirely separate from the economy they attacked. They were a shadow component of it. They acted as a mechanism for the redistribution of wealth, taking from the large monopoly companies and dispersing the goods and coin into the fringes of the empire. The stolen sugar sweetened the tea of the poor colonist. The stolen silver paid the wages of the local tavern keeper. However, the fencing phase also marked the beginning of the end for the specific voyage. The accumulation of individual wealth created a centrifugal force within the crew. Men who had gold in their pockets were less willing to risk their lives in battle. The unity of the have-nots was fractured by success. The discipline, so easily maintained when the crew was hungry and poor, became harder to enforce when every man was calculating his retirement. The captain and quartermaster had to manage this psychological shift, finding new motivations or new targets to keep the collective purpose of the ship intact. As the coast receded, the ship returned to the blue water routine, but the dynamic was altered. The hold was no longer a burden, it was a larder. The chests were full. The immediate pressure of survival was lifted, replaced by the anxiety of preservation. The navigational focus shifted from finding prey to finding a safe path to the next hunting ground, or perhaps, for the weary, a path to a final sanctuary where the Great Division could be enjoyed permanently. But for the ship itself, the machine of wood and canvas, the cycle merely reset. The provisions would eventually be eaten, the hull would eventually foul again, and the gold would be spent, necessitating the return to the shipping lanes to begin the process of selection and capture once more. The ocean, indifferent to the transfer of ownership, stretched out ahead, a vast, blank slate upon which the next intersection of wind, time, and violence would be drawn. Sometime around the middle of the 18th century, as the pirate vessel transitioned from the chaotic commerce of the coastal trade back to the isolation of the open sea, the internal focus of the ship shifted to its unique political constitution. The pirate ship was an anomaly in the maritime world of the era. While the merchant vessels they hunted were autocracies governed by the absolute will of the owner's agents, and the naval ships that hunted them were rigid hierarchies enforced by the state, the pirate vessel operated as a floating commonwealth. It was a direct democracy, radical for its time, built upon a foundation of mutual distrust and collective self-interest. The governance of this society was not left to chance, but was codified in a strict set of written laws known as the Articles, or the chasse party. The political structure of the ship was designed to prevent the emergence of a tyrant. The primary check on power was the separation of executive and judicial authority. The captain, though the most visible figure to the outside world, held a strictly limited mandate. He was elected by a simple majority vote of the crew, chosen typically for his navigational skill, his aggression in battle, and his ability to command respect under fire. However, his absolute authority existed only during the chase and the fight. Once the red flag was raised and the ship cleared for action, the captain's word was law. Disobedience was punishable by immediate death. But the moment the smoke cleared or the destination was reached, the captain reverted to the status of a senior executive, with no power to discipline the men, manage the provisions, or determine the distribution of the loot. The counterweight to the captain was the quartermaster. This officer, also elected by the crew, served as the ship's magistrate, treasurer, and trustee. He was the representative of the people, the crew, against the authority of the command. The quartermaster held the keys to the food stores and the powder magazine. He adjudicated minor disputes between crew members, organized the watch rotations, and determined the punishments for infractions of the Articles. In the daily routine of the ship, it was the quartermaster, not the captain, who wielded the true power. The captain often could not even order a double ration of grog or the punishment of a thief without the quartermaster's consent. This dual command structure created a constant tension that kept the balance of power in check, ensuring that the interests of the crew were protected against the whims of a single leader. The Council of War was the legislative body of the ship. It consisted of every man on board, from the officers to the lowest foremast hand, excluding only the forced prisoners and the ship's boys. When a major decision had to be made, such as selecting the next cruising ground, deciding whether to engage a superior force, or determining the fate of a captured prize, the flag was flown to signal a meeting. The men would gather in the waist of the ship or around the mainmast. The debate was open and often raucous. Any man had the right to speak, to propose a plan, or to criticize the officers. The decision was reached by a vote, often conducted by a show of hands or a shout of huzzah. The minority, once the vote was cast, was expected to abide by the decision of the majority, preserving the unity of the ship. The Articles, signed by every man upon joining, served as the legal code of this floating republic. These documents, often written on the blank pages of a stolen Bible or a logbook, outlined the specific rules of conduct and the penalties for their violation. The first article usually established the right of every man to a vote in affairs of moment, and to an equal title to the fresh provisions and strong liquors, unless a scarcity made a rationing necessary for the common good. This explicit guarantee of food security was a direct reaction to the starvation diets often imposed on naval and merchant sailors by corrupt pursers. The Articles also regulated the behavior of the men to maintain the ship's operational readiness. A common rule prohibited the snapping of pistols or the smoking of pipes in the hold, where the risk of fire or explosion was highest. To enforce this, the smoking of tobacco was often restricted to the forecastle and only allowed when carried in a capped pipe to contain the embers. The maintenance of weapons was also mandatory. A man whose pistol was found with a rusted lock or whose cutlass was dull could be fined his share of the next prize. These were not moral laws, but safety regulations designed to protect the collective investment in the ship. Social cohesion was maintained through the regulation of vice. Gambling with cards or dice for money was frequently banned or strictly limited to the upper deck. The logic was economic and social. Gambling debts led to arguments, arguments led to fights, and fights eroded the crew's solidarity. If a man lost his share of the treasure at the dice, he became a desperate and potentially mutinous element. By banning gambling below decks, the quartermaster could monitor the play and intervene before the stakes and the tempers rose too high. The presence of women and children was strictly forbidden on most pirate vessels. The articles often stated that any man who brought a woman on board disguised as a man would suffer death. This rule was not born of prudishness, but of a pragmatic understanding of sexual jealousy. In a confined space filled with aggressive, armed men, the presence of a woman was seen as a catalyst for conflict that could tear the crew apart. The pirate ship was a homosocial environment, engineered to remove the most common sources of human discord. The judicial system for serious crimes was harsh but procedurally distinct from the arbitrary punishments of the Navy. For the theft of company property, stealing from the common chest, or hiding loot, the punishment was often marooning. The offender was set ashore on a deserted island or a sandbar with a bottle of water, a pistol, and a small amount of powder and shot. This was a death sentence that allowed the crew to wash their hands of the direct killing, leaving the outcome to fate or suicide. For striking an officer or another crew member in anger, the punishment might be Moses' Law, 40 stripes lacking one, administered on the bare back with a cat o' nine tails. However, unlike in the Navy, where a captain could order a flogging on a whim on a pirate ship, the punishment had to be decreed by the vote of the council or the judgment of the quartermaster. Conflict resolution between crew members was formalized through the duel. If two men had a quarrel that could not be reconciled by the quartermaster, they were not permitted to fight on board. Instead, they waited until the ship touched land. There, in the presence of the quartermaster or a witness, they would stand back to back, pace off a distance, and fire pistols. If both missed, they would draw cutlasses and fight until the first blood was drawn. At the sight of blood, the quartermaster would declare the dispute settled. This ritualized violence channeled the aggression into a controlled format, preventing the escalation of feuds that could involve the partisans of both men. One of the most innovative aspects of the pirate constitution was the social insurance system. The articles laid out a specific schedule of compensation for injuries sustained in the line of duty. This smart money was deducted from the common plunder before the general shares were calculated. The loss of a right arm might be compensated with 600 pieces of 8 or 6 slaves, a left arm with 500, a leg with 400, an eye with 100. This system provided a safety net for men whose livelihood depended entirely on their physical ability. It transformed the risk of battle into a calculated economic transaction. A pirate knew that if he was maimed securing the prize, he would not be cast aside to beg, but would receive a capital sum that could support him on shore. The ship also functioned as a meritocracy. There was no purchasing of commissions or advancement by birthright. A man rose to the station of gunner, boatswain, or carpenter solely based on his demonstrated skill. The crew, whose lives depended on the competence of these officers, had a vested interest in selecting the best men for the job. If an officer failed in his duties, if the gunner was drunk during a chase, or the carpenter lazy in his repairs, he could be turned out by a vote of the crew and returned to the forecastle as a common seaman. This fluidity of rank ensured that the ship's hierarchy remained efficient and responsive to the crew's judgment. The atmosphere during these administrative phases was one of intense civic engagement. The state was small, visible, and immediate. Every man knew the state of the ship's finances because he saw the chest being counted. Every man knew the strategic situation because he heard the arguments in the council. There were no secrets of state. This transparency fostered a fierce loyalty not necessarily to the captain, but to the account, the collective enterprise of the ship. The men were not employees. They were shareholders in a joint stock company of predation. However, this democratic structure also carried inherent weaknesses. The need for consensus could lead to indecision. A council of war might debate for hours while a prize escaped or a hunter closed in. Factions could form around charismatic individuals, leading to schisms where the crew might vote to split up, with one group taking a prize ship and separating from the main company. The quartermaster had to constantly manage the temperature of the crew, using his influence to bridge divides and keep the debates from turning into brawls. The Sunday routine, if observed, was a strange echo of the society they had left. While pirates were generally irreligious, some crews maintained a superstition about the Sabbath. The articles might forbid the cleaning of weapons or heavy labor on Sundays. In some cases, if the ship carried a literate man or a captured clergyman, a service might be read. This was less about piety and more about the rhythm of the week, a marker of time in the endless blue. The captain might dress in his best velvet coat, and the musicians might play a more solemn tune. It was a pantomime of civilization enacted on the deck of an outlaw vessel. The navigation of the social dynamic was as complex as the navigation of the ocean. The officers had to lead by persuasion, not coercion. A pirate captain could not force his men to clean the hull or storm a fortress. He had to convince them that it was profitable and safe. This required a high degree of political acumen. The successful captains were those who could articulate a vision of wealth and manage the egos of 100 heavily armed, independent-minded men. They were politicians of the sea, campaigning daily for their continued tenure. As the ship sailed through the empty latitudes, the Commonwealth was a self-contained universe. The laws of England, France, or Spain did not apply here. The only law was the one written in ink on the articles and enforced by the collective will of the signatories. This legal autonomy was the true freedom of the pirate life. It was not just the license to steal, but the license to self-govern. For men who had been pressed into the Navy, beaten by merchant captains, or born into serfdom, the pirate ship offered a radical alternative. A society where their vote counted, their injury was compensated, and their leaders were accountable to them. The fragility of this system was constant. A run of bad luck, a lack of prizes, or a disastrous battle could shatter the consensus. The articles were only binding as long as the account was profitable. If the ship failed to find prey, the democracy could quickly degenerate into anarchy or mutiny. The quartermaster's ledger, recording the shares and the debts, was the barometer of the ship's stability. As long as the credit column outweighed the debit, the Commonwealth endured, a fragile experiment in rogue democracy drifting across the surface of the imperial world. Sometime during the mid-18th century, the pirate vessel, having left the coastal trading grounds, would often find itself suspended in the blue water, the deep, featureless expanse of the open ocean where no land was visible to anchor the eye. In this environment, the survival of the ship and the success of the hunt depended entirely on the esoteric science of navigation. This was not a simple matter of steering a wheel, but a complex mathematical discipline performed with primitive instruments made of wood, brass, and glass. The ability to locate a specific intersection of latitude and longitude, or to intercept a shipping lane, required the navigator, often the captain or a specialized sailing master, to constantly measure the ship's position against the movement of the celestial bodies and the indifferent geography of the sea. The foundation of this science was the determination of latitude, the ship's position north or south of the equator. This was the one coordinate that could be calculated with relative precision using the technology of the era. The primary ritual of the navigational day occurred at local apparent noon, the moment when the sun reached its highest point in the sky, known as the zenith. As the sun climbed toward its apex, the navigator and his mates would assemble on the quarterdeck, bringing out their instruments. The most common tool employed was the Davis quadrant, or backstaff. Unlike earlier instruments that required the user to stare directly into the blinding sun, the backstaff allowed the observer to stand with his back to the solar disk. The navigator would look through a sight vane at the horizon while simultaneously adjusting a shadow vane so that the sun's shadow fell across a slit. By aligning the shadow and the horizon, he measured the angle of the sun's altitude. This angular measurement, combined with data from a declination table, a printed almanac listing the sun's position for every day of the year, allowed him to calculate the ship's latitude with an accuracy of perhaps a few miles. This noon sight was the anchor of the ship's reality. It told them exactly how far north or south they were, allowing them to sail along a specific parallel of latitude to reach a destination. However, the calculation of longitude, the ship's position east or west, was the great unsolvable problem of the age. Reliable marine chronometers, the precision clocks required to calculate longitude by time difference, were rare, expensive, and fragile, almost non-existent on pirate vessels of this period. Consequently, the pirates relied on dead reckoning. This was a method of estimation based on three variables: the ship's course, the time spent on that course, and the speed at which the vessel was traveling. To measure speed, the crew performed the ritual of heaving the log. This procedure required a specific team: a man to hold the reel, a man to turn the glass, and a man to heave the line. The log was a triangular piece of wood, weighted on one edge so it would float upright in the water. It was attached to a long line of hemp cordage, marked at regular intervals with knots. The wood was thrown over the stern, where it would catch in the water and remain relatively stationary as the ship sailed away from it, pulling the line off the reel. The timing was governed by a small sand glass, typically a 28-second glass. As the log hit the water, the line was allowed to run free. The moment the stray line, a length of distance to get the log clear of the ship's wake, passed the rail, the order "turn" was given. The sand glass was inverted. The line flew through the helmsman's hands until the sand ran out and the cry "stop" was raised. The line was snubbed, and the number of knots that had passed over the rail was counted. The distance between knots was mathematically calibrated to the timing of the glass, such that the number of knots paid out equaled the nautical miles per hour the ship was traveling. This is the origin of the term knots for speed. This data, gathered every hour or two, was the heartbeat of the dead reckoning system. The recording of this data was done on the traverse board. This was a wooden board marked with the points of the compass, drilled with a series of holes. It hung near the helm. Every half hour, the helmsman would insert a peg into the hole corresponding to the course the ship had steered and the speed logged. At the end of the 4-hour watch, the sailing master would collect the board and transcribe the pattern of pegs into the ship's logbook. He would then perform the trigonometry, often using pre-calculated traverse tables, to determine how far the ship had actually moved across the chart, adjusting for the variation of the compass and the leeway, the sideways drift of the vessel. The charts used by the pirates were themselves objects of immense value. Known as wagoners, an anglicization of the Dutch cartographer Lucas Janszoon Wagenaar, these bound collections of sea maps were often stolen from captured prizes. A pirate captain would prize a Spanish derrotero, a book of sailing directions for the West Indies, above a chest of silver. These charts were drawn on sheepskin or heavy paper, marked with rum lines radiating from compass roses. They depicted the coastlines not as satellite-perfect outlines, but as sequences of landmarks and hazards. The accuracy of these charts varied wildly. A reef might be marked 10 miles east of its true position, a fatal error for the unwary. When the ship approached land, the nature of navigation shifted from the celestial to the physical. This was the domain of coastal pilotage. The lookout scanned not just for ships, but for the color of the water. The deep indigo of the ocean signaled safety, while a shift to turquoise or green warned of shoals. The texture of the water surface, ripples or overfalls, indicated currents colliding with underwater obstructions. The lead line became the primary instrument in shallow water. This was a long rope marked with strips of leather, calico, and wool to denote depth in fathoms 6-foot intervals. The leadsman stood in the chains, a platform on the side of the hull, swinging the heavy lead weight in a rhythmic circle before releasing it to fly forward. As the ship moved past the point where the lead hit the bottom, the line would come vertical, and the leadsman would call out the depth with a singing cadence. By the mark 5, or and a quarter less 4. The lead weight itself served a dual purpose. The bottom of the lead was hollowed out and filled with tallow, a sticky animal fat. When the lead hit the seabed, it would pick up a sample of the bottom. The leadsman would bring the weight up and present it to the master. The composition of the sample, gray sand, black mud, broken shell, or coral, was a geological fingerprint. By comparing the depth and the bottom sample to the descriptions in the chart or the pilot book, the navigator could determine his position even in thick fog or at night. Fine gray sand with black specks might confirm they were off the coast of Virginia, while sticky blue mud might place them near a river delta in West Africa. The pirates also relied heavily on local knowledge. This was often embodied in the person of a forced pilot. If the pirates captured a local fishing boat or a coaster, they would frequently detain the master of that vessel, forcing him to steer their ship through the intricate channels and reefs of his home waters. A pirate ship entering a treacherous passage like the Florida Straits or the winding rivers of Sierra Leone would place the forced pilot at the wheel, with a pistol cocked at his head. His life depended on the keel not touching the bottom. These men were the living archives of the coast, knowing the location of every sandbar and hidden rock that no chart had yet recorded. Environmental observation was a subtle but vital layer of navigation. The pirates learned to read the sky and the sea for clues of land. The presence of certain seabirds, such as the frigate bird or the tern, indicated that land was within a specific range, as these birds rarely flew more than a few dozen miles from their roosts. The color of the clouds could also betray geography. A small, fixed white cloud on the horizon often sat directly above a lagoon or a pale sandy island, reflecting the light differently than the surrounding ocean. Drifting terrestrial vegetation, logs, coconuts, or river weeds, signaled the outflow of a major river system days before the coast was sighted. The magnetic compass housed in the binnacle was the central idol of the ship's direction, but it was a flawed god. The needle did not point to true north, but to magnetic north, and the difference between the two, variation, changed depending on where the ship was on the globe. The navigator had to constantly correct for this error. Furthermore, the iron in the ship's guns and anchors could cause deviation, pulling the needle falsely. The binnacle was kept free of iron nails, built with wooden dowels and brass fittings, and the quartermaster ensured that no muskets or cutlasses were left near the compass housing. In the pirates' operational cycle, the rendezvous was a navigational test of high stakes. Pirate fleets, often consisting of 2 or 3 vessels, would agree to meet at a specific latitude and longitude or a specific key after a period of independent cruising. If a storm separated them, or if the navigation of one ship was faulty, the rendezvous would fail. The ship might spend weeks circling a small island, waiting for a consort that had missed the coordinate by 20 miles. These waiting periods were times of high anxiety, as a stationary ship near land was vulnerable to discovery. The lack of longitude meant that the standard method of arrival was latitude sailing. The ship would sail north or south until it reached the latitude of its destination, for example, the latitude of Bermuda. Then, it would turn and sail due east or west along that line until the island was sighted. This method was reliable but inefficient, and it made ships predictable. Pirate hunters knew that to find pirates, they simply had to patrol the lines of latitude that led to the common watering holes and choke points. Navigational errors were common and often catastrophic. A calculation error of a few degrees could put a ship on a reef in the middle of the night. The sound of surf breaking, the roar of the breakers, was the dread of the night watch. If that sound was heard upwind, there was no hope. The wind would drive the ship onto the rocks before it could turn. If heard downwind, the crew had to execute a frantic club hauling or anchor drop to stop the vessel's momentum. The wrecks of pirate ships, broken on the reefs of the Caribbean and the Indian Ocean, were the silent monuments to the limitations of dead reckoning. Thus, the movement of the pirate ship was a cautious, probing progress. It was a negotiation with the elements, mediated by the scratching of the quill in the logbook and the turning of the sandglass. The ocean was a vast puzzle of invisible lines and hidden dangers, and the navigator was the solver, trying to impose a grid of rationality on the shifting chaos of the waves. Every successful landfall, every interception of a merchant route, was a triumph of this primitive, accumulated data over the vast emptiness of the world. Sometime around the middle of the 18th century, the daily reality of the pirate vessel was defined not by the chaotic noise of combat, but by the silent, obsessive maintenance of the machinery of war. The ship was, in its essence, a floating artillery platform, a structure built to transport heavy iron ordnance across the ocean. The great guns, as the cannon were known, were the primary arbiters of the pirates' power, but they were also temperamental, high-maintenance instruments that required a rigorous regime of care to function in the corrosive marine environment. The salt air and the constant humidity were relentless enemies of iron and powder, necessitating a continuous cycle of cleaning, greasing, and inspection that occupied the crew during the long weeks of the blue water voyage. The central object of this labor was the cannon itself. On a typical pirate sloop or brigantine, these were often 4, 6, or 9 pounders, designations referring to the weight of the solid iron ball they fired. These guns were cast from iron, heavy and brittle, seated upon wooden carriages made of elm or oak. The carriage was a wheeled vehicle in its own right, equipped with 4 solid wooden wheels known as trucks. The maintenance of the carriage was critical. If a wheel cracked or an axle seized during the violent recoil of firing, the gun could become a lethal loose object, crushing men and smashing through the bulwarks. Therefore, the carpenter and his mates regularly inspected the cheeks, the side panels of the carriage and the wooden axles, greasing the trucks with tallow to ensure they rolled smoothly on the deck planks. The iron barrel of the gun required constant protection from rust. In the tropical heat, oxidation occurred rapidly. To prevent this, the guns were slushed. The crew used a mixture of tallow, oil, and sometimes black lead to coat the exterior of the barrel. This greasy, black paste was applied by hand or with rags, giving the guns a dull, wet sheen. The bore, the hollow interior of the barrel, was the subject of even greater concern. Scale and rust inside the bore could create friction, causing a shot to jam or increasing the pressure to dangerous levels. The gunner's mates would run a scraper, a tool with a crescent-shaped iron blade, down the barrel to remove any oxidation, followed by a sheepskin sponge soaked in oil to coat the metal. When not in use, the guns were secured with an elaborate system of ropes to prevent them from moving with the roll of the ship. The breeching rope was the most vital piece of cordage. This thick, heavy cable passed through the ring on the back of the gun, the cascabel, and was secured to the ship's ribs on either side of the gun port. Its sole function was to arrest the backward travel of the gun when fired. A rotten breeching rope meant that the gun would snap its restraint and fly backward across the deck. Consequently, these ropes were inspected inch by inch for signs of rot or wear. If a strand was found to be frayed, the entire rope was replaced immediately. The guns were then housed, with the muzzle pulled up against the upper part of the gun port and lashed tight, and the empion, a wooden plug wrapped in canvas, inserted into the muzzle to keep out seawater and spray. The chemistry of the ship was centered in the magazine. This was a specialized, lead-lined room located deep in the hull, usually below the waterline in the run of the ship, to keep it as far as possible from enemy fire and accidental sparks. The gunpowder stored here was a volatile mixture of saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur. It was hygroscopic, meaning it naturally absorbed moisture from the air. Damp powder would not ignite, or would fizzle, failing to generate the explosive force required to propel a shot. To combat this, the gunner and his trusted yeoman performed the ritual of turning the barrels. The kegs of powder were rotated regularly to prevent the ingredients from settling and separating, which would alter the burn rate. If the powder was suspected of being damp, it had to be sunned. This was a delicate operation performed only in calm weather and under strict guard. Tarpaulins were spread on the poop deck, and the powder was poured out in thin layers to dry in the sun. All fires in the galley were extinguished, and the crew was forbidden from coming near with pipes or metal objects. The gunner would sift through the black grains, checking for clumping, breaking up the lumps with his hands. Once dried, the powder was rebarreled or made up into cartridges. The manufacture of cartridges was a continuous cottage industry on board. In the earlier eras, loose powder was ladled into the guns, a slow and dangerous process. By this period, pirates, like the navies they mimicked, preferred pre-made cartridges. These were cylindrical bags made of flannel, serge, or paper. Flannel was preferred because it burned completely upon firing. Paper often left smoldering remnants in the barrel, which could prematurely ignite the next charge. The gunner's crew sat in the filling room, a screened-off area near the magazine, measuring precise amounts of powder using copper scoops and pouring them into the fabric sleeves. The ends were tied off with twine, and the cartridges were stored in wooden boxes called passing boxes, ready for rapid transport to the deck. The projectiles themselves, the shot, were stored in racks around the hatchways or in garlands, wooden frames along the bulwarks. These iron spheres were also prone to rust. A rusty shot increased windage, the friction between the ball and the barrel, and could cause the gun to burst. The crew spent hours chipping the rust off the cannonballs using chipping hammers, then rolling them in barrels of sand or shaking them in a heavy canvas bag to polish them. They were then painted or greased. The fit of the shot was checked using a gauge, a metal ring of the precise diameter. If a ball could not pass through the gauge, it was discarded or hammered down, as an oversized ball could become stuck in the barrel, creating a catastrophic obstruction. Beyond the standard round shot, the pirates maintained a diverse arsenal of specialized projectiles designed for dismantling rigging. Bar shot consisted of 2 iron half-balls connected by a solid iron bar. Chain shot connected them with a length of heavy chain. Langrage was a crude, improvised ammunition made from scrap iron, nails, bolts, and old glass, sewn into canvas bags. This was designed to act as a giant shotgun blast, shredding sails and clearing enemy decks of personnel. The fabrication of langrage was a way to recycle the ship's metallic waste. Broken tools and bent spikes were saved in a dedicated tub to be repurposed as shrapnel. The small arms required a different scale of maintenance. A pirate crew of 80 men might carry 200 pistols and 100 muskets. The flintlock mechanism, the standard ignition system of the time, was delicate. It relied on a piece of flint striking a steel, frizzen, to create a shower of sparks that fell into a small pan of priming powder. The knapping of flints was a necessary skill. The edges of the flint had to be sharp to shave the steel. A dull flint meant a misfire. The men would use a small hammer or the back of a knife to chip the flint, creating a fresh, razor-sharp edge. The springs inside the locks, the mainspring and the frizzen spring, were made of tempered steel and were prone to snapping or rusting. The armorer, often working at a bench on the berth deck, would disassemble the locks, cleaning the tumblers and sears with oil and fine brick dust. He kept a supply of spare parts scavenged from broken weapons. A weapon with a weak spring was useless in the split-second chaos of boarding, so the tension was constantly tested. The barrels of the pistols were also frequently cleaned of fouling, the black residue of burnt powder that built up after firing, making the weapon difficult to load. The molding of lead bullets was another communal task. Lead was carried in bars or pigs, often taken as cargo. The armorer would melt the lead in a crucible over a charcoal brazier, usually on deck for safety. The molten metal was poured into iron bullet molds, which looked like pliers with spherical cavities. As the lead cooled and solidified, the mold was opened, and the bullet dropped out. The sprue, the small tail of lead left where the metal entered the mold, had to be clipped off with cutters to ensure the ball was perfectly round. These bullets were then stored in leather pouches or canvas bags, often dusted with chalk or talc to prevent them from sticking together. The drill or training of the gun crews was the software that made the hardware effective. While pirates are often depicted as undisciplined, the successful operation of heavy artillery required mechanical precision. A gun crew consisted of specific roles: the captain of the gun who aimed, the sponger who cleaned the bore, the loader who inserted the cartridge and shot, and the tackleman who hauled the ropes. During the idle days at sea, the quartermaster would order the exercise of the great guns. This was a dry run. The guns were not fired to save powder, but the motions were rehearsed until they were muscle memory. The sequence was rigid. Cast loose your guns, the lashings were untied. Prime. The gunner pierced the cartridge through the touch hole with a sharp wire called a pricker and poured fine powder into the pan. Point. The gun was aimed using wooden wedges called quoins to raise or lower the breech, and handspikes to lever the carriage left or right. Fire. The imaginary match was applied. Then came the critical post-fire routine. Sponge. The wet sheepskin was thrust down the barrel and twisted to extinguish any burning embers. This was the most dangerous moment. If a spark remained and the new cartridge was rammed home, the loader would lose his arms to the premature explosion. The repetition of this cycle, sponge, load, ram, run out, aim, fire, was drilled until the crew could perform it in the dark, on a rolling deck, amidst the screaming of the injured. The pirates also maintained a stockpile of grenados, hollow cast-iron spheres filled with powder and fitted with a wooden fuse. These were primitive hand grenades used during boarding actions. The fuses were lengths of slow match that had to be cut to the correct length. Too long, and the enemy could throw it back. Too short, and it exploded in the thrower's hand. The preparation of these fuses was a task for the experienced gunners, who understood the burn rate of the cord. In addition to explosive weaponry, the pirates utilized chemical warfare in the form of stink pots. These were earthenware jars filled with a noxious mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, asafoetida, a resin with a pungent, garlic-like smell, and sometimes decay matter. When thrown onto the deck of a merchant ship, the pot would shatter and the fuse would ignite the mixture, creating a cloud of choking, blinding smoke. The preparation of these pots was done on the open deck, downwind, to avoid sickening the crew. The ingredients were ground in a mortar and pestle, mixed carefully, and packed into the jars, which were then sealed with wax or clay. The boarding axes and pikes were the final layer of the ship's lethality. The axes, used for cutting through the enemy's rigging and anti-boarding nets, had to be razor-sharp. The grindstone, a large rotating stone wheel operated by a foot treadle or a hand crank, was in constant use. Sparks flew as the men honed the edges of the heavy steel heads. The pikes, long wooden poles topped with a steel point, were checked for splinters and straightness. A pike with a cracked shaft was discarded or cut down for firewood. The weapon relied on its reach and rigidity to repel boarders. Every object on the ship that could be used to inflict damage was categorized, cleaned, and positioned for immediate access. The racks around the masts held the pistols and cutlasses. The shot lockers held the iron balls. The cartridge boxes held the powder. The ship was organized so that within minutes of the drum beating to quarters, the passive wooden vessel could transform into an active machine of destruction. The silence of the maintenance phase was merely the dormancy of the weapon. The scrubbing of the rust, the oiling of the locks, and the turning of the powder barrels were the investments of labor that ensured the system would not fail when the geometry of the intercept finally resolved into the chaos of the engagement. Sometime during the mid-18th century, the pirate vessel faced its most persistent adversary, not the naval hunter or the armed merchantman, but the slow, chemical decomposition of its own stores. In the era before refrigeration or sterilization, the ability to sustain a crew of 80 or 100 men on the open ocean was a logistical tightrope walk. The ship was a closed system with finite resources, moving through an environment that accelerated decay. The tropical heat, the constant dampness, and the microscopic life teeming in the air and water waged a ceaseless war against the organic matter stored in the hold. The preservation of food and water was not merely a domestic chore. It was the fundamental equation that determined the range and operational duration of the cruise. The foundation of this survival system was the water supply. Water was heavy, bulky, and prone to rapid spoilage. It was stored in the largest casks on board, the leaguers and butts, which could hold over 100 gallons each. These massive barrels were stowed deep in the hold, resting on beds of ballast stones to keep them stable. The management of these casks was the specific province of the cooper and the quartermaster. They understood the hierarchy of the water. The casks filled from the pure springs of a high volcanic island might remain sweet for months, while water taken from a brackish river delta would turn foul within weeks. The degradation of the water was a biological inevitability. After a few weeks in the stifling heat of the hold, the water in the casks would turn green with algae. Ropey slime would form on the surface, and the liquid would teem with visible organisms, red worms and swimming larvae. The smell of the water when a cask was broached could be nauseating, a sulfurous reek of stagnation. Yet this water was still consumed. The crew would drink it through clenched teeth or mix it with rum to mask the flavor. Eventually, if left long enough, the water would sometimes sweeten again, as the algae died and settled to the bottom as sediment, leaving the liquid clear but flat. To extend the supply, the pirates practiced aggressive water harvesting. The ship's awnings, large canvas tarps rigged over the deck to provide shade, were designed to double as catchments. During the sudden, violent squalls of the tropics, the crew would rush to plug the scuppers, the deck drains, or funnel the runoff from the awnings into empty casks. This wild water was precious, used to top off the supply, though it often tasted of the tar and salt accumulated on the canvas. The rationing of water was strict and mathematically enforced. The scuttlebutt was a specific cask lashed to the deck near the mainmast. It had a square hole cut in the top, fitted with a lid and sometimes a lock. The daily allowance was typically 1 quart per man per day, covering drinking and cooking. In times of drought or calm, when the ship made no progress toward land, this might be cut to a pint. The quartermaster guarded the scuttlebutt with a pistol if necessary. Thirst was a more dangerous driver of mutiny than greed. A crew that believed the officers were hoarding water while they parched would rise up within hours. The solid fuel of the ship consisted of the salt horse, beef and pork cured in brine. This meat was stored in tierces, smaller casks, and was the primary source of protein. The salting process, if done correctly, turned the meat into a durable, rock-hard substance that resembled wood more than flesh. Before it could be eaten, the meat had to be retrieved from the brine, a task for the cook's mate, who would hook a piece out of the barrel, and placed in a steep tub of seawater lashed to the deck. It would soak for 24 hours to dissolve the excess salt. Otherwise, it was inedible and would induce dangerous dehydration. The quality of the meat was a constant gamble. Dishonest victuallers in port often packed the barrels with hooves, gristle, and bone to make weight. Even good meat could spoil if the brine leaked out, allowing air to reach the flesh. The rotten casks were not immediately discarded. The outer layers might be cut away, and the remainder boiled into a stew, heavily seasoned with pepper or chilies to hide the taste of decay. The pirates, often stealing their provisions from merchant ships, usually had better quality meat than the Navy, as they could select the best casks from a captured cargo and discard the rest. The bread of the sea was ship's biscuit, or hardtack. These were thick, hexagonal or round crackers made of flour and water, baked twice to remove all moisture. They were stored in the bread room, a localized compartment in the dry aft section of the ship, lined with tin or lead to keep out rats. However, the metal could not keep out the weevils. These small beetles laid their eggs in the flour before baking, and the larvae hatched inside the stored biscuits. A biscuit could be riddled with tunnels, crumbling into dust when squeezed. The sailors accepted the weevils as a fact of life, sometimes joking that they provided fresh meat. They would tap the biscuit on the table to knock the insects out before eating, or soak the hard bread in coffee or stew to soften it and drown the larvae. To supplement these preserved rations, the pirate ship often carried a deck farm. It was common for the vessel to carry livestock, particularly after a raid on a coastal settlement. Crates of chickens, pigs roaming the waist of the ship, and goats tethered to the gunwales were a familiar sight. The animals served a dual purpose. They consumed the ship's waste, galley scraps, and spoiled biscuit, and converted it into fresh meat. The noise of the farm, the crowing of roosters at dawn and the grunting of pigs, mixed with the sounds of the ocean. However, keeping livestock was water-intensive. As water stocks dwindled, the animals were the first to be slaughtered, providing a feast of fresh roast pork that marked a brief spike in the crew's morale. The ocean itself was the largest larder, and the pirates were opportunistic fishermen. The ship trailed lines astern constantly. The dolphinfish, mahi-mahi, and the bonito were the most common catch in the warm currents. When a school was sighted, the fishing became industrial. Men lined the rail with hooks and grains, multi-pronged spears. The flash of gold and blue scales on the deck was a signal for the cook to ready the fire. Unlike the salted rations, fresh fish had to be eaten immediately. In the tropical heat, it would spoil within hours. The green turtle was the ultimate prize for the victualling officer. Pirates would raid nesting beaches or visit the Cayman Islands to capture these massive reptiles. The turtle possessed a unique biological advantage. It could stay alive for weeks on its back, without food or water, simply breathing the air. The pirates would stack dozens of live turtles in the hold or on the deck, creating a living reserve of fresh meat that did not require preservation. The turtle meat was considered a delicacy and a medicine, believed to cure scurvy and restore vigor. The preparation of food took place in the caboose or galley, a small, sheltered structure usually located on the forecastle or the main deck. The heart of the galley was the firebox, a brick-lined stove sitting on a bed of sand. Fire was the ship's greatest terror, so the cook was a safety officer as much as a chef. He managed the wood supply, often burning broken barrel staves or driftwood. The cooking methods were limited by the equipment. A massive iron cauldron known as the copper was used to boil everything. Salmagundi was a popular pirate dish, a chaotic salad of chopped meat, fish, eggs, onions, oil, and whatever vegetables were available, heavily spiced and served cold or warm. It was a communal meal, scooped out of the kid with spoons or crusts of bread. The storage of dry provisions, peas, oatmeal, and cheese, required constant vigilance against moisture. Peas and oatmeal were kept in tight casks. Cheese, usually hard wheels of Cheshire or Suffolk, was wrapped in canvas. If the cheese grew moldy, the cook would scrape it clean. If it became infested with long red worms, it was often still eaten, the worms picked out or ignored. Butter was stored in firkins, small casks, and packed with salt. In the tropics, it melted into a rancid oil that was poured over the biscuit rather than spread. Scurvy was the silent killer that hovered over every long voyage. The pirates, though lacking a scientific understanding of vitamin C, grasped the empirical link between diet and disease. They knew that green stuff prevented the black rot of the gums and the swelling of the legs. Therefore, they prioritized the theft of citrus. A crate of lemons or limes found on a prize was distributed immediately, or the juice was squeezed and mixed with rum to preserve it. They also gathered scurvy grass, wild celery, and sorrel from the shorelines during careening. The onion was highly reinforced as a preventative. Strings of onions often hung from the beams in the steerage, their pungent scent mixing with the tar. The distribution of food was one of the few moments of strict equality. The mess system ensured that every man received the same weight of meat. To prevent accusations of favoritism, a ritual known as "who shall have this" was performed. The cook would point to a portion of meat, and a man with his back turned, who could not see which piece was being indicated, would call out the name of a mess number. This blind lottery ensured that if a piece of meat was bone or gristle, its assignment was a matter of chance, not malice. In the captain's cabin, the diet might be slightly more varied, not because of extra rations, but due to private stores. The captain might have a private supply of spices, sugar, or wine taken from a prize. However, the articles of many pirate ships explicitly forbade the lock and key on fresh provisions, meaning that if the captain had a fresh turtle, the crew had a right to a share. This commonwealth of food was a radical departure from merchant ships, where the captain dined on chicken while the crew ate weevily biscuit. The spirits room held the calorie-dense alcohol that functioned as both a sedative and a fuel. Rum, brandy, and arrack were stored in the safest part of the hold. The daily issue of grog, spirits mixed with water, provided a significant portion of the sailors' daily caloric intake. The sugar in the rum gave quick energy, while the alcohol dulled the physical aches of the labor. The depletion of the alcohol stores was viewed with as much alarm as the depletion of water. A dry ship was a sullen and dangerous place. As the voyage lengthened, the menu devolved. The livestock was eaten, the turtles were gone, the water turned foul, and the biscuit crumbled. The crew entered the phase of short allowance. The quartermaster would cut the rations by a third, then a half. The men moved slower, conserving energy. Their eyes sunken, their gums spongy, they scanned the horizon not just for gold, but for the green promise of an island where they could fill the casks and hunt for wild pigs. The logistics of the stomach dictated the strategy of the ship. The need for protein and fresh water forced the pirates to abandon the safety of the deep ocean and risk the approach to land, driving the cycle of the voyage from the blue water back to the coast. Sometime around the mid-18th century, the operational capacity of the pirate vessel was frequently threatened by a force far more lethal than the Royal Navy: the microscopic biology of the tropics. In the warm, humid latitudes where these ships cruised, the human body was subjected to a relentless assault by pathogens that flourished in the crowded, unsanitary conditions of the lower deck. The maintenance of the crew's health was not a humanitarian endeavor but a logistical necessity. A ship with half its men in the hammocks, shivering with fever or incapacitated by the flux, was a ship that could not man the yards in a gale or run out the guns in a fight. Therefore, the medical infrastructure of the vessel, primitive and grim as it was, formed a critical system within the wider machinery of the pirate enterprise. The central figure in this system was the surgeon. Unlike the captain or the quartermaster who held their positions by the vote of the crew, the surgeon was typically a forced man. His presence on board was rarely voluntary. When a pirate crew captured a merchant vessel, the first question asked was often, "Do you carry a surgeon?" If the answer was yes, the man was seized, his chest of instruments confiscated, and his fate sealed. He was considered a strategic asset, a piece of stolen technology. Because of his immense value, the surgeon was often granted privileges denied to other forced men. A cabin, a share of the water ration, and sometimes a share of the plunder, though he was watched constantly to prevent his escape. The surgeon's workspace was the cockpit, a dedicated area usually located on the orlop deck, the lowest deck of the ship, situated below the waterline. This location was chosen for its relative stability and protection from enemy fire. It was a dark, claustrophobic space, illuminated only by lanterns. The air here was heavy with the specific olfactory signature of 18th century medicine, the sharp acidity of vinegar, used as a disinfectant, the metallic tang of blood, the sickly sweet odor of pus, and the aromatic scent of herbs and spices used to mask the stench of decay. The cockpit was the repair shop for the human component of the ship. The surgeon's chest was the repository of the ship's pharmacological arsenal. It was a heavy, brass-bound wooden box divided into compartments containing glass bottles, ceramic jars, and tin boxes. The contents were a mixture of folk remedy, herbalism, and mineral toxicity. Laudanum, a tincture of opium dissolved in alcohol, was the most precious liquid on board. It was the universal painkiller and sedative, used to dull the agony of amputation or to quiet the coughing of a consumptive. Peruvian bark, cinchona, which contained quinine, was the only effective treatment for the intermittent fevers of malaria. Without it, a crew could be decimated by the ague within weeks of watering at a mosquito-infested river. For the treatment of venereal disease, which was endemic among sailors who frequented the brothels of the port towns, the chest contained jars of blue mass or mercury ointment. Syphilis, known as the Great Pox, was treated by rubbing toxic mercury into the skin or injecting it into the urethra. The treatment was often as damaging as the disease, causing teeth to loosen and saliva to flow uncontrollably. But it was the only known countermeasure against the debilitating symptoms that could cripple a man. The surgical instruments were objects of terrifying precision. They were kept in a velvet-lined case to protect their edges from the salt air. The amputation knife, a long, curved blade, was used to slice through muscle and flesh in a single circular motion. The catlin, a double-edged knife, was used to clear the tissue between the bones. The bone saw, a heavy, toothed instrument, was used to sever the femur or humerus. The trephine, a cylindrical saw, was used to bore holes in the skull to relieve pressure from head injuries. The surgeon also carried a cautery irons, heavy iron tools that were heated to a red glow in a brazier, and applied to the stump of a limb to seal the arteries and stop the bleeding, though by this period, the use of ligatures, silk threads to tie off the veins, was becoming more common among skilled practitioners. The daily routine of the medical department began with the sick call. In the morning, usually after the decks were washed, the surgeon or his assistant, known as the loblolly boy, would beat a drum or ring a bell at the mainmast. The men who were claiming illness would present themselves. This was a process of triage and skepticism. Malingering, faking illness to avoid duty, was a constant problem. The surgeon had to distinguish between a man with a genuine fever and a man who was simply hungover or lazy. He checked pulses, looked at tongues, and examined urine. If a man was deemed to be shamming Abraham, faking it, he was reported to the quartermaster for punishment. However, the genuine ailments were horrific and plentiful. The bloody flux, dysentery, was the scourge of the lower deck. Caused by contaminated water and food, it resulted in severe diarrhea, dehydration, and death. A ship gripped by the flux was a scene of misery. The men were too weak to climb the rigging, and the stench in the berthing deck became unbearable. The surgeon's treatment involved purging the patient with rhubarb or ipecac to cleanse the system, followed by opiates to stop the spasms, a regimen that often hastened the patient's demise through dehydration. Yellow fever was another terror of the Caribbean. It struck suddenly, turning the skin jaundiced and causing the victim to vomit black, coagulated blood. There was no cure. The surgeon could only isolate the patients behind canvas screens to prevent panic, though the mosquito-borne nature of the transmission was unknown, making quarantine ineffective. The primary medical response was bleeding, opening a vein to drain bad humors, which merely weakened the patient further. The surgical reality of the pirate ship was dominated by trauma. In the aftermath of a boarding action or a cannon duel, the cockpit became an abattoir. The surgeon worked with speed as his primary metric. An amputation of a leg had to be completed in minutes to prevent the patient from dying of shock. The patient was restrained on the operating table, often a plank laid across two chests, by strong men. He was given a leather strap to bite on and a stiff drink of rum if available. There was no anesthesia. The surgeon would apply a tourniquet, cut the flesh, saw the bone, and sear the vessels. The severed limbs were thrown into a tub of sand or directly out the stern port into the sea. The post-operative care was rudimentary. The stumps were dressed with lint and bandages, often soaked in turpentine or wine. Infection was almost guaranteed. The hospital gangrene would set in, turning the wound black and foul-smelling. The surgeon would battle this with frequent dressing changes and the application of vinegar, but the mortality rate for major amputations was high. Those who survived became the wooden-legged veterans of the crew, entitled by the articles to their compensation and often given lighter duties, such as cooking or working the helm. Dental care was another brutal necessity. A tooth drawer or pelican, a claw-like iron tool, was used to extract rotten teeth. In a crew suffering from mild scurvy, loose teeth and abscesses were common. The surgeon would clamp the instrument onto the tooth and leverage it out of the jaw, a procedure that often fractured the jawbone or caused severe hemorrhage. For toothaches, he might apply oil of cloves or pack the cavity with tobacco. The management of the sick berth required logistical support. The loblolly boy was responsible for feeding the patients. Their diet was distinct from the main crew. They were given burgoo, oatmeal gruel, or portable soup, a precursor to the bouillon cube, a solid block of boiled-down meat extract that could be dissolved in hot water. This invalid diet was easier to digest than the salt beef and biscuit. The surgeon also had the authority to demand fresh food for his patients if any was available, claiming the best of the turtle meat or the fresh eggs for the sick bay. Preventative medicine, though primitive, was practiced. The burning of vinegar or sulfur in the hold was a common fumigation technique. Pans of hot tar were carried through the decks, the smoke believed to purify the miasma or bad air. The surgeon would also advocate for the airing of bedding. On sunny days, the hammocks were brought up and scrubbed, and the interior of the ship was open to the wind. These measures, driven by the theory of bad airs, inadvertently helped to reduce the lice and flea populations that carried typhus. When medicine failed, the final logistical process was the disposal of the dead. Death at sea was a routine occurrence. The body could not be kept on board in the tropical heat. Decomposition was rapid. The burial ritual was efficient and unsentimental. The sailmaker was summoned to sew the corpse into his own hammock. It was a tradition to place the last stitch through the cartilage of the nose, a final test to ensure the man was truly dead and not merely in a catatonic stupor. Weight was added to the foot of the hammock to ensure the body sank. This was usually a couple of old cannonballs or a bag of sand. The shrouded form was placed on a plank at the gangway or a gun port. The crew might gather for a brief moment. If there was a prayer book, a few lines might be read. If not, the master might simply say, "And so he goes." The plank was tilted and the body slid into the deep. There were no markers, no graves to visit. The ocean swallowed the evidence of the loss immediately. Following the burial, the economic machinery of the ship engaged once more. The dead man's possessions, his sea chest, his clothes, his knife, and his tools were brought to the mainmast. They were auctioned off to the highest bidder at the mast. The proceeds from this sale were recorded in the ship's ledger and added to the dead man's estate, which theoretically would be sent to his next of kin if the ship ever returned to a civilized port. In reality, this money often went into the common fund or was held by a friend. This auction served a practical purpose. It redistributed essential gear to the men who needed it, ensuring that nothing on the ship was wasted. A good wool coat or a sharp marlin spike was too valuable to be buried with a corpse. The psychological impact of this constant attrition was profound. The surgeon was the keeper of the mortality ledger. He recorded the names and the causes of death: febris, flux, shot, drowned. The crew lived with the visible reminders of their fragility: the empty hammocks, the smell of vinegar from the sick bay, and the limping gait of the amputees. The surgeon's presence was a reminder that their greatest enemy was not the law, but the limitations of their own biology. As the ship sailed on, the medical supplies would dwindle. The lint for bandages would run out, necessitating the tearing up of old shirts. The laudanum bottle would empty. The surgeon would have to improvise, using rum for pain and tar for wounds. The health of the ship became a tangible resource that was slowly spent, just like the water and the powder. The capture of a new prize was therefore critical not just for wealth, but for the replenishment of the medicine chest, a fresh supply of balsam and bark that could buy the crew another few months of life in the hostile latitudes. Sometime during the mid-18th century, the operational routine of the pirate vessel was periodically interrupted by the inevitable violence of the atmosphere. The Atlantic and Indian Oceans were not static surfaces, but dynamic systems prone to radical shifts in energy. For a wooden ship powered solely by the wind, an excess of that power was more dangerous than a deficit. The transition from fair-weather sailing to storm conditions was a logistical procedure as strictly rehearsed as the engagement of a prize. It involved the systematic deconstruction of the ship's aerodynamic profile to alter its center of gravity and reduce the leverage of the gale against the hull. The warning signs were often read in the glass, the mercury barometer if the ship possessed one, or in the behavior of the swell. A long, heavy swell arriving from a specific quadrant, unrelated to the local wind, indicated a distant storm system pushing energy through the water. The sky, turning a greasy yellow or developing high, mare's tail cirrus clouds, signaled the approach of a depression. Upon these signals, the hierarchy of the ship shifted from the navigational to the defensive. The order was given to send down the upper works. A pirate ship, often top-heavy with tall masts for speed, was vulnerable to capsizing if caught with too much weight aloft during a squall. The crew's first task was to lower the topmasts. These were the upper sections of the masts, sparred to the lower masts by a wooden pin called a fid. To strike them, the crew had to haul on the top rope to lift the mast slightly, knocking out the fid with a maul, and then carefully lowering the heavy spar down along the lower mast until it could be lashed to the deck. The topgallant yards and sails were also sent down. This labor-intensive process stripped the ship to a bare, skeletal silhouette, significantly reducing the windage, the surface area exposed to the gale, and lowering the vessel's center of gravity to improve stability. The snug-down procedure extended to the deck. The large guns, the ship's heaviest movable objects, were the greatest internal threat. In a heavy roll, a cannon breaking loose became a battering ram capable of punching through the ship's side. The gunner and his mates would apply housing lashings. The guns were run in until their muzzles touched the inside of the bulwarks. The tackles were pulled tight, and extra turns of heavy rope were frapped around the gun and the ring bolts in the deck. The quoins, the wooden wedges used for aiming, were removed, and the barrels were lowered to rest on the bed of the carriage to lower the center of gravity further. The hatches, the openings to the underworld of the ship, were the critical weak points. The wooden gratings used for ventilation in fair weather were removed and replaced with solid hatch covers. These were covered with 3 layers of heavy tarpaulin, canvas soaked in tar, and secured with iron or wooden battens nailed to the coaming. This was battening down the hatches. It sealed the hull hermetically, preventing the tons of green water that would wash over the deck from flooding the hold. The air below, cut off from the surface, would rapidly become foul and hot, but the integrity of the hull was paramount. The sail plan for a storm was specific and minimal. The ship could not be left completely bare, or it would lose steerage way. The forward motion required for the rudder to bite the water and turn the ship. Without steerage, the vessel would drift sideways, leaving it vulnerable to being pooped, waves breaking over the stern or rolled over. The pirates utilized specialized storm canvas, the trysail or the storm staysail. These were small, triangular sails made of the heaviest number 1 canvas, reinforced with extra bands of rope. They were set low and amidships to keep the bow into the wind, heaving to, or to allow the ship to run before the gale, scudding, under control. The management of the helm during a storm required the ship's strongest men. The physical forces acting on the rudder were immense. As a wave passed under the stern, the water pressure could wrench the wheel violently, capable of throwing the helmsman across the deck or breaking his ribs. To mitigate this, relieving tackles were rigged. These were block-hand tackle systems attached to the tiller below decks or to the wheel itself, manned by men who pulled against the kick of the rudder, acting as human shock absorbers. In the most severe weather, the helm was lashed amidships, and the ship was allowed to find its own equilibrium. The pumps were the heartbeat of the storm routine. No wooden ship is perfectly watertight. The working of the hull in a seaway opens the seams, allowing water to weep in. In a storm, this ingress increases dramatically. The pirates employed 2 types of pumps. The elm tree pump was a simple board log with a leather valve, used for light work, but for the heavy volume, they used the chain pump. This was a continuous loop of chain fitted with leather discs that ran down a tube to the bilge and back up, pulling a column of water with it. Operating the chain pump was exhausting, rhythmic labor. It required teams of men turning heavy iron cranks on the gun deck. The water would pour out of the pump dale and onto the deck, running out the scuppers. The pump had to be kept turning constantly. If it stopped, the water in the tube would fall back and the momentum would be lost. The men worked in short relays, perhaps 15 minutes on and 15 off, stripped to the waist, chanting to keep the rhythm. The sound of the pump, the clanking of the chain and the gush of water was the audible monitor of the ship's survival. If the water level in the well rose faster than the pumps could eject it, the ship was settling. The scuppers and freeing ports were the ship's drainage system. These were holes cut through the bulwarks at deck level, usually covered by a hinged flap on the outside. When a massive wave crashed onto the deck, filling the waist of the ship with tons of water, the sheer weight could depress the hull dangerously. The freeing ports allowed this water to drain back into the ocean rapidly. The carpenter checked these ports constantly to ensure the hinges were not rusted shut and that debris had not blocked the openings. Below decks, the environment was transformed into a dark, chaotic sensory deprivation chamber. With the gun ports closed and the deadlights, heavy wooden shutters, secured over the stern windows, no natural light entered the ship. Lanterns were used sparingly due to the risk of fire and the violent motion. The noise was deafening. The groaning of the timbers as the hull flexed, the thunder of waves striking the planking, and the scream of the wind in the rigging, which vibrated through the masts down into the keel. The crew, off watch, lay in their hammocks, which swung wildly, bracing themselves against the ceiling beams to avoid being thrown out. Cooking was impossible. The galley fire was extinguished at the first sign of a gale to prevent embers from being scattered by the ship's motion. The crew subsisted on cold commons, hard biscuit, cheese, and raw spirits. The lack of hot food, combined with the constant wetness and the physical exertion of the pumps, drained the crew's energy reserves. The allowance of grog was often increased during a storm, a tactical administration of calories and sedative to keep the men functioning through the fear and fatigue. The carpenter's walk was a solitary and critical patrol. During the height of the storm, the carpenter and his mates would crawl through the wings of the hold, the narrow passageways between the hull and the cargo. They listened for the sound of rushing water that would indicate a sprung butt, a plank end that had popped loose from its fastening. If a leak was found, they attempted to stop it from the inside using wedges of softwood, tallow, and raw oakum, or by nailing a piece of canvas over the breach. In extreme cases, they would further a sail, sewing rope yarns into a canvas sheet and dragging it under the hull from the outside, hoping the water pressure would suck the material into the leak to plug it. If the ship was in danger of foundering, the logic of logistics turned to jettisoning. The decision to throw weight overboard was a calculation of value versus survival. The first items to go were the heavy spars on the deck, then the shot, and finally the guns themselves. Heaving a cannon overboard in a storm was a terrifying operation. The lashing had to be cut, and the gun manhandled through the port while the deck pitched at 40 degrees. If the gun got loose, it would destroy the ship from the inside. Following the guns, the cargo, the very purpose of the voyage, would be sacrificed. Bales of silk and barrels of sugar were hauled up and cast into the sea to lighten the vessel and increase its freeboard, the distance from the water line to the deck. Navigation during a storm was reduced to dead reckoning of the roughest sort. With the sky obscured by clouds and rain, no celestial sights could be taken. The navigator could only estimate the drift, the sideways movement of the ship caused by the wind and waves. A ship hove to might drift 50 miles in a day, often toward a lee shore. The fear of land was paramount. In a storm, the open ocean was safety, the coast was death. The lookouts were lashed to the masts, blinded by spray, straining to see the white foam of breakers that would signal the end. As the storm broke, usually after 2 or 3 days, the transition back to operational status was slow. The seas would remain high and confused even as the wind dropped. The crew, exhausted and salt-stained, would emerge from the hatchways. The first task was to dry the ship. The hatches were opened to vent the foul air. Wet bedding was brought up and strung in the rigging. The brails of the sails were loosened to let the canvas dry. Wet sails would rot quickly in the humidity. The rigging required immediate inspection. The immense strain of the gale often stretched the shrouds, the ropes supporting the masts, making them slack. The crew had to set up the lanyards again, tightening the rigging to support the masts before the full sail area could be set. The chafing gear, the mats and canvas wrappings protecting the ropes, was often shredded and needed replacement. The carpenter sounded the well to ensure the leak rate had returned to normal. The storm often altered the ship's geography. Barrels in the hold might have shifted, requiring a complete restowage to correct a list. The livestock on deck might have been washed overboard or drowned, necessitating a return to salt rations. The psychological state of the crew shifted from the adrenaline of survival back to the monotony of the cruise. The storm was viewed not as a tragedy, but as a tax levied by the ocean, a cost of doing business that was paid in labor, cordage, and occasionally lives. The ship, re-rigged and pumped dry, would turn its bow back to the estimated course, the navigator making a mark on the chart to represent the days lost to the drift, resetting the geometry of the hunt. Sometime during the mid-18th century, the acquisition of a new vessel by a pirate crew was rarely the end of the logistical process. Rather, it marked the beginning of a complex phase of naval architecture and structural modification. The merchant vessels captured by the pirates were designed and built according to the specific economic requirements of trade, not the tactical requirements of predation. A merchant ship was constructed to maximize cargo volume, minimize crew size, and endure long, slow voyages with stability. A pirate vessel, conversely, required speed, a shallow draft for entering river mouths, a stable platform for heavy artillery, and a deck layout that facilitated the rapid movement of 100 men. The friction between these two design philosophies necessitated a period of conversion, where the captured hull was systematically deconstructed and rebuilt to suit its new purpose. The primary architectural difference lay in the profile of the deck. Merchant vessels, particularly those built for the East India or Atlantic trades, often featured high castles, raised structures at the bow, the forecastle, and the stern, the poop deck. These structures provided accommodation for the officers and defensive height against boarders, but they were aerodynamic liabilities. They acted as windbreaks, catching the air and slowing the ship's progress, particularly when sailing against the wind. Furthermore, they raised the ship's center of gravity, making it tender or prone to heeling excessively under canvas. To correct this, the pirate carpenters undertook the radical surgery of razzie, or cutting down the ship. This involved sawing through the heavy oak timbers of the upper works and physically removing the forecastle and the poop deck structures. The goal was to create a flush deck, a single, continuous level from stem to stern. A flush-decked ship was sleeker, lower in the water, and significantly faster. It offered less resistance to the wind and provided a clear, unobstructed run for the crew to move during a skirmish. The removal of these structures also reduced the visual signature of the vessel, allowing it to hide more effectively against the horizon or behind low-lying islands. Once the upper works were removed, the internal geography of the ship had to be reconfigured. The merchant ship was divided by numerous bulkheads, thin wooden walls that separated the cargo spaces, the steerage, and the cabins. These partitions were obstacles to the flow of air and the management of the guns. The pirates stripped out the majority of these internal walls, opening up the 'tween decks into a single, cavernous gallery. This open plan improved ventilation, crucial for a ship carrying 5 times the normal number of men, and allowed the officers to maintain visual control over the entire gun deck. The most critical structural modification involved the armament. Merchant ships were typically pierced for only a few guns, often widely spaced. To transform the vessel into a fighting machine, the pirates had to increase the weight of metal. This required cutting new gun ports through the sides of the hull. This was not a simple matter of sawing a hole. The hull planks were supported by heavy vertical ribs called frames. Cutting a port often meant severing a frame, which compromised the structural integrity of the ship. To compensate, the carpenters installed massive reinforcing timbers known as carlins and knees around the new ports. They bolted heavy spurketing, thick planks running horizontally along the inside of the hull to distribute the stress. The ports themselves were fitted with lids, hinged at the top, which had to be watertight when closed. The height of the ports relative to the waterline was a matter of precise calculation. If cut too low, the ship could not open its lower battery in a rough sea without flooding. If too high, the center of gravity would become dangerous. The bulwarks, the walls of the ship extending above the deck level, were also modified. On a merchant ship, these were often low rails. The pirates built them up, making them solid and chest-high. This provided cover for the men on deck against small arms fire from enemy ships. Between the layers of planking in these reinforced bulwarks, they sometimes packed junk, old rope, or felt to absorb the impact of musket balls and prevent lethal splinters from flying across the deck. The magazine, or powder room of a merchant ship, was usually a small, secure locker intended for a few barrels of powder. A pirate ship, engaging in prolonged artillery duels, required a magazine of naval proportions. The carpenters would select a space deep in the hold, usually near the keel and the run of the ship. They would line this room with double layers of planking and sheath the interior with lead sheets taken from the merchant ship's hull or cargo. The lead prevented moisture ingress and, crucially, ensured that no iron nails were exposed that could strike a spark. The entrance to the magazine was fitted with a fear-not screen, a curtain of thick, woolen felt saturated in vinegar, to prevent fire from the gun deck from flashing into the powder store. The rigging of the prize underwent a similar transformation. Merchant rigging was designed for economy and ease of handling by a small crew. The spars were often shorter and thicker, the sails smaller. Pirates, possessing a surplus of manpower, could handle a much larger and more complex sail plan. They would overspar the vessel, replacing the merchant masts with taller, lighter spars often scavenged from other prizes or cut from tropical hardwoods. The bowsprit, the spar extending from the bow, was often lengthened to accommodate a larger jib and flying jib. These headsails were critical for the ship's ability to point high into the wind, a tactical necessity for catching prey. The rake of the masts, the angle at which they leaned backward, might be increased. A greater rake was believed to improve a ship's speed and its ability to hold a course, though it put more strain on the hull. The standing rigging, the shrouds and stays, was replaced with heavier cordage to support this increased canvas area. Below the waterline, the pirates sometimes altered the trim of the hull itself. If a ship was found to be slow in stays turning, they might alter the distribution of the ballast, moving tons of iron and stone to shift the center of buoyancy. In extreme cases, they might add a false keel, a heavy timber bolted to the bottom of the existing keel, to increase the draft and prevent the ship from sliding sideways, making leeway when sailing against the wind. The accommodation for the crew required a total rethinking of the ship's domestic space. A merchant ship had bunks for 12 men. A pirate ship needed sleeping space for 80. The carpenters installed rows of cleats and rails along the beams of the lower deck to sling hammocks. The space was measured in inches per man. To maximize storage for the increased provisions, lockers were built into the sides of the ship, utilizing the triangular spaces between the frames that were usually wasted. The great cabin at the stern, formerly the private sanctum of the merchant captain, was often stripped of its luxury. The partitions dividing it into sleeping quarters and a dining saloon were removed to create a single large operational room. This space served as the council chamber for the crew's deliberations, the navigation center, and in battle, a battery for stern-chasing guns. The windows, often large and glass-paned on merchant ships, were sometimes boarded up or fitted with heavy shutters to protect against musket fire from astern. Aesthetic changes were also applied, though for tactical rather than decorative reasons. The figurehead, the carved wooden statue at the prow, was often removed or replaced. A recognizable figurehead was a liability. It allowed victims to identify the ship by name in their reports to the authorities. By removing it, or swapping it for a generic scroll or a different carving, the pirates confused the intelligence network of the Navy. The ship's nameboard on the stern was hacked off or painted over. The hull itself, often painted in the bright colors favored by merchant companies, yellows, blues, and reds, was frequently painted black, brown, or a dull lead color to blend into the sea at night. The galley, or caboose, was often relocated. On merchant ships, the stove might be in the forecastle. If the forecastle was removed, the stove had to be moved to the main deck or below. The pirates often built a larger, brick-lined hearth to accommodate the cooking for the larger crew. This structure was lashed to the deck with iron chains so it could be jettisoned quickly in an emergency, as a fire in the galley was a catastrophic risk. The conversion process was a period of intense industry, usually conducted in a secluded bay or river estuary immediately following the capture. It required the pirate crew to function as a mobile shipyard. The blacksmith set up his forge on the beach to fabricate the iron bolts and brackets needed for the new gun ports. The sailmakers occupied a clearing to cut and sew the larger sails. The sound of the saw and the adze replaced the silence of the crews. This metamorphosis of the ship was not merely physical, it was symbolic. The vessel ceased to be a carrier of commerce, bound by the laws of insurance and trade routes. It became a specialized instrument of coercion. The very lines of the hull were forced to adapt to a new physics of aggression. A converted ship was often easily spotted by a trained eye. The gun ports might be slightly irregular, the masts disproportionately tall, the deck unnaturally flush. These telltale signs were the scars of the ship's forced conscription into the pirate life. Once the conversion was complete, the ship was put through sea trials. The pirates would take the vessel out in varying winds to test the new rig. They checked for hogging or sagging, the bending of the hull due to the removal of the structural upper decks. They tested the recoil of the guns in the new ports to ensure the framing held. Only when the ship proved itself capable of bearing the new stresses was it deemed ready for the grand round. The merchant vessel had been erased. The pirate ship had been launched. Sometime during the mid-18th century, the survival of the pirate vessel depended not only on its ability to navigate the open ocean, but also on its capacity to vanish into the terrestrial margins. The blue water offered mobility, but the brown water, the estuaries, mangrove creeks, and river mouths of the tropical coasts, offered sanctuary. These hidden geographies, often uncharted or marked only as hazards on official naval maps, served as the logistical bases where the ship could rest, refit, and wait. However, navigating a 300-ton vessel into a shallow, winding waterway required a completely different set of seamanship skills than the management of sails in a gale. It was a process of slow, heavy mechanics, relying less on the wind and more on the leverage of iron and muscle. The approach to such a hideout began with the negotiation of the bar. Most tropical rivers deposited vast ridges of silt and sand at their confluence with the sea, creating a shallow barrier that blocked deep draft vessels. Crossing this bar was a mathematical gamble involving the tide and the draft of the ship. The navigator would wait for the spring tide, the highest tide of the lunar cycle, to maximize the depth of water over the obstruction. The ship was often stripped of heavy weights. Guns might be shifted aft or forward to alter the trim, lifting the keel clear of the sand. The passage was made in silence, the ship often drifting with the incoming tidal current, the leadsman in the chains whispering the depths rather than singing them, to avoid alerting any coast watchers. Once inside the estuary, the wind often died, blocked by the high canopy of the surrounding jungle or the twisting geometry of the river banks. To move the ship without wind, the crew engaged in the labor-intensive practice of warping and kedging. This was a method of propulsion that turned the ship into a winch. The primary tool for this was the kedge anchor, a lighter, smaller version of the main bower anchors, designed specifically for mobility. The procedure was rhythmic and exhausting. The kedge anchor, with a heavy hawser rope attached, was lowered from the ship's deck into the longboat. The boat crew, bending to their oars, would row the anchor out ahead of the ship, perhaps 200 or 300 yards, paying out the rope as they went. Upon reaching the limit of the line, they would heave the anchor overboard. The flukes would bite into the mud of the riverbed. Back on the ship, the crew would man the capstan, a vertical winch located on the quarterdeck or amidships. The capstan was the engine of the warp. It was a drum of oak reinforced with iron bands, pierced with square holes to accept capstan bars. 12 or more men would insert these long wooden levers and push against them, walking in a circle, their chests pressing against the wood. As they tramped around the drum, the rope wound in, pulling the massive ship slowly forward toward the stationary anchor. The sound of the operation was the rhythmic clack-clack-clack of the iron pawls dropping into the ratchet to prevent the drum from slipping back. When the ship was pulled directly over the anchor, the process halted. The anchor was weighed, lifted, restowed in the boat, and rowed out again to repeat the cycle. In this manner, a pirate ship could travel miles up a winding river against the current without a breath of wind. Once the desired anchorage was reached, usually a deep pool in a sharp bend of the river, obscured from the sea by trees, the ship entered a defensive mooring posture. A single anchor was rarely sufficient in the shifting currents of a river. The pirates would employ a moor, utilizing 2 anchors, one upstream and one downstream. This configuration, known as mooring open hawse, reduced the swinging radius of the ship, keeping it from drifting into the mudbanks as the tide turned. Critically, the pirates rigged a spring on the cable. In a standard anchorage, a ship always points its bow into the wind or current. This meant that the ship's broadside, its battery of guns, pointed uselessly at the river banks. A spring was a heavy rope led from the stern of the ship, passed outside the hull, and attached to the main anchor cable at the bow. By hauling on this stern rope and slacking the bow cable, the the crew could physically rotate the ship, swinging its broadside to face the river entrance. This ensured that any naval boat attempting to storm the hideout would face a wall of cannon fire, regardless of the wind direction. The environment of the river hideout was radically different from the sterile salt environment of the sea. It was a place of biological density. The air was still, heavy with the smell of rotting vegetation and swamp gas. The mangroves, with their tangled root systems, grew down to the water's edge, creating a green wall that blocked the horizon. The silence was absolute, broken only by the call of jungle birds or the splash of crocodiles. For the crew, accustomed to the constant motion of the ocean, the stillness was often unnerving. The ground tackle, the anchors and cables, required obsessive maintenance in this environment. The anchor cables of the period were massive ropes made of hemp, sometimes 20 inches in circumference. They were prone to chafing against the river bottom, especially if the bed was rocky or coral-encrusted. To protect these lifelines, the crew practiced worming, parceling, and serving. Worming involved laying smaller rope in the grooves between the strands of the main cable to create a smooth surface. Parceling involved wrapping the cable in strips of old canvas soaked in tar. Serving was the final layer, winding spun yarn tightly around the canvas. This multi-layered armor protected the hemp from abrasion. The hawse holes, the openings in the bow through which the cables passed, were another point of friction. As the ship tugged at its anchors, the heavy cables rubbed against the wood of the hull. The carpenter would line the hawse holes with lead or smooth iron to minimize wear. Inside the ship, the manger was a localized bulkhead built behind the hawse holes to catch the water and mud that dripped from the wet cables as they were hauled in, preventing the filth from washing down onto the berth deck. In the river, the wooding and watering routine was distinct. Unlike the open islands where water had to be carried in casks across the surf, the river allowed the pirates to bring the ship's boats directly to the fresh water source. However, river water near the coast was often brackish, salty. The crew had to take the boats upstream, sometimes for miles, to find the sweet water point where the tidal influence ended. This was a dangerous expedition, exposing the watering party to ambush from indigenous groups or Spanish patrols. The water was collected in breakers, small, manageable kegs, and rafted back to the ship. Fuel for the galley was harvested from the surrounding forest. The wooding party would go ashore with axes. They sought specific types of timber, dense, slow-burning hardwoods that would not spark excessively. Mangrove wood was often avoided as it burned poorly and produced acrid smoke. The wood had to be split and stacked in the hold, a task that introduced insects, spiders, and scorpions into the ship, adding to the discomfort of the crew. The defense of the hideout extended beyond the ship itself. The pirates often established lookout trees. They would select a tall tree on a headland or a high point near the river mouth. Spikes were driven into the trunk to create a ladder, and a platform was built in the upper branches. A sentry was posted here from dawn till dusk, equipped with a spyglass and a signal flag. This allowed the pirates to spot a sail on the ocean horizon long before the intruder could see the masts of the hidden ship. If a threat was spotted, the signal would be flashed, giving the crew time to man the guns or warp the ship further upstream into the labyrinth of creeks. In some cases, if the stay was prolonged, the pirates constructed shore batteries. They would land a few of the ship's lighter guns, 4-pounders or swivels, and mount them in earthworks at the narrowest point of the river channel. This created a crossfire trap. A naval pinnace rowing up the river would find itself under fire from the ship ahead and the hidden battery on the flank. These fortifications were temporary, built of sandbags, logs, and gabions, wicker baskets filled with earth, and were dismantled or abandoned when the ship departed. The stowage of the anchor upon departure was the final act of the river stay. Weighing a heavy anchor from deep mud was a test of the ship's mechanics. As the capstan turned, the cable would come in under immense tension, often singing or vibrating. To grip the slippery, muddy cable, the crew used nippers, short lengths of braided rope used to bind the anchor cable to the messenger. The messenger was a continuous loop of lighter rope that ran around the capstan and a roller in the bow. The men attached the nippers at the bow, walked back with the moving cable to the main hatch, and then removed them, running forward to reattach them, creating a continuous cycle of gripping and releasing. When the anchor finally broke suction with the mud, the strain released suddenly. The anchor was hauled up to the cathead, a heavy timber beam projecting from the bow. A hook on a block and tackle known as the cat was hooked onto the anchor ring to hoist it clear of the water. Then the fish, another tackle, was hooked onto the flukes to lift the bottom of the anchor until the shank was horizontal. It was then lashed securely to the side of the ship, ready for the sea. The exit from the river was often more hazardous than the entry. The ship had to catch the outgoing tide to ride the current over the bar. If the wind was blowing on shore against the river current, it created steep, breaking waves on the bar. The timing had to be perfect. The navigator would watch the water, waiting for the exact moment of high slack water to warp the ship out, or risking the ebb to push through the surf. Once the bar was crossed and the ship felt the long, rhythmic swell of the ocean again, the transition was palpable. The smell of the swamp faded, replaced by the clean salt air. The humidity dropped. The mud pilot or the local guide was paid off or put ashore. The defensive rigging, the springs and the shore batteries, was stowed. The ship, having replenished its wood and water in the secret capillaries of the coast, turned its bow once more to the trade routes, re-entering the vast, impartial geometry of the blue water hunt. Sometime around the middle of the 18th century, when the ritual of intimidation failed and the merchant vessel refused to strike its colors, the pirate operation transitioned from a psychological siege to a mechanical application of kinetic force. This phase, the engagement, was not a chaotic brawl, but a disciplined industrial process governed by the limitations of smoothbore artillery and the geometry of the wind. The objective remained consistent: the acquisition of the hull and cargo intact. Therefore, the tactical doctrine of the pirate crew was fundamentally different from that of a naval warship. A Navy ship sought to sink or destroy its enemy. A pirate ship sought to immobilize and occupy. This distinction dictated every maneuver and every choice of ammunition during the conflict. The engagement typically commenced with the closing of the range. If the merchant ship decided to fight, it would often turn its broadside toward the approaching pirate vessel to bring its main battery to bear. The pirate helmsman, under the strict direction of the captain, had to counter this by steering an erratic approach course. The goal was to avoid the arc of fire of the enemy's guns while bringing their own bow chasers, the guns mounted in the front of the ship, into action. This approach was often made from the quarters, the rear corners of the merchant ship, where the enemy's gun coverage was weakest. The selection of projectiles was the first critical decision of the engagement. The pirate gunner rarely loaded round shot, solid iron balls for the initial broadsides. A solid ball was designed to smash through oak planks and kill men, but it also risked hulling the prize below the waterline, causing it to sink before the cargo could be transferred. Instead, the pirates favored dismantling shot. This included chain shot, bar shot, and sliding shot, two balls joined by a sliding iron bar. These projectiles were aerodynamically poor and had a shorter effective range than round shot, requiring the pirates to close to within a few hundred yards. When fired, these linked projectiles tumbled through the air, cutting a wide swathe of destruction. Their target was the top hamper, the complex web of ropes, sails, and spars that provided the merchant ship's propulsion. A single well-placed chain shot could sever a stay or shatter a topmast, causing the entire apparatus of sails to collapse onto the deck. This winging of the prey had a dual effect. It physically stopped the ship, making it a stationary platform for boarding, and it created immense confusion on the merchant deck, trapping the crew under heavy canvas and tangled rigging. The management of smoke became a tactical variable as the firing commenced. The discharge of black powder weapons created vast clouds of dense, white sulfurous smoke. In light winds, this smoke would hang around the ship, blinding the gunners and obscuring the target. The pirate captain had to maneuver the ship to keep the weather gauge, not just for speed, but for visibility. By staying upwind, the smoke from their own guns was blown down toward the enemy, blinding the merchant crew, while the pirate ship remained in clear air. If the pirates lost the wind, they would find themselves firing blindly into their own smoke bank, unable to see if the prize had struck or was preparing a counterattack. The broadside itself was rarely a simultaneous discharge of all guns. Firing all cannon at once put a tremendous structural strain on the pirate vessel's frame and filled the deck with instant, blinding smoke. Instead, the pirates practiced ripple firing. The guns were fired in succession from bow to stern, or vice versa. This allowed the smoke to clear slightly between shots, enabling the gun captains to adjust their aim based on the fall of the previous shot. It also maintained a continuous, harassing pressure on the enemy, rather than a single moment of violence followed by a long silence of reloading. While the great guns targeted the rigging, the small arms war was conducted from the vertical axis. The pirate ship's tops, the platforms on the masts, were manned by the best marksmen. These men, armed with long muskets or buccaneering pieces, long-barreled hunting guns, looked down upon the deck of the merchant ship. Their role was suppression. They did not fire at random. They targeted the specific individuals who controlled the ship's resistance. The helmsman at the wheel, the officers on the quarterdeck, and the gun crews serving the cannon were the primary targets. By eliminating the command structure and the men driving the ship, the pirates could paralyze the defense without damaging the cargo. The environment on the gun deck during this mechanical process was one of rhythmic, heated labor. The guns, weighing thousands of pounds, heated up with repeated firing. A hot gun was dangerous. The heat could prematurely ignite the powder charge as it was being loaded. To prevent this, the gun crews had to worm and sponge with rigorous discipline. The silence of the hunt was replaced by the deafening roar of the discharge and the rumble of the gun carriages rolling back on the recoil. Sand was scattered on the deck to provide traction for the tacklemen's bare feet on the blood-slicked or sweat-drenched planks. If the artillery duel failed to force a surrender, the operation escalated to the boarding maneuver. This was the most hazardous phase, the moment where the two ships physically collided. The pirate helmsman had to steer his vessel alongside the moving merchant ship, a feat requiring exquisite timing. If he came in too fast, he risked smashing the hulls together and dismasting both ships. Too slow, and the merchant ship could rake them with a broadside. The ideal approach was to lay alongside on the merchant ship's quarter, grinding the hulls together. The physical connection was established by the grapplers. As the ships touched, men stationed on the bulwarks and in the rigging threw grappling hooks, multi-pronged iron anchors on chains, into the enemy's rigging and rail. These hooks bit into the wood and rope, binding the two vessels together in a death grip. The lashers then leaped across or reached over to secure the ships with heavy lines. The sound of this impact was a sickening crunch of timber, the screaming of wood against wood as the fenders were crushed. The entry onto the enemy deck was not a chaotic swarm, but a staged assault. The first wave of boarders was often the grenadiers. These men carried fused grenades, hollow iron spheres filled with powder, and stink pots, earthenware jars of noxious chemicals. They threw these devices over the rail to clear the enemy deck of defenders. The explosion of the grenades and the choking smoke of the stink pots created a shock zone into which the boarders could advance. The boarders themselves were organized into teams. The vanguard was equipped with cutlasses and pistols, their job to secure a foothold. The axemen followed, their primary task to cut the anti-boarding nets that merchant ships often rigged to prevent entry. They also cut the running rigging of the merchant ship to prevent it from maneuvering. The afterguard remained on the pirate rail with loaded muskets to provide covering fire, shooting any merchant sailor who attempted to rally a defense. The geography of the fight on the merchant deck was usually confined to the waist, the open area between the forecastle and the quarterdeck. The merchant crew, often outnumbered and demoralized, would retreat to the close quarters or barricades. Many large merchant ships had fortified bulkheads built into the steerage and the forecastle, pierced with loopholes for muskets. This turned the ship into a floating fortress. If the merchant crew retreated behind these close quarters, the pirates faced a siege situation. They could not simply charge a locked, reinforced door that was firing lead balls. In this stalemate, the pirates utilized scuttling. The carpenter and his mates would use axes to cut through the deck planks above the barricaded defenders. They would then drop grenades or fire jars through the holes, flushing the defenders out like smoke clearing a burrow. Alternatively, they might bring a swivel gun, a small portable cannon, onto the merchant deck and fire a blast of grape shot directly into the wooden bulkhead to shatter the door. The resolution of the engagement was signaled by the cry for quarter. In the 18th century maritime code, a man who threw down his weapon and asked for quarter was theoretically spared. The pirates, pragmatic in their violence, usually accepted this surrender instantly. A live prisoner was a potential recruit or a source of information. A dead one was useless. The moment the merchant captain surrendered his sword or the crew ceased fire, the dynamic shifted instantly from combat to occupation. The aftermath of a resisted capture was a logistical triage. The two ships, still lashed together, would be drifting out of control. The first priority was to separate them or to trim the sails to stop the drift. The pirate carpenter and the merchant carpenter, now a prisoner, were immediately ordered to sound the wells of both ships. Shot holes near the waterline had to be plugged with shot plugs, conical wooden stoppers, and covered with lead or canvas. The rigging, often shredded by the dismantling shot, had to be knotted and spliced to prevent the masts from falling. The wounded were gathered and sent to the surgeon. The dead were separated from the living. The deck, slippery with the fluids of the fight, was washed down immediately. This clearing of the decks was a psychological necessity as much as a hygienic one. It erased the evidence of the violence and allowed the ship to return to its operational routine. The transition from the heat of the gun deck to the cold calculation of the cargo transfer was rapid. The engagement was merely a tool, a heightened exertion of energy used to break a lock. Once the lock was broken, the tool was put away, and the business of the prize resumed its methodical course. Sometime around the early decades of the 18th century, the pirate crew might elect to abandon the nomadic strategy of the open ocean hunt in favor of a static, high-stakes tactical operation known as the blockade. This maneuver represented a fundamental shift in the logistical application of the ship. Instead of using the vessel as a pursuit vehicle, seeking to intersect the course of a moving target, the ship was transformed into a stationary fortress positioned at a critical choke point. The objective was to paralyze the economic respiration of a specific colonial port, such as Charleston, Philadelphia, or a Caribbean harbor, by physically obstructing the shipping channel. The blockade was a siege of attrition, a contest not of speed, but of patience and political leverage. The geography of the blockade was dictated by the hydrography of the harbor mouth. Most colonial ports were guarded by bars, submarine ridges of sand and silt that restricted the draft of entering vessels. There was usually only one deep-water channel that allowed large merchant ships to cross this barrier safely. The pirate captain would position his ship directly in this channel, or immediately outside the bar, effectively acting as a cork in a bottle. The ship anchored with a short scope of cable to minimize its swing radius, keeping it squarely in the fairway. From this vantage point, the pirates commanded the visual and ballistic control of all traffic entering or leaving the colony. The operational routine of the blockade was defined by the Mosquito fleet. The large pirate vessel, often drawing too much water to chase shallow-draft coasters across the shoals, served as the mothership. The active work was delegated to the ship's boats, the pinnace, the yawl, and the longboat, and any small sloops or pilot boats captured in the early hours of the siege. These smaller craft formed a picket line. They patrolled the perimeter of the harbor, intercepting the small fishing vessels, market boats, and ferries that constituted the local coastal traffic. This brown water interception was a logistical harvest. The pirates were not looking for gold on these small boats. They were looking for intelligence and fresh provisions. The fishermen provided news of the town's defenses. Were the militia mustering? Was there a man-o'-war expected? The market boats provided fresh vegetables, poultry, and fruit, allowing the pirate crew to maintain a healthy diet while remaining at battle stations. The interception was often bloodless. The small boats were hailed, boarded, stripped of their goods, and either kept as tenders or released to carry word of the blockade back to the town. The psychological component of the blockade was managed through the hostage system. Unlike the open sea capture, where prisoners were often anonymous sailors, the blockade of a port allowed the pirates to capture gentlemen, merchants, colonial officials, or wealthy planters traveling on the coastal packets. These high-value individuals were segregated from the common prisoners. They were kept in the great cabin or the wardroom, treated with a calculated degree of civility. Their value lay in their social connections on shore. The negotiation process was a slow, bureaucratic exchange conducted under a flag of truce. The pirates would draft a formal letter to the governor or the council of the town. These letters were often written by the pirate quartermaster or a literate prisoner, employing the formal legalistic language of the day. They laid out the terms, the release of the hostages and the departure of the ship in exchange for specific supplies. In many famous instances, the demand was not for silver, but for a chest of medicines. A pirate crew suffering from syphilis or dysentery valued a supply of mercury and laudanum more highly than coin. The delivery of the ultimatum was a piece of theater. A captured prisoner was sent ashore in a small boat to deliver the letter. The pirate ship would wait, its guns run out and trained on the harbor entrance, visible to the townspeople watching from the wharves and church steeples. The waiting game then commenced. The town council would debate the demands. The governor would bluster about dignity. The families of the hostages would plead for payment. This period of stasis could last for days, during which the pirate ship sat immovable, a silent threat on the horizon. During this waiting phase, the defense of the anchored ship against fire ships was the primary tactical concern. A stationary ship was a sitting duck for a fire attack. The town defenders might load an old hulk or a raft with tar, pitch, and dry wood, set it ablaze, and let the outgoing tide carry it down toward the pirate vessel. To counter this, the pirates established a boom or a picket. They might lash spars together to create a floating barrier upstream of their anchorage. The ship's boats rode constant guard duty at night, equipped with grappling hooks and long chains. Their job was to intercept any burning vessel, hook it, and tow it clear of the pirate ship before the flames could catch the rigging. The internal discipline of the pirate ship during a blockade was rigid. The proximity to the shore and the abundance of alcohol taken from captured inbound ships presented a risk of drunkenness and disorder. The quartermaster often doubled the watch. No man was allowed to sleep on deck. The guns were kept primed and the slow matches burning in the tubs. The ship was in a state of constant quarters. The fear was a surprise attack by the town militia in rowing galleys, or a boarding action under the cover of a moonless night. The management of the prize fleet was another logistical layer. As ships arrived at the port unaware of the blockade, they were successively captured. The pirate ship would soon be surrounded by a cluster of captive merchant vessels. These ships could not all be manned by prize crews, as it would deplete the pirate fighting force. Instead, they were often stripped of their sails and rudders to prevent escape, anchored close to the pirate ship, and used as floating storehouses or prison hulks. The pirate vessel became the center of a temporary floating city, a parasite feeding on the commerce of the port. The water supply during a blockade was a critical vulnerability. The pirates could not send watering parties ashore in hostile territory. They were dependent on the water carried in the captured ships. The rummage of every incoming vessel included a frantic search for water casks. If the blockade dragged on and water ran low, the pirates would be forced to escalate their threats, promising to burn the captured ships or execute hostages if water was not sent out from the town. The parley was the resolution mechanism. If the town acceded to the demands, a boat would row out under a white flag, carrying the chest of medicine or the provisions. The exchange was conducted with extreme suspicion. The pirates would inspect the goods, checking the medicines for adulteration or poison. The hostages were brought to the gangway, often dressed in their best clothes, and transferred to the town boat. This exchange was a commercial transaction concluded at gunpoint, a validation of the pirates' power to supersede the state's authority. However, if the town refused or if a naval squadron appeared, the blockade had to be abandoned rapidly. The slip and run was the emergency departure procedure. The pirates would not take the time to weigh their heavy anchors. Instead, they would slip the cable. The heavy hemp rope was cut with an axe or unshackled, leaving the anchor on the bottom. To mark the expensive anchor for later recovery, if they dared return, a buoy was attached to the end of the cable. The sails were loosed simultaneously, and the ship would turn downwind, abandoning the prizes and the position. The blockade runner was the variable that tested the pirates' vigilance. Fast, Shallow draft sloops from the town might try to run the blockade at night to bring in supplies or carry out news. The pirate lookouts listened for the creak of oars or the slatting of canvas in the dark. A sudden flash of a musket or the boom of a swivel gun marked the interception. These skirmishes were sharp and confused, fought in the blackness of the channel, often resulting in the runner being driven aground on the shoals. The environmental toll on the ship during a static blockade was significant. Anchoring in tidal currents caused the ship to shear back and forth, putting strain on the rudder and the cables. The accumulation of filth along the hull increased as the ship sat in the nutrient-rich outflow of the river. The teredo worms were particularly active in these estuarine waters. The crew, bored and anxious, suffered from the humidity and the insects blown offshore. The blockade was a test of endurance, a low-intensity conflict that wore down the material and mental reserves of the crew more effectively than a sea battle. The political theater of the blockade often ended with a calculated act of release. Before departing, the pirates might return the plundered ships to their captains, often damaged but afloat. This was not mercy, but a way to divest themselves of liabilities they could not sail. The departure was deliberate. The pirate ship would weigh anchor if time permitted and sail slowly along the coast, firing a gun in mock salute or defiance. They left behind a disrupted economy, a humiliated local government, and a populace that had been held hostage by a single wooden vessel. The transition back to the open sea required a psychological reset. The crew had been living as jailers and siege engineers. Now they had to return to being sailors. The sea watch was re-established. The extra provisions taken from the coastal boats, the baskets of yams, the cages of chickens were stowed. The medicine chest, the prize of the entire operation, was carried to the surgeon's cockpit with reverence. The ship, leaving the brown water of the coast, pointed its bow once again toward the horizon, disappearing into the anonymity of the ocean before the news of their location could bring the heavy frigates of the Royal Navy bearing down upon them. Sometime during the middle decades of the 18th century, the operational dynamic of the pirate vessel underwent a catastrophic inversion. The ship, designed and operated as a predator, was forced to assume the role of prey. This shift was often precipitated by the arrival on the station of a specialized naval countermeasure. The king's ship, specifically the raided frigate or the sloop of war. Unlike the clumsy, undermanned merchant vessels or the local militia galleys, the naval warship was a machine of state power, built solely for speed and destruction, manned by a professional crew that outnumbered the pirates, and commanded by officers driven by the prospect of promotion and head money. The transition from the blockade or the cruise to the desperate geometry of evasion was immediate and absolute. The identification of the threat was the first critical failure point. In the haze of the tropical horizon, all sails looked initially identical, gray or white squares of canvas suspended above the curvature of the earth. The pirate lookouts, trained to spot the soft, rounded profiles of merchant flyboats, now had to discern the rigid, angular geometry of naval architecture. A warship was stiff. Its masts were perfectly aligned, its rigging taut and disciplined, lacking the sag and disorder of a merchantman. Its sails were often darker, scrubbed less frequently or tanned with different preservatives. But the most telling sign was the cut of the jib and the speed at which the vessel answered the helm. A frigate did not wallow. It cut the water with a sharp, predatory efficiency. Once the stranger was identified as a man-o'-war, the pirate deck dissolved into a silent, frantic choreography of survival. The objective was no longer engagement, it was purely distance. The pirate ship, usually a sloop, brigantine, or schooner, relied on its weatherliness, its ability to sail closer to the wind than the square-rigged frigate. The order was given to haul your wind. The pirate vessel would turn sharply upwind, tightening the sheets until the canvas was as flat as a board. A fore and aft rigged vessel could point perhaps 10 or 15 degrees closer to the wind than a large square rigger. This geometric slice of the compass was their only sanctuary. If they could hold this line, the frigate would be forced to tack repeatedly to keep up, traveling a much greater distance to cover the same ground. The chase then became a contest of hydrodynamics and weight management. The pirate captain's primary equation was the power-to-weight ratio. A pirate ship was often overburdened with heavy cannon, extra provisions, and the accumulated loot of the voyage. To outrun a clean-bottomed frigate, the ship had to be lightened. This process, known as starting the water, was the first stage of the sacrifice. The crew would descend into the hold and open the valves of the water casks, or simply smash the staves with axes. Tons of fresh water, the most precious resource for survival, were pumped into the bilge and out into the sea. The ship would rise perceptibly in the water, reducing its draft and drag. If the frigate continued to gain, measured by the sextant angle of its masthead rising above the horizon, the sacrifice escalated. The lumber was next. The spare spars, the planks for repairs, and the firewood for the galley were heaved overboard. Then the provisions, heavy barrels of salted beef and sacks of flour. The wake of the fleeing ship became a trail of debris. The pirates were trading their future operational capacity for present velocity. A ship without food or water was a dead ship, but a captured ship was a hanging ship. The logic was binary. The jettisoning of the guns was the final, irreversible step. The great guns were the ship's teeth, its reason for existing. To throw them away was to admit that the ship was no longer a combatant. The crew would rig the tackles to the main yard. One by one, the iron cannons, weighing thousands of pounds, were hoisted from their carriages, swung over the rail, and dropped. The splash of the guns entering the ocean marked the transition of the vessel from a pirate ship to a fleeing refugee. The change in the ship's motion was drastic. Relieved of the top weight of the deck guns, the vessel became cork-like, bobbing more violently, but accelerating faster in the gusts. The manipulation of the sails during the chase was an exercise in extreme tension. The wetted sails technique was employed continuously. The crew rigged whips, single ropes with blocks, to the yardarms and hauled buckets of seawater up to the tops. The water was thrown onto the sails to swell the fibers and close the pores of the cloth, trapping every ounce of wind pressure. This added immense weight to the masts, increasing the risk of a spar snapping. The boatswain watched the lee shrouds, the ropes supporting the mast on the side away from the wind. If they began to slacken too much, it meant the mast was bending dangerously. The preventioner stays, temporary ropes rigged to provide extra support, were set up to hold the rig together under the strain. If the wind died, the chase entered the phase of rowing and towing. This was the pirate's advantage. A small sloop could be moved by sweeps. Long, heavy oars run out through the gun ports. The frigate, displacing 1,000 tons, was too heavy to be rowed effectively. The pirate crew, working in shifts of hour on, hour off, would pull at the sweeps with desperate energy. Simultaneously, the ship's boats would be lowered and manned to tow the vessel. The tow line was attached to the bowsprit, and the boats rowed ahead, the men's backs straining, looking up at the looming bow of their own ship chasing them. In a calm, A pirate crew could pull their vessel away from a becalmed frigate at a rate of 2 or 3 knots, slowly widening the gap until the wind returned. The geography of the shoals was the pirate's tactical shield. A pirate sloop might draw 8 or 10 feet of water. A naval frigate drew 18 or 20. The pirate navigator would deliberately steer for the broken water, the reefs, sandbars, and shallows that marked the coastal shelf. This was a game of chicken. The pirate ship would skim over the coral heads, the leadsman calling out depths that would terrify a naval captain. They relied on their shallow draft to cross barriers the frigate could not follow. If successful, the pirate ship could cross a shoal and enter a lagoon or a channel on the far side, leaving the frigate pacing back and forth in the deep water like a wolf separated from a sheep by a fence. However, the Navy had its own counters. If the water was shallow, the frigate would launch its own boats, the launch, the pinnace, and the cutter, armed with swivels and filled with marines. These boats would pursue the pirate vessel into the shallows. This devolved the chase into a boat action, a brutal close-quarters fight in the surf or the mangroves, fought with muskets and cutlasses while the ships looked on from the deep water. The night escape was the strategic pivot of the 24-hour cycle. As the sun set, the visual contact between the hunter and the hunted was broken. The pirate captain had to anticipate the frigate's night orders. Would the Navy ship maintain its course, assuming the pirates would do the same, or would it turn to intercept a likely escape route? The pirates would employ the decoy. A barrel or a tub was fitted with a lantern and a small mast. It was lowered gently into the water and set adrift. The pirate ship would then douse all its own lights, alter course by 90 degrees, or even double back on its own wake, sailing silently past the searching frigate in the darkness. The hope was that the frigate's lookouts would spot the bobbing lantern of the decoy and chase it for hours, allowing the pirates to vanish into the black void of the ocean. The psychological atmosphere on board during a prolonged chase, which could last for 2 or 3 days, was a distillation of pure anxiety. There was no noise on deck. The jokes and the gambling ceased. The men slept by the guns if they still had them, or on the bare planks, ready to pull ropes at a second's notice. The quartermaster distributed extra rum, but the mood was sober. Every man knew the penalty for capture. The articles were often brought out and burned during the chase, along with the ship's logbook, to destroy the written evidence of their crimes. The crew became anonymous men on an anonymous ship, preparing their defense of forced recruitment should they be taken. The separation of the crew was a final, desperate tactic used by pirate fleets. If 2 pirate ships were sailing in consort and were chased by a superior force, they would execute a starburst maneuver. They would diverge on courses 45 degrees apart. The naval captain was forced to make a binary choice: chase one and let the other go, or split his own attention and risk losing both. Often, the slower pirate vessel was sacrificed, ordered to engage or draw fire to allow the faster vessel, carrying the bulk of the treasure, to escape. This cold calculus of survival tested the brotherhood of the pirate code to its breaking point. If the evasion failed and the frigate closed to within gunshot range, the endgame began. The naval vessel would fire a bow chaser, a gun mounted in the bow aimed at the pirate's rigging. The sound of the shot, a dull thud followed by the whistle of the ball, was the knell of the chase. The pirate captain had to decide whether to fight a suicidal battle against a ship with 3 times the firepower and structure, or to strike. The run ashore was the alternative to surrender. If a coast was nearby, the pirates would deliberately wreck their own ship. They would steer the vessel at full speed onto the beach or the reef. The impact would shatter the hull, dismasting the ship and creating instant chaos. The crew would leap into the surf, carrying their small arms and bags of gold, scrambling into the jungle or the dunes. This terrestrial escape converted the naval pursuit into a land-based manhunt. The ship, the physical embodiment of their enterprise, was left as a broken carcass in the surf, stripped of its value, but having served its final purpose as a vehicle of deliverance. For the survivors of the chase, the return to the open sea, if they escaped, was a somber reset. The ship was empty, no water, no food, no guns. They were free, but they were destitute. The cycle of predation had to begin again from zero, but now with a vessel that was structurally stressed, leaking from the strain of the press of sail, and crewed by men who had looked into the face of the state's power and barely blinked. The blue water was no longer a playground. It was a wilderness where the hunter was constantly being watched by a larger, silent eye. The confidence of the crews was replaced by the paranoia of the fugitive, and the horizon was forever suspect, every cloud potentially hiding the topgallants of the king's retribution. Around the early 18th century, the operational life cycle of a pirate company often reached a terminal phase governed not by the violence of the navy or the scarcity of prizes, but by the accumulation of psychological and structural fatigue. The commonwealth of the pirate ship, born in the democratic fervor of the initial mutiny or election, was not designed for permanence. It was a temporary joint stock arrangement, a means to an end. As the months of the voyage turned into years, the centrifugal forces within the crew began to outweigh the cohesive ones. The pirate vessel, once a unified machine of predation, transformed into a fractured political entity, grappling with the complex logistics of dissolution and amnesty. The catalyst for this phase was often the Act of Grace. This was the royal proclamation of amnesty issued by the British Crown, a legal instrument designed to dissolve pirate threats through bureaucracy rather than ballistics. The news of the pardon traveled across the ocean via the spoken word network of the merchant fleet. A captured captain, instead of being tortured, might hand over a printed broadside or a gazette containing the text of the king's offer. A full pardon for all piracies committed before a certain date, provided the pirate surrendered himself to a colonial governor and took an oath of allegiance. The reception of this intelligence on the pirate deck triggered the Grand Council. This was a debate of existential proportions, differing significantly from the tactical discussions of where to careen or whom to attack. The crew would gather in the waist of the ship, the articles of their association spread out on the capstan. The debate revealed the deep schism that always existed below the surface of the pirate brotherhood. The gentlemen of fortune, the hardcore nucleus of the crew who had committed crimes too heinous to be forgiven, or who were addicted to the liberty of the sea, argued for rejection. They spoke of the untrustworthiness of governors and the likelihood of being trapped and hanged despite the paper promises. Opposing them were the forced men and the weary, those who had joined for a specific financial goal and had now achieved it. For these men, the pardon was the exit strategy they had been waiting for. It offered a way to wash the mark of Cain from their names and return to the society of land with their share of the plunder intact. The tension between these factions could paralyze the ship. The quartermaster, acting as the mediator, had to navigate a political landscape where a single wrong word could lead to a massacre on the deck. The resolution of this impasse often involved the partition of the company. If the vote was not unanimous, the ship itself became an asset to be divided. The faction wishing to continue the cruise might buy out the faction wishing to surrender, paying them in gold or goods for their share of the vessel's value. Alternatively, the company might split physically. The pardon party might be given the prize sloop or the longboats and allowed to sail for the nearest government port, while the rover party kept the main ship and the heavy guns, turning their bow back toward the open ocean, now declared enemies of their former shipmates. For those who chose to surrender, the approach to the colonial capital, Nassau, Port Royal, or Charleston, was a navigational maneuver of extreme delicacy. To sail a heavily armed pirate ship into the teeth of a royal fortress required a suspension of the survival instincts honed over years of evasion. The ship would approach under a flag of truce, usually a white sheet or a specific ensign, flown conspicuously at the foremast. The guns were housed, the ports closed, and the men kept below decks to present a non-threatening posture. The interaction with the harbor defenses was ritualized. The pirate vessel would anchor outside the range of the fort's battery and send a boat ashore. The boat carried the ship's negotiators, often the most articulate officers or men who had former connections to the gentry. They bore a message for the governor, stating their intention to avail themselves of the king's mercy. The waiting period that followed was tense. The governor, representing the state, had to decide whether to honor the proclamation or to seize the ship as a prize and hang the men as unrepentant felons. The legal ambiguity of the era meant that a pirate's life often hung on the whims of a single official's interpretation of the law. If the surrender was accepted, the process of submission began. The pirate ship was piloted into the inner harbor, anchoring under the guns of the fort. The humiliation was part of the price. The crew was ordered to land their arms. The muskets, cutlasses, and pistols that had been their tools of trade were piled on the wharf or surrendered to the militia. This disarmament was the symbolic death of the pirate identity. The men, stripped of their weapons, stood as civilians for the first time in years. The administrative core of the amnesty was the certificate of pardon. The pirates were processed individually at the governor's residence or the customs house. Each man had to state his name or his alias, his age, and his place of birth. He was required to kneel and swear an oath of allegiance to the crown on the Bible. In return, he received a piece of parchment, signed and sealed by the governor. This document was his shield. It stated that he was a reclaimed subject and protected him from prosecution for past crimes. For a man who had spent his life looking over his shoulder, this piece of paper was of inestimable value. It was folded carefully and kept in a waterproof oilskin pouch, worn next to the skin like a talisman. However, the liquidation of the assets was often the point where the amnesty soured. The governor and his agents demanded their fees for the processing of the pardon. Furthermore, the vice-admiralty courts might seize the pirate ship and its cargo as droits of the admiralty, stolen property to be returned to its rightful owners or forfeited to the crown. The pirates, who expected to retire as wealthy men, often found themselves stripped of their plunder by the very legal system they had surrendered to. The act of grace was frequently an act of impoverishment. The gold dust and the silks were confiscated, leaving the former pirates with their lives but little else. For the ship itself, the dissolution of the company meant the end of its identity. A vessel that had been the terror of the shipping lanes, maintained with obsessive care by its crew, was now just a wooden hulk in the possession of the government. It might be sold at public auction to a merchant, renamed and put back into the sugar trade, its gun ports caulked shut and its history erased. Or, if it was old and worming, It might be dragged to a mudflat and broken up for firewood, its ribs bleaching in the sun like the bones of a beached whale. The diaspora of the crew was rapid. The men, now legally distinct individuals rather than a collective entity, scattered. Some, possessing skills as carpenters or gunners, found work in the colonial shipyards. Others, the spending men, retreated to the taverns of the waterfront, rapidly drinking and gambling away whatever coin they had managed to hide from the authorities. A significant number, finding the discipline of shore life intolerable and the wages of honest labor insulting, eventually went back on the account. This recidivism was common. The certificate of pardon became a meaningless scrap of paper as the man signed onto a new pirate sloop, driven by the inability to function within the rigid hierarchy of the colonial world. There was, however, a darker alternative to the pardon, the mutiny of despair. On some ships, the debate over the future led not to a separation but to an implosion. If the captain favored surrender and the crew favored resistance, the democratic structure collapsed into violence. The officers might be murdered in their sleep, or the crew might be drugged and bound by a conspiring minority. The ship became a prison of paranoia, where every conversation was suspected of being a plot. In these cases, the vessel often ceased to be a functional pirate ship and became a madman's boat, sailing erratically, attacking indiscriminately, until it was destroyed by the Navy or wrecked by its own incompetence. The marooning of dissenters was another mechanism of dissolution. If a faction refused to accept the vote to dissolve, they might be forcibly left on a quay or a desolate stretch of coast. This was not always a death sentence. It was a divorce. The marooned men were given supplies and arms, effectively establishing a new, smaller colony of outcasts, while the main ship sailed on to its destiny. These maroon communities often became the seeds of future pirate bases, perpetuating the cycle. For the pirates who successfully navigated the transition to civilian life, the psychological burden of their past remained. They lived in the port towns alongside the very merchants and sailors they had previously robbed. The need for secrecy was replaced by the need for discretion. They became the quiet men in the corner of the tavern, the ones who knew the reefs of the Spanish Main better than the charts, but who never spoke of how they acquired that knowledge. They were the retired predators, their violence sublimated into the mundane struggles of colonial survival. The end of the pirate voyage was rarely a cinematic climax of battle. It was more often a slow, bureaucratic strangulation, a dismantling of the ship's society by paper, ink, and the weary realization that the war against the world could not be won. The system of the pirate ship, so efficient at capturing and processing plunder, had no mechanism for permanence. It consumed itself. The act of grace was simply the final entry in the logbook, the closing of the account, where the geometry of the hunt resolved into the static, linear order of the law. The ocean remained, washing over the wake of the vanished ship, indifferent to the dispersal of the men who had once claimed dominion over its waves. Sometime during the middle of the 18th century, a distinct operational reality emerged for those pirate crews that rejected the amnesty and chose to remain on the account. Having severed their final ties with the civilized world, these vessels were forced to retreat beyond the traditional hunting grounds of the Caribbean and the Atlantic seaboard. The golden age in the West was collapsing under the weight of naval pressure and legal bureaucracy. To survive, the remaining pirate captains had to execute a grand strategic relocation, a navigational feat known as the Long Round. This was not merely a change of location. It was a migration to a completely different maritime ecosystem, the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea, where the logistics of predation required a new set of behaviors and a radical adaptation of the ship itself. The voyage to this new theater began with the crossing of the line. The pirate ship, often heavily provisioned after a final raid in the Atlantic, would turn its bow southeast, aiming for the Cape of Good Hope. This passage was a logistical marathon. The ship had to traverse the horse latitudes, areas of high pressure and calm winds, and then endure the violent westerlies of the Southern Ocean. The preservation of the hull during this transit was critical. The ship was entering waters where no friendly careening keys existed for thousands of miles. The carpenter's inspection regime became obsessive. Every leak, every creak in the frames was monitored, for a structural failure here meant death in the freezing waters of the southern latitudes. Upon rounding the Cape, the pirate vessel entered the Indian Ocean gyre. The meteorology here was governed by the monsoons, seasonal wind patterns that dictated all maritime movement. Unlike the Atlantic trade winds, which blew relatively constantly, the monsoons reversed direction twice a year. The southwest monsoon blew from April to September, pushing ships toward India and the Red Sea. The northeast monsoon blew from October to March, pushing ships toward Africa. The pirate navigator had to submit to this rhythm. A pirate ship could not simply cruise at will. It had to ride the monsoon conveyor belt. If they arrived at the wrong time, they would be trapped for months, unable to sail against the prevailing wind, their provisions rotting in the heat. The primary target in this new theater was the Great Mogul's shipping and the heavy East Indiamen. These were not the modest sugar flutes of the Caribbean. These were massive, multi-decked vessels, often carrying pilgrims to Mecca or immense wealth in gold, ivory, and spices. The capture of a single Moorish ship could yield more plunder than a decade of raiding in the Americas. However, the scale of the prey required a shift in tactics. The pirate vessels, often smaller sloops or brigantines, could not engage these leviathans in a direct broadside duel. They had to rely on swarm tactics or the element of surprise in the narrow straits of the Red Sea entrance, the Bab el-Mandeb. To support this new mode of operation, the pirates established a new type of base, the pirate factory. The most famous of these was on the island of Madagascar. Unlike the temporary careening camps of the Caribbean, the settlements on Madagascar were permanent, fortified enclaves. They were often located in deep, defensible bays like St. Mary's Island, Nosy Boraha. Here, the pirates built not just tents, but houses, warehouses, and fortifications. They integrated with the local Malagasy population, marrying local women and establishing petty kingdoms. The factory was a logistical hub where a pirate ship could undergo a full refit, utilizing local timber and labor without fear of a sudden naval raid. The social structure of the pirate crew in this environment underwent a hybridization. The strict democracy of the ship often relaxed on land. Powerful captains set themselves up as kings of their respective domains, commanding armies of local warriors and maintaining vast herds of cattle. The distinction between a pirate crew and a colonial garrison blurred. The ship remained the primary asset, but the account now included land, slaves, and tribute from local tribes. The pirate economy shifted from pure theft to a mix of raiding and feudal extraction. The maintenance of the ship in the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean presented new biological challenges. The teredo worm was even more voracious here than in the Caribbean. The pirates had to careen their ships more frequently, often every 3 months. To protect the hulls, they adopted local technologies. They began using chunam, a mixture of lime made from burnt seashells, oil, and gum, to coat the bottom of their vessels. This white, plaster-like coating was hard and smooth, offering superior protection to the standard mixture of tallow and sulfur. The adoption of indigenous materials was a hallmark of the long round. The pirates became technological scavengers, blending European naval architecture with the accumulated wisdom of the Indian Ocean mariners. The diet of the crew also changed. The salted beef of the Atlantic was replaced by the local bounty. Rice became the staple grain, purchased or stolen from local traders. The zebu, the humped cattle of Madagascar, provided fresh beef. The pirates learned to preserve meat by smoking it in the local fashion rather than brining it. They drank toke, a local spirit made from fermented honey or cane, when the rum ran out. This adaptation to local food sources reduced their dependence on captured stores, allowing them to extend their operational range. The Red Sea traffic was a seasonal phenomenon. The pirates would sail north from Madagascar to the mouth of the Red Sea to intercept the Hajj fleet, the convoy of ships carrying Muslim pilgrims and merchants to Jeddah. This was a choke point operation similar to the Caribbean blockade, but on a massive scale. The pirates would anchor in the islands of the Socotra archipelago or Param, waiting for the sails to appear. The engagement here was often brutal. The pilgrim ships were heavily defended by janissaries and armed passengers. The pirates had to use terror tactics, firing into the crowded decks to force a quick surrender, knowing that a prolonged fight would draw the attention of the Ottoman or Mughal navies. The interdiction of the East Indiaman was the other major prize. The ships of the English, French, and Dutch East India Companies were the most powerful merchant vessels afloat, effectively warships in their own right. To capture one, the pirates often formed consortships, fleets of 2 or 3 pirate vessels working together. They would shadow the Indiaman for days, waiting for a calm or a mistake in handling. The attack was coordinated. One pirate ship would rake the stern, while another boarded from the bow. The coordination required a high level of signaling discipline and seamanship, far removed from the opportunistic solo attacks of the West Indies. The processing of the loot in the Indian Ocean differed significantly. Gold and silver were universal, but the bale goods, spices, calicos, and silks, were harder to fence in a region where they were produced. The pirates often had to act as long-distance traders themselves. They would capture a cargo of spices in the Indian Ocean and then sail all the way back to the Atlantic or to a remote American colony to sell it, effectively completing a global circumnavigation of crime. This round-the-world voyage imposed immense wear on the ship and the crew. A pirate vessel might be at sea for 2 or 3 years continuously, a duration that rotted the rigging and exhausted the men. The interaction with the country ships, vessels owned by local Indian or Arab merchants, introduced a linguistic and cultural barrier. The pirate quartermaster often had to rely on linguisters, translators captured from previous ships, to interrogate the crews and determine the value of the cargo. The torture of prisoners to reveal hidden gems or gold became a grim standard operating procedure, as the cultural cues for negotiation were often misunderstood on both sides. The presence of the European East India Company navies was the primary threat. Unlike the Royal Navy, which had global responsibilities, the company navies were focused solely on protecting their trade routes. They employed Bombay Marine ships, purpose-built pirate hunters designed for the shallow waters and light winds of the coast. These vessels were relentless. The pirates found themselves hunted not just by the state, but by the private corporate armies of the world's first multinational corporations. The evasion tactics had to evolve. The pirates used the shallows of the Seychelles or the jagged coast of Mozambique to hide, relying on the reluctance of the heavy company ships to risk their hulls in uncharted waters. For the aging pirate ship, the Indian Ocean was often a graveyard. The lack of proper dockyards meant that structural damage from storms or battle could not be adequately repaired. A ship with a sprung mainmast or a hogged keel bent spine would eventually be abandoned. The crew would transfer to a captured prize, often a vessel of Indian or Arab design, a dhow or a grab, adapting their sailing techniques to the lateen rig. This visual assimilation completed the transformation. The European pirate crew, sailing an Arab vessel, dressed in a mix of Western and Eastern clothing, living in a fortified compound in Madagascar, had become something entirely new, a hybrid maritime tribe existing on the fringes of all empires. The long round was the final evolutionary stage of the pirate operational model. It was a strategy of distance and adaptation. By moving to the other side of the world, the pirates bought themselves a few more decades of survival. They exploited the gaps between the expanding European empires and the declining Asian powers. But the logistics remained the same. The constant need for a hull to float on, canvas to catch the wind, and a supply of food to fuel the labor. The Indian Ocean, with its predictable monsoons and its immense wealth, provided the resources, but it also imposed a tyranny of distance that eventually wore down even the most determined crew, leaving their ships to rot in the mud of a Malagasy lagoon, far from the Atlantic winds that had birthed them. Sometime during the mid to late 18th century, the operational life of the pirate vessel inevitably reached a point of structural obsolescence. The wooden ship, despite the obsessive care of the carpenter and the constant replacement of rigging, was a finite organism. The cumulative stress of years of sailing, the working of the hull in heavy seas, the rot induced by freshwater leaks, and the unseen tunneling of the teredo worm, eventually compromised the vessel's integrity beyond the capacity of field repair. When a ship was deemed unseaworthy by the council, or when it was driven ashore by a storm or a pursuing squadron, the operational logic shifted from preservation to salvage. The breaking up of the ship was a reverse logistical process, a systematic harvesting of the technology and materials that had sustained the crew. The scenario of the intentional wrecking was a calculated decision. If a ship was leaking so badly that the pumps could no longer keep pace, or if the bottom was so foul that it could not outrun a merchantman, the crew would search for a graveyard site. This location had to meet specific criteria: a shallow, sandy beach or a protected reef, secluded from naval patrols, yet close enough to fresh water and timber to support the crew while they built a replacement vessel or fortified a camp. The approach to the beach was the final maneuver of the ship's life. The captain would wait for the high tide, carrying a full press of sail to drive the vessel as far up the sand as possible. The impact, the grounding, was a deliberate, controlled collision. The ship would shudder, the masts would groan as the momentum was arrested by the friction of the hull against the seabed, and the vessel would come to rest, listing permanently to one side. The stripping of the rig began immediately. The ship, now a stationary building, was dismantled from the top down. The sails, the engine of the vessel, were the first to be saved. The canvas, even if worn, was invaluable for making tents, clothing, or sails for smaller boats. The crew would go aloft one last time to unbend the sails from the yards, lowering the heavy bundles to the deck. Next came the running rigging, the miles of rope that controlled the yards. Every block, tackle, and line was unrove and coiled. Rope was a universal currency in the maritime world. Old rope could be picked into oakum, and good rope could rig a new craft. The spars, the masts, and yards were the heavy timber of the salvage. The topmasts and topgallant masts were struck and lowered. The lower masts, stepped deep into the keel, were often too heavy to lift out without a sheer hulk. Instead, the pirates might cut them down, felling them like trees onto the beach, or leave them standing to serve as lookout towers or signal poles for the camp. The standing rigging, the heavy, tarred shrouds that held the masts up, was cut away. The iron fittings, the chain plates and deadeyes, were pried from the hull. Iron was scarce in the remote corners of the world. Every bolt and spike was a potential nail for a new boat or a piece of langrage for a gun. The gutting of the hull followed the removal of the propulsion. The guns, if they hadn't been jettisoned during a chase, were manhandled out of the ports or hoisted up the hatchways. A cannon was a durable asset. Even if the ship died, the gun could be mounted in a shore battery or buried in the sand to be recovered later. The shot locker was emptied. The powder barrels were removed to a dry cave or a purpose-built hut ashore, as the damp bilge of a wrecked ship was no place for explosives. The interior of the ship was then mined for its architectural resources. The bulkheads, the wooden walls of the cabins, were knocked down to provide planks for building huts. The furniture, the great cabin table, the chests, and the lockers were carried onto the beach. The ship's copper, the copper sheathing if the vessel was modern enough to have it, or the copper boilers from the galley, was stripped with crowbars. Copper was a high-value metal, resistant to corrosion, and could be traded or reused. The breaking of the frame was the final, arduous phase. Once the shell was stripped, the pirates might burn the hull to the waterline to recover the iron drifts and bolts that held the heavy timbers together. The fire would consume the wood, leaving the metal fasteners in the ash, easily collected once the embers cooled. Alternatively, if they needed the timber for boat building, they would use saws and axes to dissect the ship rib by rib. The futtocks and knees, the naturally curved timbers used to brace the frame, were particularly prized for constructing the frames of smaller sloops or pinnaces. The castaway camp that emerged on the shore was built from the bones of the ship. The sails were draped over the spars to form large communal tents. The ship's galley stove was set up on a brick foundation on the sand. The water casks were rolled into the shade. The ship's bell was hung from a tree branch to regulate the watches, maintaining the discipline of sea time even on land. The wreck itself, looming in the surf, served as a breakwater and a storehouse until the waves eventually broke it apart. In the case of an unintentional wreck, a ship driven onto a reef by a hurricane or a navigational error at night, the salvage was a race against the sea. The ship would often break its back within hours, the hull shattering under the pounding of the swell. In these chaotic moments, the priority was life and light. The crew would scramble to launch the boats or build rafts from loose spars. They would prioritize the salvage of the survival triad: water, firearms, and the carpenter's tool chest. A crew washed ashore without tools was helpless. With tools, they could build a new ship. The refugee boat was often the product of this salvage. If the main ship was lost, the pirates would take the ship's longboat or pinnace and modify it for an ocean voyage. They would raise the gunwales with planks torn from the wreck to keep out the sea. They would step a new mast and sew a deck from canvas. These modified open boats, crowded with men and provisions, would then attempt to sail hundreds of miles to a friendly port or a new hunting ground. The Mutiny of the Bounty, Blig Voyage, is a famous naval example. But pirate crews performed similar feats of desperate navigation routinely, sailing open boats from the coast of Africa to the Caribbean or from the Red Sea to India. The psychological impact of the wreck was a severance of the bond between the crew and their machine. The ship had been their world, their defense, and their home. Watching it disintegrate on a reef or burn on a beach was a trauma that signaled the end of their collective power. The hierarchy often dissolved on the beach. The captain's authority, derived from his command of the ship, waned when there was no ship to command. Factions would form, some wanting to wait for rescue, others wanting to march inland, others wanting to build a boat. The law of the beach was often more brutal than the law of the sea. If the wreck occurred on an inhabited coast, the dynamic shifted to defense or negotiation. The pirates would use the salvaged guns to build a fortified perimeter around their camp. They would clear fields of fire and set watches. The indigenous populations, whether the Karankawa of Texas, the Mosquito of Honduras, or the Malagasy tribes, viewed the wreck as a bonanza of metal and cloth. The pirates had to trade or fight. Often, the wreckage of the ship became the currency of diplomacy. Iron bolts were traded for food, and canvas for protection. The underwater legacy of the pirate ship began the moment it slipped beneath the surface. The heavy items, the cannon, the anchors, the ballast stones, sank immediately, creating a permanent footprint on the seabed. The lighter debris, broken spars, barrels, bodies, drifted away with the currents. The hull, if not destroyed by the surf, would be colonized by the very marine life that had destroyed it. The teredo worms would finish their work, consuming the remaining wood until only the non-organic components remained. The ballast pile, a mound of river stones or iron pigs, would eventually be the only visible marker of the site, a tombstone for the vessel. For the survivors, the wreck was a point of divergence. Some would be picked up by passing ships, often hiding their identity and signing on as common sailors. Others would go native, integrating into the local tribes, their pirate past becoming a legend told around village fires. A few, the most determined, would succeed in building a new vessel from the wreckage, launching a phoenix ship to return to the account. But the original vessel, the complex assemblage of oak, hemp, and iron that had chased the trade winds across the globe, was gone, its energy dissipated, its materials returned to the elements or repurposed by the scavengers of the coast. The cycle of the ship had closed, leaving only the scattered artifacts in the sand to mark where the geometry of the intercept had finally met the immovable geography of the land. Sometime around the middle of the 18th century, for those pirate crews whose evasion tactics failed, or whose ships were driven onto the reefs by naval pursuit, the operational narrative shifted from the open dynamics of the ocean to the rigid, stone-walled confinement of the state's judicial machinery. The capture of a pirate crew was not merely a military victory for the crown. It was the beginning of a complex logistical process designed to convert the living outlaw into a dead symbol of imperial order. This process, known as the cession of Oyer and Terminer, was a theatrical and administrative system that functioned with the same cold precision as the shipboard routines it sought to dismantle. The transition began with the transport of the prisoners. Once surrendered, the pirates were stripped of their sea chests, their clothes often replaced with rags, and their identities. They were transferred to the dark, airless holds of the capturing warship or a secure transport vessel. Here, the logistics of restraint were applied. The ship's blacksmith was employed to rivet bilboes, long iron bars with sliding shackles, onto the ankles of the men. The prisoners were kept in the cable tier, or the lowest deck, sitting in the darkness, often in bilge water, fed on bread and water rations. This period of transit, which could last for weeks as the ship sailed to a port with a vice-admiralty court, served to physically weaken the men, breaking the cohesion of the crew through sensory deprivation and malnutrition. Upon arrival at a colonial capital like Port Royal, Williamsburg, or London, the transfer of custody moved from the Navy to the civil authorities. The destination was the prison, the Marshalsea in London or the Provost Marshal's dungeon in the colonies. These facilities were often overcrowded, pestilential holding pens where typhus, known as jail fever, was rampant. The logistical management of the prisoners here was minimal. They were essentially warehoused. The cost of their food and straw was often charged against the future value of their condemned ship, creating a grim economic loop where the pirate's own vessel paid for his incarceration. The legal instrument used to process these men was the vice-admiralty court. Unlike the common law courts, which required a jury of peers and adhered to strict local statutes, the Admiralty Court operated under civil law, a system derived from Roman law that allowed for more expedient proceedings without a jury. This was a critical logistical adaptation. It prevented local juries, who might be sympathetic to the pirates or involved in the black market trade themselves, from acquitting the men. The tribunal consisted of a panel of judges, typically the governor, the naval commander, and senior colonial officials. It was a special commission designed for speed and conviction. The central symbol of this court was the silver oar. This was a large, ceremonial mace shaped like an oar, carried by the Marshal of the Admiralty. It represented the authority of the High Court over all crimes committed on the high seas, defined as anywhere the tide ebbed and flowed. The presence of the silver oar on the table before the judges signaled that the court was in session. The logistics of the trial were swift. The king's evidence, often a member of the pirate crew who had turned traitor in exchange for a pardon, was brought forward. The captured logbooks and charts were presented as forensic proof of the ship's movements. The merchant captains who had been robbed gave depositions. The defense was usually non-existent. Pirates were rarely allowed legal counsel and had to speak for themselves, often relying on the plea of forced men, claiming they had been compelled to sign the articles under duress. Once the inevitable verdict of guilty was handed down, the administrative machinery shifted to the warrant of execution. This document, signed by the governor or the presiding judge, set the date and the specific location of the death. The location was legally mandated. Pirates had to be executed within the flux and reflux of the sea, typically at the low water mark between the high and low tide lines. This placement symbolized that the pirate, having rejected the laws of the land, was denied a burial upon it. He belonged to the indeterminate zone of the foreshore. The procession to the gallows was a public spectacle organized with the precision of a parade. On the appointed day, the marshal and his constables would collect the condemned men from the prison. They were placed in an open cart, often sitting on their own coffins. The silver oar was carried at the front of the procession. The route to the waterfront was lined with crowds. The execution was intended as a moral lesson for the populace, particularly the merchant seamen. A chaplain usually accompanied the cart, urging the men to repent, adding a layer of theological administration to the judicial killing. The gallows at the execution dock was a permanent or semi-permanent structure consisting of two wooden uprights and a crossbeam, located on the mudflats exposed by the retreating tide. The timing was tidal. The execution had to occur while the tide was out. The logistics of the hanging were primitive. The short drop method was used. There was no calculated drop to break the neck. The men were stood on a ladder or a cart, the noose placed around their necks and the support pulled away. Death came through strangulation, a slow and visible process. Following the death, the ritual of the tide completed the sentence. The bodies were left hanging on the rope until 3 tides had washed over them. This meant the corpses were submerged and revealed by the sea 3 times, a symbolic cleansing and a confirmation of the Admiralty's jurisdiction. The water, rising to cover the dead, erased their humanity and transformed them into maritime debris. However, for the captains or the most notorious offenders, the logistical process did not end with the washing of the tide. The state required a more permanent signal. This was the gibbet. The gibbeting of a pirate was a specialized industrial process performed by a blacksmith. The body, once cut down from the gallows, was not buried. Instead, it was taken to a workshop where it was prepared for long-term display. The preservation method involved tarring. The corpse was coated in hot tar or pitch, the same substance used to waterproof the ship's hull. This acted as a preservative, sealing the skin against insects and slowing the decomposition process in the open air. The body was then encased in an iron cage or a suit of chains. This ironwork was bespoke, measured to fit the specific dimensions of the corpse. It consisted of iron bands riveted around the ankles, knees, waist, chest, and neck, connected by vertical bars. The intention was to hold the skeletal structure together long after the soft tissue had rotted away. The location of the gibbet was a matter of strategic geography. The encaged body was transported by boat to a prominent point in the harbor, a gibbet island, a rocky outcrop, or a headland overlooking the main shipping channel. The cage was suspended from a tall wooden post, often 20 or 30 feet high, to ensure it was visible against the skyline. The objective was to turn the pirate's body into a navigational aid. Just as a lighthouse warned mariners of a reef, the gibbet warned them of the consequences of piracy. It was a terror beacon, visible to every sailor entering or leaving the port. The maintenance of the gibbet was a grotesque administrative duty. The cage and the post were government property. If the post rotted or the chains rusted through, the authorities would pay for repairs. The body, tarred and iron-bound, could remain visible for years, slowly weathering until it was merely a collection of sun-bleached bones held in the shape of a man by the metal frame. The creaking of the chains in the wind became a local auditory landmark, a sound that defined the entrance to the harbor. While the bodies were being processed, the condemnation of the prize dealt with the material remnants of the piracy. The captured pirate ship, now anchored under the guns of the fort, was subject to a legal appraisal. Shipwrights and merchants were appointed by the court to value the hull, the rigging, the guns, and the remaining stores. The ship was then sold at a public vendue auction. The logistics of the sale were bureaucratic. Notices were posted in the coffee houses and on the exchange. The proceeds of the sale were distributed according to a strict formula. The High Admiral received a percentage, the governor received a cut, the court officials took their fees, and if the pirate ship had been captured by a naval vessel or a privateer, the capturing crew received head money, a bounty per pirate captured, and a share of the hull's value. This economic redistribution completed the cycle. The ship, once an instrument of theft, was converted back into liquid capital that flowed into the treasury of the colony. The physical ship itself often underwent a sanitization. If purchased by a merchant, it was renamed to erase its stigma. The gun ports might be planked over, the layout altered to carry cargo, and the vessel reintegrated into the legitimate trade. However, if the ship was old or notorious, it might be broken up, its timbers used to build wharves or warehouses, physically embedding the pirate vessel into the infrastructure of the port it had once terrorized. The dispersal of the effects of the executed men was the final act of the court. The few personal items found in the pirates' pockets, a few coins, a ring, a tobacco box, were seized to pay for the costs of the trial and the execution. The state extracted value from every aspect of the capture, from the oak of the hull to the clothes on the backs of the hanged men. Nothing was wasted. This judicial and penal system was the state's machine, a countersystem to the pirates' account. Where the pirate system was based on mobility, anonymity, and the redistribution of property, the state system was based on fixation, identification, and the reclamation of property. The gibbeted body, fixed in iron at a specific latitude and longitude, was the ultimate negation of the pirate's life of motion. It was a static monument to the re-establishment of control. As the years passed, the gibbets became part of the coastal landscape, noted in pilot books and charts as gibbet point or execution dock. The birds would eventually strip the cages clean, and the iron would rust into the sea, but the logistical message had been delivered. The era of the pirate was being closed not just by the frigate's cannon, but by the clerk's pen, the blacksmith's hammer, and the surveyor's chain, mapping the boundaries of the empire's law across the chaotic surface of the ocean. By the middle and late decades of the 18th century, the operational environment of the pirate vessel had undergone a fundamental contraction. The Golden Age, characterized by large fleets, democratic articles, and open confrontations with naval squadrons, had dissolved under the sustained pressure of imperial consolidation. The vast, lawless frontiers of the Caribbean and the North American coast were being surveyed, fortified, and patrolled. The blue water was no longer a commons where a pirate captain could reign as a sovereign. It was becoming a regulated highway of state commerce. Consequently, the logistics of piracy shifted from the model of the autonomous warship to the model of the covert parasite. The primary driver of this shift was the loss of the safe haven. The great pirate republics, Nassau in the Bahamas, the logwood camps of Honduras, and the fortified factories of Madagascar, had been dismantled or gentrified. The arrival of royal governors, backed by resident naval squadrons and accompanied by customs officials, meant that a pirate ship could no longer openly provision or careen in a major harbor. The logistical base of the operation was forced to migrate to the margins. The bayous of Louisiana, the intricate keys of Florida, and the jagged, unmapped inlets of the Cuban coast. This geographical constriction dictated a change in naval architecture. The large, three-masted square-riggers, the converted slavers and merchant galleys capable of carrying 40 guns and 200 men, became extinct in the pirate ranks. Such vessels were too conspicuous, required too much water to hide, and consumed too many provisions to sustain without a supporting port city. In their place emerged the Mosquito fleet. The pirates of this declining era favored the Bermuda sloop, the schooner, and the periagua. These were small, fast, shallow-draft vessels, often less than 50 feet in length, carrying perhaps 4 or 6 light cannon and a crew of 20 or 30 men. The operational logic of these smaller vessels was defined by stealth rather than force. They did not seek to dominate the ocean, they sought to vanish into it. The masts were raked sharply to improve speed to windward, but they were also designed to be unstepped, lowered quickly. A pirate schooner could lower its masts and hide inside a mangrove creek or behind a sand dune, becoming invisible to a passing frigate. The camouflage of the ship became a tactical concern. Hulls were painted green or gray to blend with the shoreline vegetation and the water, departing from the black or yellow of the deep-sea era. The nature of the target also evolved. The great treasure galleons and the heavy East Indiamen were now traveling in heavily guarded convoys, protected by ships of the line that a pirate schooner could not hope to scratch. The predation therefore shifted down the food chain to the coastal trade. The targets were the local sloops carrying lumber, molasses, salted fish, and livestock between the islands. These prizes were small, but they were numerous and usually unarmed. The robbery became a high-frequency, low-yield industry. Instead of one massive capture of gold dust, the crew subsisted on a steady trickle of dry goods and household items. This shift blurred the line between piracy and smuggling. As the Navigation Acts became more restrictive, enforcing duties on all colonial trade, a vast black market emerged. The pirate crews often reintegrated into the colonial economy as armed smugglers. They would intercept a legitimate French or Dutch merchant vessel, purchase cargo, or seize it in a staged capture to protect the merchant from prosecution, and then run the goods ashore in the British colonies tax-free. The local population, starved of goods by the wartime blockades, often welcomed these free traders. The pirate was no longer an enemy of the human race. He was a necessary economic lubricant, protected by the silence of the coastal communities. The wreckers' trade became another subsidiary industry for the displaced pirate. In the treacherous waters of the Florida Straits and the Outer Banks, ships frequently ran aground. The pirates, operating from their hidden camps, would act as mooncursors. They would set false lights, lanterns hung from mules walking along the beach or fires lit on a headland, to mimic the navigation lights of a harbor or a ship at anchor. A passing merchant vessel, believing the light to be a safe mark, would steer toward it and tear its bottom out on the reef. The salvage operation that followed was a grim mixture of rescue and robbery. The pirates would row out to the stricken vessel. Under the guise of saving the cargo, they would strip the ship of everything valuable. The legal line was thin. If they saved the crew, they could claim salvage rights in a court. If the crew disappeared, they took the cargo as flotsam. This opportunistic predation required no chasing, no gunfire, and little risk. It was a stationary trap, relying on the geography and the weather to do the violence. The privateering wars of the mid-century, the War of Jenkins' Ear, the 7 Years' War, provided a state-sanctioned outlet for the pirate labor pool. The governments of Britain, France, and Spain issued letters of marque in vast numbers. The pirate crews, finding the independent life too dangerous, often signed on to these legal raiders. The ship remained the same, the tactics remained the same, but the flag changed. They could now attack the enemy's commerce with the blessing of the Admiralty. This legalization of piracy drained the talent from the outlaw fleets. The great captains were replaced by privateer commanders who operated within a chain of command, submitting their prizes to the prize courts rather than dividing them at the mainmast. The social structure of the pirate crew devolved during this period. The great articles, the complex constitutions of the early 18th century faded away. On a small schooner with 20 men, the elaborate separation of powers between captain and quartermaster was unnecessary and impractical. The discipline became more gang-like, based on the personal strength and cruelty of the leader rather than a democratic vote. The brotherhood was replaced by a hierarchy of expediency. The crews were often mixed race, composed of runaway slaves, indigenous sailors, and deserters, united not by a political ideal but by the necessity of survival on the fringe. The intelligence network of the pirates also changed. They could no longer rely on the gossip of the port taverns as they were barred from the cities. Instead, they relied on coastal eyes. They cultivated relationships with the isolated turtle fishermen, the woodcutters, and the lighthouse keepers. A system of signal fires and flags was developed along the coast. A specific smoke signal on a headland might warn of a naval patrol. A white sheet hung from a cabin window might signal that the coast was clear to land the contraband. The maintenance of the vessels in these remote bases was a constant struggle against entropy. Without access to pitch, tar, and high-quality hemp, the ships deteriorated. The pirates used local substitutes, pine sap for pitch, twisted vines, or poor-quality cotton for rope. The sails were often a patchwork of different canvases, giving the vessels a ragged, motley appearance. A pirate schooner of this era was often distinguishable not by its armament, but by its shabbiness, a vessel that looked like a floating wreck but sailed with unnatural speed. The hideout logistics involved the construction of maroon camps. These were temporary settlements hidden deep in the swamps or on the sea islands. They were built to be abandoned at a moment's notice. The huts were made of palmetto and driftwood. The pirates maintained caches of supplies buried in the sand or hidden in hollow trees, barrels of powder, bars of lead, and dried meat, so that if their camp was raided, they could retreat into the interior and recover their stores later. The pirate was becoming less of a sailor and more of an amphibious guerrilla. As the century progressed, the king's reach extended further. The introduction of the copper-bottomed naval frigate gave the Navy a speed advantage that neutralized the pirates' careening edge. The development of accurate charts and the chronometer removed the navigational ambiguity that had protected the pirate lairs. There were no more unknown islands. The Navy began to chart the very creeks and bays where the pirates hid, sending surveying sloops to sound the depths and map the escape routes. The ocean was being enclosed by data. The end of the cycle for these later pirates was rarely the dramatic public hanging of the earlier age. It was more often a quiet death in a skirmish with a customs cutter, or a disappearance in a hurricane. The crews were too small to warrant the grand oyer and terminer trials. They were often treated as common criminals, hanged on a local gallows without fanfare, or simply shot while resisting arrest. By the 1770s, the figure of the pirate king, the man who commanded a fleet and terrified empires, was a historical memory. The reality was the picaroon, the coastal raider scavenging for scraps in the shadow of the great naval powers. The system of piracy had not disappeared, but it had been miniaturized and driven underground. The ship, once a symbol of defiance, had become a fugitive vessel, scurrying between the lines of the map, surviving only by becoming smaller, quieter, and harder to see against the darkening horizon of the imperial order. Toward the closing decades of the 18th century, as the Atlantic seaboard was pacified by the growing naval hegemony of the European powers, the epicenter of maritime predation shifted decisively eastward. The solitary sloop of the Caribbean, operating as a fugitive unit, was replaced by a different logistical phenomenon: the corporate and state-sponsored pirate fleets of the Mediterranean and the South China Sea. In these regions, piracy was not a rebellion against the state, but a parallel system of governance, a shadow empire that possessed its own bureaucracy, taxation systems, and naval architecture, operating on a scale that dwarfed the earlier exploits of the West. In the Mediterranean, The operational reality was defined by the Barbary Corso. Operating from the fortified city-states of Algiers, Tunis, and Tripoli, these corsairs were not outlaws in the Western sense. They were the naval vanguard of semi-autonomous regencies. Their activity was integrated into the diplomatic and economic fabric of the region. The logic of the Corso was not the theft of cargo, but the capture of human capital. The prize was the crew and passengers, who were taken to the bagnios, the slave prisons of the North African coast, to be held for ransom or put to labor. The vessel of choice for this theater was the xebec or the galleot. These ships were evolved specifically for the light winds and short, steep chop of the Mediterranean. Unlike the heavy, square-rigged frigates of the north, the xebec carried lateen sails, large triangular canvases suspended from long, angled yards. This rig allowed the vessel to sail remarkably close to the wind, outmaneuvering any square-rigger that attempted to pursue it. Furthermore, these vessels retained the oar bank. In a calm, where a European merchant ship lay helpless, the corsairs could deploy sweeps, propelling their ship at high speed to close the distance. The attack was a cavalry charge at sea, designed for a sudden, overwhelming boarding action rather than a prolonged artillery duel. The logistics of the Corso were governed by the pass system. The major naval powers, Britain and France, often paid tribute to the Barbary days in exchange for immunity. A merchant ship flying a British flag and carrying a valid Admiralty pass was theoretically safe. The corsair captains, known as Rais, were strictly instructed to inspect the papers of intercepted vessels. If the pass was valid, the ship was released. If the pass was expired, or if the ship belonged to a nation that had not paid tribute, such as the smaller Italian states or the newly independent United States, it was seized. This was a form of protection racket formalized into international law. The pirate captain was a customs inspector with the authority to enslave. Simultaneously, on the other side of the globe, the Guangdong Confederation in the South China Sea was establishing a pirate hegemony of unprecedented scale. Under the leadership of the Zheng family, this coalition eventually numbered hundreds of vessels and tens of thousands of personnel. This was not a gang. It was a floating city-state. The fleet was organized into banners, the red, the black, the white, the green, the blue, and the yellow, each with its own admiral, command structure, and territory. The primary vessel of this fleet was the junk. The naval architecture of the junk was fundamentally different from the Western tradition. The hull was built without a keel, utilizing a heavy, flat bottom that allowed the vessel to operate in the shallowest river deltas or be beached without tipping over. The structural innovation of the junk was the watertight bulkhead. The interior of the hull was divided by solid wooden walls into multiple independent compartments. A shot that breached the hull flooded only one compartment, allowing the junk to remain afloat and fighting when a European ship would have foundered. The rigging of the junk consisted of battened lugsails made of woven bamboo matting or heavy canvas. These sails were stiffened by horizontal bamboo poles. This design allowed the sail to be reefed shortened instantly, like a window blind, by simply lowering the halyard. The sheet, control line, was not a single rope, but a web of lines attached to each batten, allowing precise control of the sail's curve. This aerodynamic efficiency enabled the junk to sail well into the wind and to be handled by a relatively small crew, freeing up the majority of the men for boarding and combat. The logistics of the Confederation were driven by coastal taxation. The pirate fleet did not rely solely on chance captures. They established a systematic extortion racket along the southern coast of China. Coastal villages, saltworks, and fishing fleets paid protection money to the pirates. In exchange, they received a safe conduct pass or a specific flag to fly. A village that paid was protected. A village that refused was burned. The pirates established financial offices on shore to collect these taxes, blurring the line between banditry and local government. The victualling of a fleet of 40,000 people, men, women, and children, required a supply chain that rivaled the imperial bureaucracy. The pirates did not just steal food, they purchased it in bulk from friendly merchants who acted as fences for their stolen goods. Rice, the staple of the diet, was procured by the ton. The junks often carried livestock, pigs and chickens, in pens on the deck. The presence of families on board transformed the ship's dynamic. Unlike the all-male, celibate environment of the Western pirate sloop, the Chinese pirate junk was a domestic space. Wives and children lived on board, assisting with the ammunition, the helm, and the daily labor. The ship was a floating household, and the defense of the vessel was the defense of the home. The weaponry of the junk fleet was a mix of traditional and modern. They carried carronades and cannon purchased from European traders or stolen from East Indiamen, but they also employed stink pots and fire rafts with devastating effect. The fireship attack was a standard tactic against the heavier, less maneuverable European warships. The pirates would lash small boats together, fill them with straw, oil, and gunpowder, and set them adrift toward the enemy anchorages. The matchlock musket and the jingal, a heavy wall gun, were the standard small arms, alongside the Dow broadsword and the long spear. The discipline of the Confederation was codified in a strict set of laws, far more rigid than the Articles of the Caribbean. The Code of Madame Ching, Zheng Yi Sao, stipulated that any pirate who went ashore without permission would have his ears slit. A second offense meant death. The theft of plunder from the common fund was punished by beheading. The rape of female captives was strictly forbidden and punishable by death, a regulation designed to maintain the business relationship with the coastal villagers who paid ransom. This was a martial law designed to hold together a massive, disparate force of fishermen, deserters, and outlaws. The floating maintenance of the junk fleet was aided by the use of breaming grids on the river banks. The flat bottom of the junk made careening simple. The ship was driven onto a mudflat at high tide, and as the water receded, it sat upright. The crews would burn off the weed and apply tung oil, a drying oil derived from the tung tree, to the wood. This oil hardened into a varnish that was resistant to water and worms. The mix of lime and oil, known as chunam, was used as a putty to caulk the seams, creating a white, watertight finish that was constantly renewed. The interaction with the foreign devils, the British and Portuguese navies, was a clash of technologies. The European ships relied on heavy broadsides to smash the enemy. The pirate junks relied on swarming. A single East Indiaman might be surrounded by 50 or 100 pirate junks. The pirates would use their shallow draft to stay out of range of the heavy guns, waiting for the wind to die. When the calm settled, the junks would use their ulos, great stern oars, to close in from all sides, overwhelming the larger ship with thousands of boarders. The negotiated surrender of the Confederation in the early 19th century was the ultimate testament to its power. The Qing government, unable to defeat the pirates militarily, eventually offered a blanket amnesty. The pirates were not hanged, they were integrated. The pirate admirals were given ranks in the Imperial Navy. The crews were allowed to keep their plunder. The fleet was not destroyed. It was effectively purchased by the state. This transition from outlaw to official was a logistical merger, where the shadow bureaucracy of the pirates was absorbed into the formal bureaucracy of the empire. In the Mediterranean, the end of the Corso came through external force. The rising naval power of the United States and the European nations eventually led to the bombardment of Algiers and Tripoli. The gunboat diplomacy of the 19th century shattered the walls of the Barbary regencies. The pass system was abolished, and the xebecs were hunted down or rotted in the harbors. Thus, the late pirate era was defined by the industrialization of the trade. It moved away from the romanticized individualism of the Atlantic to the collective, systemic predation of the East and the Mediterranean. The ship ceased to be a vehicle of escape and became a unit of production in a vast, floating economy. The pirate was no longer a rebel fleeing the world, but a builder of a new, harsher world on the water, one that required the same ledgers, supply chains, and discipline as the empires they opposed. Sometime around the turn of the 19th century, as the last active fleets of the pirate era were dismantled by the expanding naval powers or absorbed into legitimate commerce, the physical evidence of their existence began a slow, chemical migration from the surface of the world to the geological strata of the seabed. The pirate ship, once a dynamic intersection of labor, wind, and violence, underwent a final transformation into a static archaeological deposit. This process was not a sudden erasure, but a complex interaction between the materials of human industry, oak, iron, hemp, and silver, and the relentless, preserving chemistry of the deep ocean. The initial phase of this preservation was determined by the physics of the sinking. When a wooden vessel foundered, whether through the violence of a reef impact or the slow filling of the bilge during a storm, its orientation on the bottom dictated its future visibility. If the ship settled upright in deep, soft mud, the hull acted as a sediment trap. The currents, slowed by the obstacle of the wreck, would drop their load of silt and sand into the hull. Over decades, this burial process created an anaerobic oxygen-free environment. In this suffocating mud, the biological agents of decay, the teredo worms and the bacteria that consume cellulose, were starved of oxygen. The lower timbers of the ship, the keel, the floorheads, and the futtocks, were effectively embalmed in the silt, preserving the structural geometry of the vessel for centuries. However, the upper works, the masts, the deck planking, and the bulwarks usually remained exposed to the oxygenated water column. Here, the ocean was efficient in its consumption. The shipworms drilled the wood into a fragile honeycomb, and the currents eroded the weakened fibers until the structure collapsed. The site formation process thus created a flattened profile. The ship was reduced to a two-dimensional outline on the seafloor, a wreck mound consisting of the ballast pile, the tons of river stones or iron pigs carried low in the hold, which now served as a heavy, protective cap over the preserved timbers beneath. The metallic artifacts of the ship underwent a different metamorphosis. Iron, the primary structural metal used for anchors, guns, and bolts, is unstable in seawater. It reacts with the chlorides and oxygen to form ferric oxide, rust. But in the underwater environment, this process created a secondary structure known as a concretion. As the iron corroded, it leached ions into the surrounding water. These ions reacted with the seabed, cementing the sand, shells, and coral into a rock-hard casing around the object. A pirate cannon, resting on the sand for 200 years, would cease to look like a gun. It would appear as an indistinguishable lump of gray rock. Inside this natural sarcophagus, the iron might completely dissolve into a liquid sludge, leaving a hollow void in the exact shape of the original weapon. This process paradoxically destroyed the object while preserving its form perfectly within the mold of the concretion. Gold, the primary motivation for the pirates' risk, proved to be the only immutable substance in the wreck. It is a noble metal, chemically inert. A gold doubloon or a gold dust ring dropped into the sediment remained exactly as it was on the day it was lost. It did not corrode, tarnish, or combine with the elements. It sat in the darkness, shiny and untouched, amidst the decaying ruin of the ship. This chemical arrogance of gold meant that it often drifted away from the main wreck site. Being heavy and small, gold coins would work their way down through the sand during storms, settling onto the bedrock, sometimes traveling hundreds of yards from the decaying hull, creating a scatter pattern that defied simple excavation. Silver, the common currency of the pirate economy, the pieces of 8, was less resilient. In the presence of sulfur, produced by rotting organic matter or the ship's gunpowder, silver converted to silver sulfide. The coins would turn black and fuse together into solid lumps. A chest of silver, once a distinct collection of coins, would transform into a single, heavy brick of black metal, the individual shapes of the currency erased until separated by chemical electrolysis in a laboratory centuries later. The organic artifacts, the leather shoes, the woolen coats, the navigational charts, and the bone-handled knives, faced a binary fate. If exposed, they vanished within months. But if trapped in the time capsule of a sealed officer's chest buried in the anaerobic mud, they survived with shocking fidelity. The leather retained its flexibility, the paper retained its ink. The distinct smell of the 18th century, the aroma of tobacco, tar, and medicinal spices, could be trapped in these sealed environments, released only when the seal was broken by the archaeologist's trowel. The galley of the ship often provided the most durable evidence. The ceramics, the olive jars from Spain, the Bellarmine jugs from the Rhineland, the delicate porcelain tea bowls from China, were immune to corrosion and rot. When the ship broke up, the heavy crates of pottery would settle into the sand. These shards formed a ceramic trail that defined the trade routes of the era. A pirate wreck could be identified not by a flag, which rotted instantly, but by the incoherent mixture of these ceramics. A merchant ship carried a uniform cargo of one type of pottery. A pirate ship, having raided vessels of all nations, carried a polyglot assemblage Dutch gin bottles mixed with Ming porcelain and English pewter, a forensic signature of theft. The weaponry of the ship also degraded according to its composition. The lead musket balls were stable. They would oxidize slightly, turning a creamy white, but they retained their shape and weight. The wooden stocks of the muskets and pistols usually rotted away, leaving the brass fittings, the trigger guards and butt plates, floating in the sand in the relative positions they held when the wood was solid. This ghosting of the object required careful interpretation to reconstruct the weapon that had once existed. The human remains, the crew themselves, were rarely preserved. The taphonomy of a skeleton in seawater is rapid. The bones are porous, they break down quickly or are scattered by scavengers. Unless a body was buried deep in the sediment immediately after death, the pirates themselves vanished, leaving only their durable possessions, belt buckles, buttons, and clay pipes, to mark their presence. The ship became a tomb without bodies, a machine of war stripped of its operators. The location of these wreck sites was often determined by the physics of the trap. The pirates, operating in shallow, hazardous waters to evade naval pursuit, often wrecked on the windward side of reefs. The ship would strike the coral, be pounded by the surf and disintegrate. The heavy items, cannons and anchors, would fall into the gullies of the reef, becoming overgrown with coral until they were part of the living geography of the ocean. The lighter material would be blown over the reef into the lagoon, creating a debris field that stretched for miles. As the 19th century progressed, the memory of these specific locations faded. The oral rudders of the pilots died with them. The maps that marked pirates' careening place or wreck reef were lost or filed away in Admiralty archives. The physical reality of the pirate ship was replaced by the silence of the seabed. The operational noise, the creaking of the rigging, the shouting of orders, the roar of the guns, was silenced by the pressure of the deep. The cultural salvage of the pirate era began even as the physical salvage ended. The reality of the logistical struggle, the starvation, the disease, the hard labor of the pumps was washed away. What remained in the public consciousness was a distilled, romanticized version of the life. The specific technical vocabulary of the ship, careening, futhering, parbuckling, was lost to the general population, replaced by the generic language of adventure. However, on the ocean floor, the closed context of the wreck remained absolute. The ship, once it reached equilibrium with the sediment, stopped changing. It became a suspended moment in time. The carpenter's tools lay where they were dropped. The cook's cauldron sat on the bricks of the galley stove. The surgeon's mortars sat on the shelf of the dispensary. The hierarchy of the ship, the division of labor, and the global reach of its supply chain were frozen in the mud, waiting for the technology of a future age to read the text of the debris. The transition was complete. The wood had become geology, the iron had become rock, the gold remained gold. The machine of predation had been dismantled by the elements and reassembled as a part of the ocean's floor. The logistical cycle of the pirate voyage, which began with the wind and the ambition of men, ended in the quiet, crushing dark of the hydrographic map, where the only movement was the slow drift of the sand burying the last evidence of the intercept. By the dawn of the 19th century, the maritime landscape that had sustained the golden age of piracy had been irrevocably altered. The vast, ungoverned spaces of the ocean, once the sanctuary of the privateer and the rogue, were being systematically enclosed by a new grid of imperial control. The era of the wooden sailing ship, dependent on the vagaries of the wind and the skill of the topmen, was entering its twilight. The arrival of steam propulsion and the telegraph began to compress the time and distance of the globe, removing the two essential variables, delay and isolation, that piracy required to flourish. The geometry of the intercept, once a contest of intuition and seamanship, became a calculation of mechanical certainty. The pirate ship itself, as a distinct class of vessel, vanished from the horizon. There were no more careening hulls on the beaches of Madagascar. There were no more black flags snapping in the trade winds of the Caribbean. The specialized knowledge of the sweet trade, how to intimidate a merchant crew without firing a shot, how to navigate the secret channels of the mangrove swamps, how to democratically govern a ship of outlaws, was not written down in manuals. It was an oral tradition, passed from veteran to recruit on the forecastle. As the old crews died on the gallows in the workhouses or in obscure poverty, this library of tactical knowledge was lost. The art of piracy was forgotten, replaced by the standardized drills of the naval academies. The physical remnants of the era, the ships that had not been wrecked or broken up, were absorbed into the anonymity of the merchant marine. A sloop that had once chased Spanish galleons might spend its final decades hauling timber or coal along a quiet coast. its gun ports caulked shut, its speed blunted by age and neglect, its history known only to the few old men who watched it rot at a wharf. The timber, cut from the primeval forests of the colonies, eventually returned to the earth, the iron drifting into rust, the identity of the vessel erased by the mundane labor of commerce. The geography of the pirate world was also repurposed. The hidden keys and secret anchorages, once marked on hand-drawn charts with warnings of water here or careen here, were surveyed by the Admiralty cartographers. They were given official names and soundings. The Pirate's Passage became a shipping lane. The Dead Man's Chest became a navigational landmark. The mystery of the coast was illuminated by lighthouses built by the very governments the pirates had defied. The beams of these lights swept over the reefs where the wrecks lay, turning the hazards of the past into the safety markers of the future. In the depths of the ocean, the silence settled over the debris fields. The wrecks, encased in their concretions and buried in the silt, achieved a final equilibrium with the environment. The violence of their ends, the fire, the crushing impact, the screams, was absorbed by the immense crushing pressure of the water. The shipwrecks became artificial reefs, colonized by coral and sponge. The fish swam through the ribs of the hull, indifferent to the history of the structure. The great guns, which had once roared with the authority of terror, became mere topography, indistinguishable from the rocks of the seabed. The plunder that had driven the entire cycle, the gold, the silver, the jewels, remained where it had fallen. It did not rot. It lay in the darkness, scattered across the ocean floor. But stripped of its economic context, it ceased to be wealth. A gold coin on the bottom of the sea is no longer currency. It is mineral. It has no value because it cannot be exchanged. The vast fortunes that had been stolen, fought for, and died for were effectively returned to the geology of the earth, removed from the human economy as surely as if they had never been mined. The descendants of the pirates, the mixed-race populations of the coastal enclaves, assimilated into the new order. They became the fishermen, the turtle hunters, and the pilots of the post-pirate world. They retained a certain independence of spirit, a wariness of the law, and a deep, intuitive knowledge of the local waters, but the organized defiance of the brethren of the coast was gone. The Republic of Pirates became a fable, a story told to frighten children or entertain tourists, stripped of its complex political and logistical reality. The ocean itself remained unchanged. The trade winds still blew from the northeast and the southeast, following the same tracks that the galleons and the sloops had sailed. The currents still circled the ocean basins in their slow, jarring rhythm. The squalls still rose in the afternoon heat, and the calms still trapped vessels in the doldrums. The physical stage upon which the drama had been enacted was indifferent to the absence of the actors. The sea did not mourn the pirate ship, nor did it celebrate the frigate. It simply existed, a vast, fluid wilderness that had momentarily tolerated the presence of the wooden machines and the men who tried to master it. As the years turned into centuries, the specific details of the process, the heaving down, the boarding, the voting, the sharing, faded from human memory. The logistical intricate machine that was a pirate ship, a society built on the edge of survival, was reduced to a caricature. But in the quiet archives of the colonial courts, in the worm-eaten logs of the East India Company, and in the silent, scattered debris on the ocean floor, the evidence remained. It testified to a time when a wooden vessel could be a world unto itself, and when a horizon empty of sails was not a sign of peace, but a pause in the hunt. The cycle was complete. The wood had returned to the carbon cycle. The iron had returned to the oxide cycle. The men had returned to dust. The account was closed. The horizon, once a jagged line of potential threats and prizes, was now a flat, empty line dividing the blue of the sky from the blue of the sea. The wind filled the sails of the new iron ships, pushing them along the invisible highways of trade, passing over the graves of the hunters and the hunted, leaving no wake to mark where the wooden keels had once cut the water. The history of the pirate ship ended as it began, with the vast, rhythmic, and indifferent breathing of the ocean.